Don't be caught counting your marbles. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s Second Swing event.
What would Marco do? Here, a big announcement to knock your socks off is the man, the myth, the legend, Marco.
And finally, Mr. Bolts, Mr. Rusty Bolts. I have some news about your car, Mr. Rusty Bolts. Since we just checked out your car, and unfortunately it's going to need some work. I wish we could tell you it's going to be done anytime soon, but because of the technician crisis, got no one to work on it. But thank God for Uber, right? So this is great. All right, that was all the announcements for today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You all know me as Marco, the technician. I started my career 30 years ago in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. After 4 years of college, I joined a luxury dealership. And after that, I said, let's jump the pond. And I came to the US and continued my excellence in automotive journey, so to speak. I hold over 200 Mercedes-Benz certifications and qualifications. I am a Mercedes-Benz master technician and team leader. I have received an award from Mercedes-Benz for a 99.99 fixed first visit rate. So whoever wants to top that, bring it on. Okay. On top of that, I have decided to jump ship, and I went to Jaguar Land Rover, which currently now I am a level 3 technician there. So during my time as a technician, a span of 30 years, I have seen a lot of changes. We went from carburetors to direct injections. We went from contact points to highly evolved onboard electronics. I actually looked this up yesterday because I didn't want to look like a fool. The average luxury automotive onboard electronics has over 100 million lines of code. The Space Shuttle, 400,000 lines of code. Just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with. During my time, I've noticed one thing though. Technicians, they're still looked upon as not so much, right? Yet, during this little bug that went around a few years ago, we were labeled essential. My fellow fixed-up warriors and I have kept first responders on the road. We kept trucks coming to your stores and kept your shelves full. We've kept your dreams on the road. Yet we are overlooked, underpaid, and undervalued. That has to stop, and I don't see any other way that we can do this than bring more and more information to management from the technicians. So as the industry is evolving, both in electronics, in processes, in management, in parts, in how we do business, so am I. So ladies and gentlemen, I am officially stepping out of my role as an automotive service technician, and I will be, from here on out, be helping your fixed ops department to become more profitable. So, thank you. About 6 years ago, Ted and I crossed paths in Orlando, Florida. He just called, he's like, hey, I'm in Orlando, what are you doing? They're like, well, 4-hour drive, I come see you. So we went up there and we started talking. We started talking about the Fixed Ops Roundtable idea. Ted was asking me like, is it gonna work? And I'm like, it will, because it's for peers by peers. And that has remained true to this very point. Look at us all sitting here. We're all helping each other becoming better. From the technician, to parts, to managers, to dealership owners, and anyone and everyone in between. So, as this has been evolving and has gotten better, we still need a lot of work that needs to be done. So, why am I stepping up now? Because it is needed, ladies and gentlemen. It is so needed. The few of you that are here, Tully, Mickens, Ed, for example, they run a shop the way it's supposed to. Technicians are wonderfully recognized with events, with prizes, but also just by knowing their name. Like, what did I tell you, Mickens, about the cupcakes? Still works, doesn't it? Still works. It still works. It's just the small little things. So I am going to stop fixing cars, and I'm going to start helping you to fix your fixed operations department to a point where technicians feel valued, appreciated, and adequately compensated. So with all that said, I am very glad to be here today, 6 years after Ted and I started something huge. I mean, hello, look at us here. I'm very happy to see all of you here. I can't wait for us to share our best practices and our experiences. And a big heartfelt thank you to Uber for today. So ladies and gentlemen, put it together for the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Uber, and technicians.
Filmed live in the glitz and glam of New York. Up next, we have an interview with Marco, Ted, and Sarah.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings at Uber headquarters here in New York City. Ted, we have an exciting interview with us today.
We do, and we have a live audience as well here at the headquarters of Uber in New York City at 3 World Trade Center. And we're very honored not only to have our crew, but Marco Zwanenburg with us here today. And Marco, thank you for joining us. It's been 6 years, and thanks for helping to get this all off the ground.
Absolutely, it was my pleasure, Ted. And we have started something, and it's been growing, and it's just been absolutely fantastic.
If you don't mind, Sarah and I have some questions for you. In your 30 years in the industry, what would you say is the biggest or one of the biggest challenges you've seen?
One of the biggest challenges I've seen is for technicians to be recognized for the well-trained, the best trained individuals they are in the dealership. That has been the biggest problem. One of the most exciting changes that I've seen over my last 30 years, technicians used to be like, you didn't see us. We were capped, lock and key, we're dirty, nasty, uneducated, in the back room. Lord forbid you talk to a customer. To now, we're front and center with our MPI videos, talking to customers. The technician has been shifted forward to a rightful place in the dealership.
And Marco, and speaking about technicians and what's going on in dealerships, is there truly a technician shortage?
I don't believe there is. There's plenty of technicians available. I think we have a management problem. There's a reason why people leave a job that pays good and will forever pay good. There will always be money to make as long as things keep moving. I don't care if it's flying, if it's a conveyor belt or a car. As long as things are moving, mechanics, technicians are needed. The problem is they've been treated so bad all across the industry that we can make more money and feel more appreciated in other industries such as plumbing, electricians, HVAC. So it's not a technician issue, it's a management issue.
And Marco, we want to give a shout out to Joe Lockhart, who's here today with Automax Recruiting and Training. You've been a big part of that Automax Tech-Vengers panel. Yeah. So I want to ask you a little bit, are you more valuable, Marco, as a technician or in doing your consultant role, which you're now gravitating to?
As a technician, I am valuable to one dealership.
Yeah.
As a consultant, I can be of value to each and every one of you and teach you how to make each and every technician valuable within your dealership. So I can take my experience, my knowledge, and teach that to your technicians, teach it to management, and make them all valuable like me.
Marco, 30 years in this industry. Why now?
Because I had a life-changing event in 2018, which unfortunately I had to stay home for my daughter. She just graduated, as some of you may have seen on LinkedIn. She's ready to hit the world, so as am I at this point. And on top of that, for years and years and years, I see it every day on LinkedIn. Oh, the technician shortage. Oh, this. Like, no. We have been doing things so wrong that I'm finally I'm fed up with it. If you seriously are complaining as a dealership that you have a technician crisis, then I dare you, hire me. I will consult with you. I will teach you how to retain, how to attract, and how to teach technicians to be valuable in your dealership. So it's more of I'm tired of hearing everybody cry. Either here's a tissue or go home. Yeah.
And Marco, I will say this in closing as well. When I met you in 2018, 2019, I had no idea about that event in your life, if I could mention that as well. Marco's wife passed away from cancer, okay? And he devoted all his time to raise their daughter, okay? And get her through school. And of course, it's traumatic for any child, especially a single child. So, you know, great work you've done there. You've been an inspiration to all of us watching you on social media. And for what you've told us as a technician, for all the managers and leaders in this room, I know who've all tried to hire you as a technician and get you to move to Sacramento, to Virginia, to Madison, Wisconsin. Is that offer still good at Madison? Every day. So how do you expect finally to contribute and serve the industry?
I expect to be able to take my knowledge, my experience over 30 years with multiple brands, multiple different dealerships, from small to big. It doesn't matter if it's an American brand or European brand. I will be able to show you guys how to handle your technicians from the boots on the ground. Listen to the people that actually have to deal with what you come up with. Technicians can make or break your dealership. Would you like them to make it? I think you do. Would you have an hour to listen to me? Let's start there. You have an hour to listen to me? Let's talk. Because of my experience, I can walk into your shop and within 10 minutes, I can point you out at least 5 things that are just not working or that you could easily change to make things more efficient. And they don't cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. As a matter of fact, I can probably do most of it in $1,000 or less. Challenge accepted? Anyone? That's right.
All right. So, Marco, thank you so much for kicking us off here today. And 6 years ago, what you did with the Roundtable, and I can't wait to see what the future holds.
It's what we did. It was been fantastic. Super. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah.
Marco Zwanenburg.
Thank you, Ted.
Cruise along the technician career path with our friends at Rohrman Honda in our Chicago pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Teddy. Today we are at the Zwanenburg Honda, part of the Rohrman Automotive Group. And Ted, we have quite the panel assembled with us.
We do. We have a great topic talking about fixed operations, technicians, parts, career path. Gentlemen, if you would, and Maureen, give us your name, position, and how long you've been with the organization.
Absolutely, Ted. So my name is Sean Fork. I've been with the organization for just a little over 25 years. I'm currently in the parts department.
Right.
I'm Maureen Martin, and I'm the Vice President of Strategic Alliances for Dynatron, and I have been in the business for 38 years.
I'm Matt Miller, shop foreman here at Zwanenburg Honda. Been with the organization for going on 14 years now.
My name is Omar Shabazz, Service Director, Zwanenburg Honda. Been with the organization for almost 32 years.
Omar, I'd like to come to you first just to set the stage. The culture here at Rohrman Automotive Group and for Zwanenburg Honda has been incredible. We've seen a lot already today, but there's an important component between the relationship with the parts department, technicians, and service advisors. Could you share a little bit more about what that culture looks like?
Yes, absolutely. So as we talked in another panel, our culture really is built around relationships. We have a phenomenal relationship, definitely here at Zwanenburg Honda. We are not only coworkers, we're friends, we're family, but we're also #1 customers with parts and service, right?
Absolutely.
So You know, to have that relationship and to have that understanding really makes things move very, very smoothly. If you don't have a cohesive parts and service, forget it. You might as well just shut the doors. And then there's a lot of dealerships out there that have a difficult time with that. So with us working so well together, I mean, we really, we run a tight ship together. It's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Sean, we got here yesterday, and one of the things I noticed is that your parts department really stands out. You know, a lot of dealerships, you know, they don't talk so much about parts, okay? It's not the most glamorous part of the dealership, but your parts department is really buttoned up. Talk to us a little bit about that, and even on the wholesale side.
Excellent, happy to. So kind of like Omar was discussing, you know, we've had the opportunity here to actually grow and flourish and be able to cross-train together where we're not stuck in just one role. So you're not just the wholesale manager, you're not just counter person or driver. And it's really helped us in terms of being able to cover each other and be more fluent when we help the service department. Back to service, what's really great is, you know, there are no silos here at the dealership. So it's real-time communication that's been going back and forth between us, and we really got the finger on the pulse and know what we need to do to help be efficient and help each other out. And I don't know if everyone has the community like that. I don't know if, you know, the leadership or the ownership will allow that, and that's been something that's nice, not only here at Schaumburg Honda, but our organization. You know, it really allows us to grow and be the best that we can be just because they have that trust in us. So,
Maureen, we've heard the phrase parts sells hours. How important is this focus on parts and the people in the parts department?
It's absolutely critical, really. When you think about it, I've got the privilege of being between Matt and Don and be able to talk about the fact that, you know, Omar touched on it. You know, nothing happens in fixed operations if we don't do it together. And we see that across. And if you really think about fixed operations, parts is the second largest area that can either be frozen capital or can be really turning. And it only turns because of the hours and because of what the technicians do. So when you really look at the combination of those two, that's when Omar makes that big smile and says, you know, how much we're doing here at Schaumburg. So really impressive to see it.
Matt, I'd like to come to you just to, you know, continue the conversation on specifically the customer side. These processes and all of the employees that are working together, it really helps elevate the customer experience. But in what ways have you seen it specifically impacted?
Well, you know, the customer always comes first, and we strive to give them the best experience they can. And us being that family, that community, gives us, I think, a better potential to help the customer. Even in the simplest of ways of just knowing the customers, the return customers, knowing who they are, greeting them by name. You know, you know the customers, you know the vehicle, you know their history, you know what they've been here for. And that relationship just makes it so much easier for us to give them a better service experience.
And Omar, I imagine, you know, that retention, that relationship is really bringing about that retention. And you not only retention of customers, but retention of employees.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Matt touched on it. He's been here 15 years. We have very low turnover here. We have a lot of tenured employees here. And with everybody being able to work together, like Matt said, it just makes the customer experience so much better, so much easier. And Matt is a phenomenal communicator. So to have Matt come out, if need be, to talk to a customer, to go for a ride with a customer, and be willing to do that is absolutely phenomenal. Anytime we have any issue, and we come to Matt, you know, can you help us? And, you know, Matt's never, oh, you know, I'm busy, or I'm this, I'm that. It's absolutely, what do you need? What do you need from me? How can I help? And he runs a shop like no other. It is absolutely just amazing. Just watch the choreography going back there. It's a whole production, and Matt's right there at the head of it. It's fantastic.
And Matt, you know, the role of the technician, it seems, is also changing and evolving all the time. It's becoming more forward-facing. And as we become more focused on the customer, now the customer is even hearing from technicians through things like videos, okay? And they're interacting, and the, you know, to see the technician and to see their vehicle in the air, which most customers don't get a chance to look under their car. You know, those are things that you're doing today here. So talk to us about that. How is that being received on the customer side? And what are some of the things we need to be aware of?
I think it's being received extremely well, because again, you drop your car off and all of a sudden it just disappears, and you just get a list of what's wrong with it. I think it brings about a very good personal experience that, you know, they hear my voice, they hear us talking, and it gives us a chance to explain what's going on with the car in terms of something that the service writer might not be able to explain the same way we can. Just how some stuff will get lost in communication through like a telephone game. From here, we're able to really just streamline the process and give the what the customer wants to know in a very personalized experience, which I think makes it a lot better for them, easier for them, and gives them just a better feeling bringing their car in, knowing that they're going to see it and we care about their car.
And Matt does some of the best videos out there. Boy, he can put some comedy into them as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And, and that also puts the customer at ease, right? It doesn't have to be you're this. Matt he's got his own flair. It's fantastic.
Matt, how important is that communication and that line of communication, not just between the employees, but with the customer as well? Like you said, from dropping it off and then going behind the door and not knowing what happens next to getting this communication.
It's great. It's important. One thing I truly like about all that communication is it gives us a chance, because again, you drop your car off, you're hearing all the bad stuff. I can go in there with a 2010 Honda and be like, hey, your car for its age looks phenomenal. There's no rust, yeah, you have some minor issues, but like, look at all the positives about it. You're explaining that, showing them the value of the car they have, where a lot of times you don't get that, you're just hearing the bad stuff. And I think it's great on that side of it.
Maureen, if you go back not too far in our industry, we didn't do things like this. And now it's evolving and it's changing, and you hear this refreshing message here. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. I think what impressed me the most spending time with the Rohrman family here at Schaumburg Honda was how you are really ingrained in the high school and the college in attracting really talented individuals to the dealership and to the group as technicians. And it really begins to create the culture, because you're out there when they're really starting to formulate and bringing them into the dealership. And it is a different type, right? You have to have also the technical skill, but the ability to communicate, the ability to work with other departments. It's a very collaborative process now. And as Ted would say, it's a little bit different than it was when we started, but I'm really excited about what I've been able to see here. You've done an incredible job.
Thank you. Matt and I have actually gone out because of Matt. Matt has said, hey, Omar, let's go to this high school. Let's go to this high school. And we go and I let Matt, he heads it up. He does all the talking at the high school programs and lets them know what they can expect if they move into this field. It's awesome.
It's incredible stuff, Ted. And I mean, just the ongoing education, all of the pieces in play really makes an exceptional culture for the technician, for the parts department, and ultimately the customer.
Yeah, I'm taking a lot of notes, and we're learning a whole lot here. So everybody, thank you so much for being on this panel. Great job, great work.
Thank you.
And continue the success to all of you. I'm Ted Ings with Sarah Vantine. We're here at Schaumburg Honda, part of the Rohrman Automotive Group, and we will be right back.
Tech-Vengers assemble. Our next panel is filled with the heroes of the tech industry. Please welcome the Tech-Vengers panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's the Roaring 20s, the second swing, the Automax Tech-Vengers panel with us, Joe Lockard, owner operator, Automax. Joe, you got a great panel ahead, I could see.
As always. Thanks, Ted. It's good to be back here. You know, I was going back and trying to count. This may be our 20th show together as a Tech-Venger panel. It's been a ride. Looking forward to it.
A great ride. I will exit, and Joe, I'll see you back on the other side. So have a great panel.
Sounds good. Thanks, Ted. All right, welcome everybody. As usual, I like to go around the horn here before we jump into our topic, and we got a good one for you here today. But we have a new member on the panel, Curtis Gardner. Curtis, how are you, sir?
Good, I'm good. How are you guys today? It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, man. I met you a few months back up at Uber headquarters at the pop-up event. I had a good conversation there. Curtis is an Audi Master Guild technician down in Houston, and also the founder of NARD. Real quick, you want to talk about NARD? I know you're doing some kind of mentoring with younger technicians, correct?
Yeah, it's like a coaching and efficiency training program where it's focused on helping technicians build their value, how they can bring higher efficiency to the shop, and just their daily processes. Beautiful. Anything from their daily organization to what they're doing to prepare for the next day. Sure,
much needed service. That's awesome that you're stepping up and doing that. And thanks again for being here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And back after a long, and how long's it been? I feel like it's been a few shows. And
it's been a couple shows that I've missed, but I'm back.
You are back. You look wonderful. Ann's the service manager for the Williams Auto Group up in Elmira, New York, and we're excited to have you back, Ann.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet. Next is Tully Williams, the man, the myth, the legend, fixed ops director for the Nilo Company in Sacramento, California. Tully, how are you?
Fantastic. Looking forward to getting some good stuff in here. Remember, it's all about the hours that these great technicians do for us.
Yes, sir. We're going to talk about those hours here today. Thank you, as always, for being here, Tully. Next is Don Andres. Don is the owner and president of Auto SCT Consulting and Training, also the author of Why Auto Service Departments Fail to Grow.
Making sure I've got a meeting with Henry Ford here pretty soon, so I just want to make sure we're moving along on this meeting.
Checking the clock. You look great. Everybody looks great. I love this thing, man. We should just do this every single time. I actually had bourbon in my glass last time, but I have my bourbon glass with just water this time. It's just water tonight, guys. Don, thank you for being here. Don is in beautiful Dublin, Ohio, one of my favorite places in the world. Thanks, as always, for joining us, my friend. Next, Robert Migliaccio, Miggs, as they call him, Service Director for CMA Valley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Stanton, Virginia. Miggs, how are you?
Doing well, sir. Happy to be back. I wasn't able to be on the last one myself, so happy to be back on the panel.
That's right. Yeah, we missed a few people. Thanks for jumping back in here. We appreciate it. Next, Mike Weldon. Mike is, we can't even call you retired anymore, can we? He's semi-retired. He's now working with Ted as a performance coach for CPI. How's semi-retired life treating you, Mike?
I'm loving it. It's keeping me fresh. I'm learning new things. I'm finding out that there's a lot of need for some advice out there in the industry.
Sure.
And to produce those hours that Tully's talking about, we got to develop and gain more technicians, and I think that's a big push that we need to help others get there sooner than later.
And that's going to pop up tonight as well within the conversation of how we can help facilitate that and throw out some ideas. Last but certainly not least is Marco Zwanenburg. Now, Marco, I don't believe we've done one of these since you've made your big announcement and transitioned out of the shop. Is that correct?
That is correct. As a matter of fact, for a moment I was thinking there were so many of us present at that meeting at the Uber headquarters in New York City that we could have done one right there, right then. But but no, you're right. This is the first one since. So let's get this rolling. Let's get this cracking, and let's do some good stuff for the people out there, and let's help people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's get into it. So listen, Curtis. I'm coming to you first, man. I'm putting you in the hot seat, and I'll kind of set the stage here first, but I did want to let you know that, and with Marco, quote unquote, hanging up the wrenches, although once a tech, always a tech. You're our new resident active technician, so I kind of like to set the stage there. But we were preparing for this panel, and as I said, I believe we've done 20 of these, and basically we've discussed everything. So that's it, guys. We're done. We've talked about everything. Thanks. Seriously, we've talked about a ton, and within those topics, a lot of different things come up, and maybe we don't spend enough time on those individual topics. We all have a lot to say. There's 8 of us, 9 of us, 30 minutes. It can be tough. So today, I wanted to dig in a little bit more on a topic that kind of affects all things recruiting and retention, which is what we normally talk about in here, and that's flat rate pay plans in general, technician earning potential, all the things and the complexities that come along with that. So we're going to do a little detailed discussion of that. Curtis, as I mentioned, I do want to come to you, and it isn't to put you on the hot seat, and I do want to give you first crack because you're new here, but also you're an active technician. So, no better than to get it straight from the horse's mouth. Now, obviously, I'm assuming as an Audi Guild Master Tech, you have worked almost extensively or almost exclusively rather with flat rate pay. What would you say to new technicians starting in the industry, maybe aren't familiar with the pay plan and the way it works, and what has been your experience with it, good, bad, and otherwise?
Yeah, I've been a technician for 15 years, so I've only known flat rate.
Sure.
And it's one of those things that you got to go all in on. It's, it would be nice to have hourly pay sometimes, maybe when the service drive is a little bit slow, but the ceiling is so high with flat rate that if you apply yourself properly, you're going to see huge benefits. I think there's a certain pay structure for every type of business and every type of dealership. Some dealerships don't have the workflow to be complete flat rate, and others do. So it's been very good for me personally. I've thrived in flat rate, but I think there's also room for some hybrid pay structures going forward to just, get more techs on board and make sure that everyone's happy across the board, because not everyone is gung-ho for flat rate.
Right. Well, I do want to get into that a little bit, especially when we talk about the up and coming generations, Gen Alpha, Gen Z, and some of the potential differences there. And you mentioned something, first thing out of your mouth is a tough thing that I hear a lot, and I go over it with technicians when we're recruiting a technician for a client. You don't get it both ways, right? It's I want flat rate, I want to make the big bucks, but then where's the security when things get a little slower? And I think that's where the conflict comes in. That's where it gets a little tough for the fixed ops directors, the service directors, to put together something that accommodates everybody. Marco, I want to come to you next. I mentioned obviously you are kind of newly retired from working in the shop, but obviously put in many, many years as a high-level, highly skilled technician. We've talked about this. We've talked about this on here. We talked about it on the panel in New York. What's kind of your take on both, the current state of flat rate pay, the future of flat rate pay, and things that we might be able to do to both help technicians see that it's in their best interest in most cases, but then ones that maybe, are skilled and have a future, but don't really want to work under that system. Is there a place for them in our industry?
I sure hope so, or else we are in deep trouble.
Sure.
I think that the biggest issue that we're seeing is that the labor times overall are dropping drastically from the manufacturers. There are so many bulletins out nowadays that just nix the diagnostic times. You have to almost prove your case in court to get paid. You used to get paid by the word. Now they're just trying to get you anywhere they can. So I think the biggest issue that we have, and I don't think it's fair for the manufacturers to push all the finances off on the dealership to have to go deep pocket and almost like in the red to pay the technicians to keep them on. So a hybrid would be excellent. I think it should be, like Curtis said, per dealership differently. I think it's even per technician differently, because you have some technicians that if you put them on salary, there goes the productivity, because now they're like, oh, make the money anyways. Then there's guys like me. I love flat rate, but give me a fair and honest chance. That's all I'm asking for. Give me a fair and honest chance to make my paycheck. I'll make it work. Don't worry about it. We'll crank the hours out. I'll find the upsells. We'll get it going. Get me a good advisor that sells what I bring to the table. And there's no further problem there. And I think it's very important for new kids coming into the industry that they have the financial support at the beginning in the form of maybe a salary with a performance bonus or a not screw up bonus. You know, those are out there too. So if you don't screw up for a week, you get a little extra. Hey, that works too. But I think that it's important for them to see that flat rate technicians can easily make 6 figures a year and are happy with it and go home rich and tired, like Tully would say.
Right. Well, and you hit on something that I've mentioned at the panel in New York is, you know, we're kind of missing a third part of this equation, and that is the OEM, because when you start talking about warranty work, and it puts service managers in a tough spot where it's all well and good to say these things and say, let's do salary and let's do this and that, but they have bills to pay as well. And it's challenging to put together the proper hybrid that allows the shop to make money and allows the technicians to maximize their earning potential. You know, I do want to hit on something else that you mentioned as far as the hybrid plans. Guaranteed hours. Is that something you've ever seen at any of the shops that you've been in your life? And because you mentioned, hey, the problem there is productivity can fall down. I kind of see it as, yeah, you don't want to waste money on a hire and waste time with a guy, but you find out pretty quick, you know, 2-3 months, if somebody's on salary and their productivity falls off, I don't think that's your guy. I think that's probably someone you got to cut your losses with. But is that something that you've ever seen within a shop and seen it used effectively, I guess, is more important?
Guaranteed hours I have seen in a way as for guys that start new in the shop, even if they're seasoned technicians, for a certain amount of time, they get a guarantee just to, you know, get their feet wet, see how we work, etc. Other than that, I haven't really seen that. Yeah. And I also think that if you go awry with a pay system like that, you may also have to reflect inwards. Like, are we monitoring these guys? Are we coaching them? Are we properly guiding them through this? Because there's plenty of, like, I grew up in Europe. Everything there is pretty much salary. And
Sure.
yet we still get stuff done. So it's a matter of, now we're looking on the management side. Are we coaching and properly policing our personnel, or are we saying like, oh, it's like I just paid Bob like 3 weeks, I paid him this much money and nothing was done? Okay, can we go talk to Bob? Can we see what's going on? And is it the dealership's fault or is it Bob's fault? And then you make your choice.
Okay, interesting. I was just curious what your experience with it. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate it as always. Mike Weldon, I'm going to come to you next. And we talked a little bit when we were coming up with topics, things to discuss. And you mentioned a number of current issues, potential down the road issues, you know, tech shortage issues. And frankly, all of them are directly affected by flat rate pay and the traditional pay system for automotive technicians. I know firsthand from our recruiting efforts all over the country, there are a good number of quality technicians out there. And I'm not just talking about younger techs, but just solid techs. They don't want to operate under a flat rate pay system anymore. Or, you know, not even that. There's some that maybe don't understand the upside, and you just really have to spell it out for them to get them to understand how much more money they're going to make. You know, and again, we talked, and it was one of the things that you mentioned when we discussed down the road. You know, we think we're in a bad spot now. Give it 15 years, and Gen Z and Gen Alpha, as I mentioned, come to the workplace, and they're not necessarily the type of individuals that are, hey, I just want to make as much money as humanly possible. I don't care how hard I have to work. I want to get in and kick butt and maximize my earning potential. Well, they tend to be motivated by other things. So, you know, I'd love to get your take based on some of those things we were talking about on how flat rate is affecting the current state of tech recruiting and retention, and how it may affect us here in another 10 years.
Well, Tully and I are in a unique situation here in California because we have a hybrid system. So the state of California requires all technicians be paid hourly, plus on top of that, they get a performance bonus. But, you know, if you're not a good manager, even that doesn't work. And it's all about that motivation, encouraging people, showing them the direction. You've heard it before, showing these guys and gals that there's a way that they can accomplish their goals, meet their dreams, and help them get there. And I think, you know, this is not a new stress on the system. This has been going on as long as I can remember. Going back 20, 30 years, we started talking about technicians, and parents were saying, no, they're going into the IT into the business. And we've worked really hard to try to change that mindset, because this can be a glorious field for anybody that really puts their effort into it. And you know, it takes a lot of technology. Curtis can tell you these are not just cars that we just tinker with. These are highly sophisticated computers where we need solid people to do it. Therefore, we need to compensate them and motivate them so that they perform at the level that they expect and we expect, and get a return, and thus also fixing cars.
Sure. So and you hit on a couple of things there, and you said motivate, and you mentioned it earlier when you were discussing as well that you don't feel it's so much a problem of the system or the type of pay. It's more motivating people and having them feel appreciated and feel like they're part of something, and you're going to get the most out of the right type of person, regardless of how you pay them. Obviously, the pay has to be fair, and they have to, earn, their worth as far as they're coming in, they're putting the time in, and they're skilled, and they're continuing their training. But you feel it's more a leadership problem. If you don't have buy-in from your employees, it doesn't matter how you can pay them. You pay them $200,000 a year guaranteed salary or whatever, but if they don't get it and you're not leading them properly, it won't matter. Correct?
No, that's very true. You heard Marco say he got excited about being a flat rate technician because he knew how the system worked, and he was motivated to do it. But not everybody is motivated at the level that he is, and therefore it takes us, leadership, to help direct that individual to find the objective for them, and then be flexible. Sometimes you just have to be flexible in this market and find a system that works within your business to generate those hours that Tully talks about. Because that's the end result. We can't produce the hours. We can't effectively run a business.
Correct. Thanks, Mike. And that goes kind of directly into Don. I wanted to come to you next because we were talking as well. And you had mentioned, in your consulting with service managers all over the country, you hear often that it can be a struggle to transition a technician from a more traditional pay plan, whether it's working for a municipality, working in another industry period, and then flipping them over to flat rate, and really just getting them to understand how it works and how much money they can truly make. What advice would you have for service managers? I mean, you talk about motivating someone. Money motivates, right? I mean, it's great to feel good and be a part of a team. But if you can't sit down and articulate for that individual and show them how much money there is to be made under certain circumstances, it's tough to motivate. So what advice would you give to service managers that are having a similar problem?
Well, getting around the country, as much as we are these days, Mike will attest to that. The overwhelming part of it is that everybody now is trying to grow their tech comps. Yeah. Everybody is not just simply having hourly guys change oil anymore, and now suddenly we want to throw them into the shop. No, there's a real conscious effort these days to have apprentices, and having those apprentices working in the deal and learning from some really quality technicians. But what I also find is they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan. So they start into this initiative. They've been told that we need to get some apprentices working through. Grow our own, I think, is the term that is always thrown out there. But we discovered fairly quickly they never had a plan to get that accomplished. If there's one thing that Tully, I don't know if he's ever attempted an initiative without a plan, without a planning succession, that this is how I think this is going to have to flow. This is how it's going to have to work. So what ultimately happens is they get set into an apprenticeship program for an extended period of time. And then suddenly the general manager, the dealer says, what are we doing with all this expense? Why are these people not flat rate? And almost immediately they flip them over to flat rate, and suddenly they're immediately drowning, right? They went from assisting and really developing, and then suddenly overnight they're now asked to be a flat rate tech because they never had a plan. So I will tell you, pay-wise, yes, there's no question. I can go back to the 90s where Ford thought that they could transition some dealerships. They said, we're just going to help you pay them hourly, and they'll be great. And Marco, you are exactly right. They thought they were working hard. They went home tired, but the truth of it was their productivity really, really dropped. So I think flat rate's still a great way to go. I think you have to have a transition in those apprentices. You've got to start to give them the type of work. And then you say to somebody that maybe you've been paying hourly all this time, you say, look, we're going to continue the hourly, but here's your new flat rate. It's actually, I've been paying you $18, I've been paying you $20 an hour. Your flat rate's going to be $22, your flat rate's going to be $24, but you're going to have that safety net. You're never going to make less than what you've been making at your 40 hours a week, at your flat rate, at your hourly wage. But I want you to start to understand what it's like to produce hours, what it's like to feel like you can actually make a difference in your own life and in your own home. So we're going to get you this flat rate with a safety net. We're going to do that for X amount of months, and then we'll reevaluate it. But we're going to make this transition to flat rate, taking money off the table right now and getting you to concentrate on a good quality diagnosis, shaking down the car, doing a great MPI, and then don't be surprised if things start to really become positive for you. So quietly, innocently, they forgot about their hourly world. Because why? Yeah. Because it turns out they got good at flat rate once we took the anxiety of money off the table.
Gotcha. And if I hear you right, when you talk about having a plan, a transition wouldn't be a problem, because if you do it right, you've explained this to them day one. You've explained this to them during the interview. You've showed them the path, and they understand where they're headed and what it's going to be like if they're hitting their markers along the way. So you don't have to have these extremely difficult conversations. And then the other thing you mentioned, as far as laying it out for them, I'm just such a big proponent of, even in the interview process, when you're trying to land a technician, whether it's young, veteran, whatever it may be, get a Curtis in that interview, get a Marco in that interview, have them talk about it. Have the technicians talk about what they're making and how they're doing it and how it works, so that you clear all that, you get all this out in the open up front, and there's no problems down the road.
You're absolutely right. I think real quickly, they have to hear success stories. Yeah. And so when you bring a Marco in, you bring Curtis in, not only do we have a plan, here's what it's going to look like, but then here's some success stories. I think those are really powerful in an interview. You want to close these people down. They're in big demand in the independent world. You want to close them down.
Absolutely. Thanks, Don. Tully, I want to come to you next. And obviously, it's no surprise you're a huge proponent of the flat rate system. We've talked about it extensively on here. You mentioned previously that you guys do have kind of a set plan and process in place, preparing to transition a technician into a more aggressive or a more flat rate system, more lucrative flat rate system. What do you guys do to bring your techs along?
So we have it all in writing. So when you come to work for us, we tell you how you're going to get paid, and it's a pathway to $55. I have 6 technicians so far hit over 3,000 hours so far this year.
Wow.
Our 30,000 hour club will probably have 50 to 55 technicians hit 3,000 hours. But here's the focus. We focus on hours. I don't talk about money. Money is a byproduct. But everybody's pay plan is based on hours. So guess what? We are doing everything in our power to make our technicians successful, as in having roving shop carts out there, having parts delivered, having road tests done for them if necessary. The whole goal is that we have to focus on hours. But here's how we do it. 1, the Neal company does not have a tech shortage. Just want everybody to know that. And that's because we plan well. And it starts with a shop assistant. A shop assistant is an hourly technician. I would say an hourly technician. He's just there to observe, help out, a mentor, a flat rate, or a foreman. He is not on the hours forecast. He is not fixing cars with his number on it. His goal is that we are educating him and actually doing an interview process for the period of months, right? And those people are usually in school. A lot of times they're in trade schools or junior colleges. God bless America, right? That's how we want to determine if they're going to actually, fix a car or not. Can they put a wagon wheel on a wagon? We got to know how they're going to do. Next is, if we believe that this person is doing a great job, their mentor says he can do it, we put them as an hourly technician with a ramp program. And what does that mean? That means that ramp program, they're paid an hourly wage, and I have a way to make an extra $5 an hour. So we believe at 9 hours a technician is the number. So if you produce 6 hours, I will pay you per day, per pay cycle, which is weekly in California. I'll give you an additional $1. If you do 7, I'll give you $3 extra. And if you do 8 hours per day on that average week, I'll give you an extra $5. So we're already getting them in a way of how do we grow these people to be a flat rate technician, yet with the security and making sure they're mentored properly. And that process there can take from a matter of 6 months to a year or so until they're comfortable. And then if before we go flat rate, if they're still worried or scared or we're scared, we'll put them on ramp 2, which means I give them that $5 raise and I still pay them hourly. But now it is 8, 9, and 10 hours per day that gives them that extra $5. So now, before they become flat rate, they already know what the deal is. Yeah. And they're going to produce, because if you don't produce 130%, you're going to have a bullseye on your back. So we're going to do everything in our power to make sure these guys are successful. And we're very good at it, because we will, if a person is not making it as a shop assistant, we'll probably explain to them that maybe this isn't the field, but there's other things at a car dealership you can do. Yeah. And our goal is that we are always growing technicians to success. Now, the great thing is when you're a flat rate technician is there's a pathway to $55 an hour in writing. You never have to ask for a raise. We're going to give it to you. And every month that when we do your performance reviews and see how you're doing and give you the thank yous. So how are you doing on your training? I've done this. Great. You get a $2 raise. The goal is that raises are earned by going in training and not screwing up automobiles. So we have it in writing so you never have to ask for a raise.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So
and guess what happens? We grow technicians. And I have 166 of them, and God bless every one of them.
Beautiful.
Boom.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, so you hit on a few things that, again, it comes back to what Mike was talking about, right? It's support, and we talked about support on the last panel, and leadership, and the path, of course, 3 things. And so in your take, it doesn't matter, flat rate or whatever. They're not even thinking about that, because they feel so well supportive and they're so productive at work that they know that the money's just going to be there. It's going to fall in line because your focus is on increasing productivity, increasing efficiency, and showing them where they're headed.
Plus, you can see it on the TV. So we broadcast all 10 of our stores and all of our stores, so everybody sees what everybody else makes. You know, we don't know what their hourly rate is, but most of them can figure it out. But if you're making $55 and you produce 3,000 hours, you're making a good living. If you produce $55 and you make 6,000 hours, which is our top tech last year, you've made a really good living.
You bet. You bet. Thank you, Tully. Appreciate it. Miggs, I'm coming to you next. I believe you guys, have a similar system in place, very process oriented. How do you guys kind of help your techs along from, day one to 10, 15, 20-year technicians?
No, I feel hard going now because I feel like everybody stole the thunder on what that is.
Listen, and Ann's got to go last. And Ann's got to go after you. I do move these around. I promise I try to keep it even.
No. So I just been listening and taking away what everything is, and the reality is a lot of what everybody said is, we've kind of done this to ourselves over the years. We've put ourselves in position in the dealership where we said, as a technician, you're going to come in and work flat rate and you're going to make what you make. And that's it. We stood on that ground for the longest time ever that was going to be the case. And we're trying to figure our way out of our own foot in our mouth at the end of the day. So, Tully's right. Mike's right. Everybody on here is kind of benchmarked what we're looking at. And that's having that growth system within the shop. So that way there is multiple pay plans available to take what you're doing and progress it through the shop. At the end of the day, I'd rather have a green tech come in, learn the ways in our shop, be mentored, trained, adapt, and work under our umbrella and know what to do versus getting somebody in who may have a poor attitude and not fit with the team. And then we're going back round and round through the circle of trying to hire them and trying to, decide if it's the right fit for the team or not. And realistically, we have a good base. We're lucky where we are. Our technicians in our stores are probably in their mid to late 30s, early 40s. So we have a very younger group of technicians through the majority of our shops that are at our forefront of our shop foremans and our shop leaders and our, holding our apprentices accountable. So with them in place, we have plenty of time to really kind of adapt and grow and transform the industry for what it is. And then take it a little different from what everybody said. We're out there in the schools trying to adapt and pull these candidates in that are going to work with us. And we do the same thing. They come for a shadow day, and they sit in the shop and see if it's something that they want to do. They get set up with an apprentice. We go through a pay plan style merit system, same as, Tully was talking about. It's based on the training. It's based on the repetition. It's based on fixed first visit. So they have to produce, and ultimately just putting that big nest egg out there for them as they transition. When you go from an hourly rate to a hybrid hourly with a hour production bonus in there, it's interesting to watch them kind of learn and grow and realize that they can do well. And then it's on them at that point in time. But circle back to like what Mike, Marco, and Curtis said, it's about the training and the bring up to that point as well. We have to support them from the dealership. We have to support them from leadership, and we have to want to see them grow, not just put the body out there and hope it's going to fix the cars right.
Yeah. And you mentioned going into trade schools, and I applaud all you guys, Curtis, the stuff you're doing. And I know almost everyone on this panel, we've talked about how you're getting involved with the trade schools. And that is, it sounds idealistic, but that is trying to make an actual change within the industry. And obviously you want these people to come work for your organization. You want them to start as apprentices. But when you can lay the groundwork, in high school programs, in postgraduate programs, and get them to understand what the true opportunity is, now you're making kind of a bigger impact on the industry as a whole, and trying to help everybody down the road, yourselves included. Thank you, Migs. Appreciate it, sir. And did I leave anything for you to talk about? I'd love to get your take on this, and obviously, we've spoken about this. We've spoken about flat rate, and you guys have a number of stores up in your market as well. What do you guys do to kind of help show your technicians what this can really be under a flat rate system?
Yes, I think, like what everybody said, you have a pay plan in writing, so they have a plan. They know when they come in where they can be. But I want to touch on culture. I think that culture is so important to have in our shops, because you want everyone to get along, help each other, grow, mentor each other. And we really work hard on creating that culture, the support from us, the support from above me, above the owners. Everybody is supportive, and training is number one, getting our people what they need to grow. So we have to give them the tools, because without the tools, what are we doing? So I think that it starts with, number one, creating that culture, having in writing that pay plan so they have a path. And it's clear, you never should have to ask for a raise. You are in charge of your own paycheck. So you know where you have to go, and it's our job to help get you there with training, mentoring, and just creating that safe environment for everybody to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've kind of all been talking about it, and you're the first person to mention culture, and we talk about it extensively on here. And again, it sounds kind of hokey, but it's true. It's what I was saying earlier, and what Mike was hitting at, Tully's hitting at. If you have a good culture, a process, a plan in place, this stuff kind of becomes an afterthought. These guys aren't sitting here worrying and getting anxious about, oh, am I going to be able to do it? Because you've already built the trust, and they already feel so good about the people that they're working with and where they're going and what they're doing every single day. The trust is there, and they know if they come in and do the things they've been taught to do, they're going to make money.
They know we have their back. They know that we're not going to set them up to fail. We're going to support them and protect them, because obviously failing is not an option any of us want with any of our people. And they know that.
Absolutely. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Any last thoughts on kick it around? Anyone have anything else they want to throw in?
Let me just say this, is that I think that your culture has to be about the hours. When you're talking about money, everything gets distorted. Technicians don't care about the money at all, right? And when your service writers are money, 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 your parts people are money, 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 your service managers, money, money, money. Your goal has got to be is that it's all about the hours. So then everybody is focused on making your technicians' productivity huge. And it's a bonus for everybody. Everybody's bonus needs to be on the same thing in fixed ops. And when we're having with struggles with technicians, a lot of people is that it needs to be focused where you're focusing on the hours, not the money, and you make your technicians successful.
Absolutely.
And something that my dealership has been doing, Naples Luxury Imports, recently we started every week. You get a certain amount of money added to your paycheck to make up for the time lost writing your CNC and doing your research and reading all the TSBs, etc. So it's an administrative compensation. So it's not, it's a bit of a hybrid, but it works. It does help compensate for the time lost sitting there, writing your court cases for warranty purposes.
Sure. And that comes again back to what Tully's saying is productivity and hours. And when there's something that's going to hurt the hours, give it back to them.
Very nice. Well,
beautiful.
What a great group.
Oh,
Joe, fantastic. Love it.
Absolutely.
What a great group. Wow. And Curtis, thank you for joining us. You bring a lot to the panel. So welcome and grateful to have you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of good points here. There's a lot of important information about the tech shortage and how it's the dealerships and shops that have some of these problems that, we're discussing here. That's why they have a shortage. And if they're willing to support those hours and support the technician, then there won't be a shortage.
Right.
Well said. Very good. And great to see you. And don't be a stranger.
Ann, I'll let you go first. Ann goes first next time, everybody.
Listen, this boa is making my nose itch.
What a great panel. The Automax Tech-Vengers. Joe, if our audience has some needs on the recruiting side, filling positions, where do you suggest they go to get some more information about?
Yeah, so I'm all over social media. You can find us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, but you can go direct to our website as well, automaxrecruitingandtraining.com. That's my cell phone and my email down there at the bottom. You can get me anywhere. I love discussing this stuff. If you're having some problems and you want to pick my brain, I'm always available.
All right. Don Andres, Mike Weldon, Robert Migliaccio, Tully Williams on the West Coast, and Lister Marco Zwanenburg, Curtis Gardner, Joe Lockard. Great job, everybody. Thank you for being with us here today. Everybody, the Automax Tech-Vengers here today on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The economy is always shifting, and dealerships face new challenges in an unpredictable landscape. But with changes comes opportunity, especially for your parts department. As the market continues to evolve, parts and service are becoming an even more critical revenue stream for dealerships. Consumers are holding onto their vehicles longer, and your parts department is in a unique position to meet the growing demand for maintenance and repairs. The key to capitalizing on this? Selling parts online. If your parts aren't listed online yet, now's the time to get started. If you're already online, it's time to expand your reach. 24/7 e-commerce sales helps you connect with more customers anywhere, anytime. Selling parts through platforms like Amazon, eBay, and your own web store helps move inventory faster, unlock manufacturer incentives, and help keep revenue flowing. The more parts you sell, the more you grow your bottom line, even in uncertain times. The economic landscape may keep changing, but your parts department doesn't have to feel the squeeze. With the right e-commerce strategy, you can lock in steady income, boost profitability, and stay ahead of whatever comes next.
Bring in the big guns with Andy from BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Andy Baldassarre is the Director of Marketing and Training at BG Products. Great friend of the industry and the Roundtable. BG Products has been a big part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable since our inception. Andy, thank you and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, great to see you. Thanks for having me again.
Andy, BG is everywhere. You're doing so much right now in the industry. It's hard to keep up. I thought we'd spend a little time today catching up and finding out what's new with BG. And so to do that, I figured we go right to the top to you, Andy. So Tell us what's going on.
A little bit of everything. We are very busy. As you know, we've launched a couple of OEM programs, one with General Motors, one with Ford. So we are investing a lot in making sure that those programs succeed, and they're going very well. But we also have over 50% of dealers who choose us that aren't GM and Ford dealers. So we're also investing heavily in the support and the training materials to make sure everybody has what they need to succeed. Training is a big part of that, though. So we're doing a lot of BG University classes with our 800 field representatives to make sure they are trained and can actually do a good job servicing the accounts that trust BG. So a lot of focus on our people. As we all know, people make the difference, right? You can have the best plan and strategy, but if you don't have the right people, it's not going to work out.
And Andy, people are a big part of that BG equation. You bring that to the table, and you're right. People business, you're focused on that very wisely. And tell us a little bit more. So what are you thinking? What's on your mind in the world of fixed operations today? So many things happening right now to get the dealer's attention, and want to kind of hear it from you.
Yeah, what's on my mind is everybody in the industry is busy, right? Every dealership you go to, everybody seems a little stressed out. Everybody seems overwhelmed. And what happens is customer experience breaks down, right? The process breaks down. And really, I'm speaking from my own experience going to dealerships to get my vehicle serviced. And sometimes you see a good process, but unfortunately, more times than not, I see a process breakdown. Probably not intentional, but it could just be a lack of process. Most dealerships will tell you they have a customer reception experience that they want their customers to have. A lot of them cannot hand you a piece of paper as a standard operating procedure that this is our process. And if you don't have that written down, is it really a process that your team can follow? And then I also find that even if you have one, there's not a lot of accountability because, everybody's busy. The advisors are busy, the techs are busy, and all the managers seem to be pretty busy as well. And so what's on my mind really is that customer experience. How do we make sure that customer, let's face it, 90% of them are coming in for an oil change. So I hope that these processes are written to address the prime item that most customers are coming in for, right? So what I find is, hey, I'm here for an oil change. Here's the keys. They say, thank you very much. Are you waiting? Here's the waiting room. Or if you're not waiting, we'll call you when it's ready. And it just blows my mind that there's really no experience wrapped around that. So if most customers are coming in for an oil change, showing them not just an oil change, but what about an oil service, saying, here's our options. Of course, I work for BG, so we believe in the chemistry we provide dealers. But the basic oil change really should have an MOA additive with that oil change. It's good for the engine, it prolongs the life, but also it comes with up to $4,000 of protection for that customer for very little money. That is a huge value to that customer. It's a huge value they'll go tell their other family members about when they get their oil change there. So, our basic oil change has BG MOA and it comes with this protection. And then everybody in the industry knows we're seeing heavy oil consumption with today's GDI engines. They're burning more oil. It's affecting the engine, the life of the engine, the operating efficiency of the engine. That really affects fuel mileage and performance as well. So our performance oil package comes with BG EPR and it cleans those piston rings, smooths the idle, and helps your vehicle run better. Why aren't we presenting a simple oil package menu? Let the customer decide what they want and the level they want to maintain. And then once they pick a package, most OEMs are also recommending a fuel injector cleaner now with a tank product like BG44K. AC Delco has a version, Ford Motorcraft has a version. BG44K is the premier product for that. When the OEM's recommending these things, you should tell your customers, right? And you should tell them up front, in my opinion, at the oil change. So there's little opportunities like that, I believe people like to be educated. They don't want to be ignorant about anything. And most people don't know a lot about car maintenance. So if we just do a little education, I think that would go a long way.
Andy, the chemistry at BG is second to none. I've spent time there with you at Wichita, seen a lot of it firsthand. Going back to the reception process, I would even take it back even a step further. When the car is delivered, the new car delivery, I recently had a vehicle delivered. My daughter bought a new car. And again, I'm in the business, as are you. I was with her for the delivery, but the dealership did not take any time to show her where to go for your first appointment. Where do you pull up with your vehicle? Who do you speak to? When does that happen? And I thought that was a lost opportunity. And we see so little of that. We're supposed to do that with that sales to service handoff, but really just getting the customer indoctrinated early into that repeat and referral business, which is a big part of what we do.
Yeah, that's a great point, Ted, because, if they're familiar with where they need to go, then they feel more confident to pull up to that drive, right? And if they feel comfortable there, you start to build some trust, right? They educated you and showed the customer where they're supposed to go. But if you don't have trust and familiarity and comfort, how open are they going to be to any recommendations that advisor has for them?
I want to talk to you a little bit about the training side of the business, Andy. You're the director of marketing and training. I know you have a huge passion for that training part of the business. And we have a couple people coming up this week on the roundtable, Mike Bauer and Spiro, who do a tremendous job for our industry. I think they're both, especially Spiro's a young up and coming name in the industry. So congratulations on what you're doing there. What kind of new and innovative technologies are you working on these days?
Yeah, so the thing I'm most excited about right now is we've been developing an augmented reality app called the BG Experience. It's been available on a tablet for a while, but in the last year we've released a headset version with the MetaQuest 3, and it is just amazing as a training tool. Ted, as a trainer, the biggest difficulty and hurdle of training is just getting people's attention, right? Just try to get them to forget about everything else that's going on in their world and focus on a subject for just 15 minutes, 30 minutes. So the BG Experience, we've just released a new interactive mode, and it's fantastic. It will actually create an experience that your technicians and advisors will actually enjoy doing training.
Andy, hey, that's a big statement. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, it is a big statement to say people enjoy your training. So, and we've experienced it, testing out this augmented reality application. So what I mean by that is it's very immersive, right? You've got a headset on and there's not a lot of motion. Some people get concerned, am I going to get dizzy in an AR or VR virtual reality experience? And it will do both, but it does not make anybody dizzy. So that's the good news. And it has such an immersive experience to where actually you see this 3D model, it's educating you on the value of doing these services, but then the interactive mode lets you actually pull out engine components or cooling system components or brake system components and learn about each of those items and why it's important to maintain, your oil changes and add MOA because of the timing chain. You don't want it to stretch, you don't want it to wear out. Or, how does the turbo affect oil and degrading that oil quicker? How does any of these components actually help? What's the function of that component? And it's so funny is usually training people are ready to, eat the pizza and get out of there and get back to work. With this new training experience that our BG representatives can to bring to all these dealerships, we actually have to tell them, hey, it's time for somebody else's turn, or it's time to get back to work. So it's very immersive, it's very interesting, it's very engaging, and I think dealers who haven't experienced it yet, ask your BG representative to bring it out. We're just kind of getting it rolled out to all the distributors, so you may not have seen it yet, but it's also free to the public. You can buy a MetaQuest 3 headset, and dealerships can start training with it right away. So either way is a great option.
And Andy, the BG Experience, that's an app that's available, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, it's a mobile app free on iOS and Android, phone or tablet. And then now the MetaQuest 3 is it's the old Oculus. Meta bought Oculus, and so this is their latest and greatest headset. and the visuals are amazing. The interactive engagement is quite something else. So it's definitely something to experience.
I know this is award winning. I've seen that a little while back. Andy, BG is the only one that I'm aware of that's doing anything like this in terms of augmented reality to really help in the training and coaching of advisors and staff throughout the dealership, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's an industry segment first. Nobody in our segment and most people in the industry, unless you're an OE, are not playing at this level of interactivity and technology. And it has won, a Motor Top 20 award a couple years back. Brandon Hall has evaluated it as well. We won a gold for that. It's an amazing experience. I can't stress enough how engaged your people will be of learning something and getting that foundational knowledge of, why are we offering these services? What are the benefits to it? How does it actually improve the customer situation? What's the system? A lot of advisors today don't even know how these systems work. And I've had a lot of dealers tell me they're hiring advisors from, they were serving coffee yesterday and they're advising service today. They were cutting hair yesterday, they're advising service today. So a lot of the training tools like BG Certified and BG Experience, and then our local reps coming out, it's all about helping them get that foundational knowledge so they can actually do a good job with the dealership's customer, right? You need knowledgeable people to have the right experience to build trust with that customer.
And like you just said, the advisor needs confidence and understanding in order to be able to explain it to the guest. So you're so right. We're taking people now from the hospitality and other industries and bringing them into automotive to provide them this kind of education. Andy, will the distributors be able to provide this at the dealership level for advisors, the augmented reality as part of their training
Absolutely.
once it's rolled out?
Absolutely. It's we have several that have piloted it already. There's a lot of headsets already out there, and reps are bringing them to shops. And it's kind of one of those whoa moments, right? It's very different than being bored with a PowerPoint slide or a lot of our training. We do a ton of training in the store, so some of the veterans in the store, they've seen a couple versions of the same training, but they've never seen anything like this. So it gets people who maybe are a little more veteran re-engaged in the process of seeing what's new.
It's very immersive, and at a time when other companies are going the other way and having less headcount, less people in the field. Andy, it seems you're ramping up. It seems you're adding and putting even more people on top of all the boots on the ground that you've got today in dealerships to help service advisors and service teams do better.
Yeah, we're about 800 reps, fluctuates on a regular basis in North America, and we are ramping up more because there's so much need in store to make sure that we're there every week, working with advisors, working with technicians, working on just process and flow, and it's a never-ending process. And Ted, that as an industry expert and trainer, training is never done. Training isn't something you've done. Training is something that you do, and you do continually to stay on the top of your game.
Andy, also speak to us a little bit about your partner Beyond Products, because there's so much that BG brings to the table for its retailers. In addition to the chemistry, you've got a lot of tools. I'll begin on the menu, and we've seen them here on the roundtable as you roll them out. The menus, the tools to help to be able to give customers selections and choices, and then to be able to help dealers become more profitable with things you're doing on the hyper intelligence side. Speak to us for a moment about that, if you would, because not everybody is aware of that.
Sure. So, it's great to have the best product in the world. The chemistry is second to none. But I always joke with our reps when they come to BG University and tell them, how many of you know that the best product does not always win, right? It's who is providing the most value to that customer. So in the dealer world, we are providing not only the best product, we have the best equipment that's made in the USA. It's engineered by our engineers here at BG. We are not getting equipment from a third party like a lot of our competitors. So we make sure everything works together properly. We also have the Advisor app, as you said, the BG Tech app, and a BG dashboard, which gives them lots of training. It gives them a lot of, hey, you're doing a transmission service, here's the adapter you need. Here's the correct fluid for that vehicle. So a lot of tools that help efficiency. But to your point, a huge thing we do is that Smart VMA menu system. What's so unique about it, it's very difficult to offer VIN-specific menu recommendations. Well, it takes a lot of people to do it, but we've cracked that code. And when you can offer customers VIN-specific recommendations that show them the manufacturer's requirements or really recommendations of the services they should be doing, but also offer severe conditions or dealer recommended services based on the environment those vehicles are in. It's a very powerful tool. We often see a 30% lift in maintenance services when that tool is put into a store, regardless of the OEM. And we're actually, we just hit over 15% of dealers are using that tool now. So it has significant penetration in the market because dealers are seeing the value and the results. Customers are getting these great services. A lot of them come with the lifetime protection. So all of these things between training, sales resources like Smart VMA, retention programs like lifetime protection, it's the full package of your partner beyond the product that's great to make sure that you're succeeding and that your customer's succeeding as well.
And Andy, finally, congratulations on the General Motors and Ford programs that you have been rolling out nationwide over the past year or more. That has certainly, provided a big win for the industry and big win for the retailers and the opportunities within the OEM. If you want to speak to that, I think that's an industry first, as far as I know.
Well, it's been a great partnership. It's really great because they've validated not only the chemistry with their engineers, and so that speaks volumes and what our lab team does to make sure we have the best product in the market. But also that they've recognized that today's engine technology in vehicles, they need more maintenance than vehicles of 10 and 20 years ago, and not every dealership has caught up to that mindset, and definitely not every consumer has caught up to that mindset. And so we have a big job to do with education, and the more that the OEs are recommending those services really brings a lot of validity, credibility to the customer to say, hey, we're recommending this fuel system treatment for this engine. It's what GM recommends for your car. It's what Ford recommends for your vehicle. And so it's been huge to have that validation. And we're just excited to continue the partnership, grow the partnership, make sure everybody's taken care of.
Andy, we're in a great space, fixed operations and BG products. I believe it's 55 years now. What a great history. And again, a great mantra, and congratulations to you, the team, and the distributors on all the success you're having.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate all you do.
Andy, if our audience wants to learn more about BG, if they're by chance not a BG retailer, want to find out what could happen on the local level, what's the best way for them to reach out and get more information?
Yeah, the best way is just to go to our website, bgprod.com, and there's a distributor locator on there, and just put in your county code, and we'll get the right distributor to reach out to you and walk you through the program and everything that's involved. But there's a lot of great information on there. If you're interested in the training, there's a page for that. If you're interested in Smart VMA and what that can do for you, there's a page on the site for that. If you're more interested in our equipment, the site is full of great resources to educate yourself before you reach out to one of our distributors. But when you are ready, the distributor locator on the site is the best option.
All right. There we have it. Andy Baldassarre, everybody. He's the Director of Marketing and Training at BG Products, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
BG Experience provides a window into today's vehicle systems, including the engine, brake, driveline, and cooling system. You will learn about how each system functions, the challenges they face, and BG Products' preventative maintenance solutions to these challenges. BG Experience is used by automotive trade schools and service centers to educate students, technicians, and service advisors. The ability to see how individual components of complex vehicle systems interact in motion provides a more visceral understanding than older training methods. We partner with over 50,000 shops and service centers around the globe BG Experience is an essential tool to engage and educate automotive professionals worldwide.
Spiffy up and set your sights on our Spiffy panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We're at the Reynolds and Reynolds Amplify Summit here in Dallas, Texas, and Ed Roberts is with us, along with an incredible panel. And Ted, I'm looking forward to what we're going to talk about today.
I am as well. Spiffy is really taking the industry by storm, and it's timely that they're here with us today. Troy Blackwell is here from Spiffy, a great friend of the Roundtable and one of our certified partners. Also, Cory Culler here with Reynolds and Reynolds, a great friend of the Fixed Ops community, and Ed Roberts, one of the anchors of the Roundtable. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining us here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being. All right, so Ed, let me come to you first. What strategies have you found to be most effective in building customer trust and adoption of mobile service compared to the traditional model of in-dealership experience?
Well, when we go to a customer's place of business or home, it's a different experience for them. We didn't disrupt their day. We didn't take them away from things that they had to put on hold or whatever else to be able to get their vehicle serviced. So we're really removing the friction from doing that. And when we first started doing that, it created friction on our side because we're trying to track all these things down with spreadsheets and various different things. And we just needed to tie some of those things together. The technology was out there. We just needed to tie it together. And then I met Troy almost a couple of years ago now.
Yeah.
And he saw the vision that we were trying to accomplish and says, I want to be a part of this. And man, it's been a great partnership.
For sure. Right? Yeah. I mean, he said, we like to say zero friction addiction. And, when we go out and help our customers, they're on their home turf, like Ed said, whether they're at work or whether they're at home, they tend to be less guarded when they're at their house. So that when they are there and the technician pulls out a dirty cabin filter or wiper blades and says, ma'am, you'll need this for your car, they tend to say, okay, please put it on. So there's been a lot of pickup with mobile experience, and we're super excited to help partners like Ed and others out there.
Cory, how about from the Reynolds and Reynolds side? What are you seeing in terms of mobile services and remote services?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing an increase in it. I think part of it's due to, the challenge that we run into is that, time is a very precious commodity, right? So being able to, meet the needs of the consumer, whether that's, through electronic communications or on-site service or Some of the other things that we're able to do to help supplement the service experience to the consumer is definitely helpful and definitely pays dividends. The other piece is, like you said, it's getting that guard down, right? When we talk about even in dealership, one of the best places that we can be to consult with the customers at their vehicle, because it's some place that they're comfortable with and they feel safe with. So mobile service, at a customer's home or at their place of business, they have a sense of ease about that, and it helps meet up with whatever their needs and expectations are around their schedule.
Ed, from scheduling to technician deployment, what best practices really help ensure mobile service operations remain efficient and profitable at scale?
Well, that's where technology really comes into play, and we can use AI and determine what traffic patterns are at certain times and whatever else. So not only does it help us with maximizing that schedule, but it prompts us to when that appointment is best, when we can get to that customer the easiest, and then know the inventory that's on that vehicle. So having a platform, a one central source that we can go to and know where the vehicles are, and know when we can send someone out, that they got the right pieces on the van, know what the traffic situation is, and then redirect when we need to, is instrumental. Trying to figure all that out humanly, it's possible, but not necessarily effective.
Troy, what are you seeing when it comes to operations remaining efficient and profitable at scale?
Yeah, that's kind of the world we've lived in, but we weren't there at the very beginning. 11 years ago, we were just getting started, and we fell down and skinned our knees and got back up and dusted off, and then created some technology to help us. Typically, when I do go in and visit dealerships, it's impressive what they have done with just a Google Sheet. And I'm going to date myself here, but some people actually are using MapQuest to MapQuest their next day of what that looks like. So for me, we have some great tools, and it can make the dealerships more productive, and they're not scheduling like the cable company to say, we can be there between 8 noon and 1 to 5. And now we can condense, and in some cases, go from 2 ROs a day to as many as 5. So that's where we come in and help.
Cory, it's incredible. In Ed's case at Baldassarre, they started with 1, I guess, as most do, but look what it's grown to now.
Yeah, the fleet, we've as part of our ongoing kind of partnerships with dealerships. I've been to Ed's store several times, and I mean the team that he's got with Jeremy and all the technicians, and they're it's really pretty amazing, like the reach that it gives them to be able to meet the needs of their consumers, right? Their customers, their consumers, and be able to fit what works on their schedule, right? And it's not always just the the consumer at their home. Sometimes it's being able to do some of the fleet things that you guys are doing as well. So it gives you some of that reach that you might not have otherwise, which is pretty impressive.
It's find the way mentality, and then when you find the way, you find ways to make it efficient.
And speaking of efficiencies, I've heard you say this model for automotive repair also is very similar in many ways to other industries that are doing mobile, going out to the customer and successfully maybe adopting some of their best practices, healthcare, home services, things of that sort. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
So one of the toughest challenges is finding people, and because technicians are tough to find as it is, and we develop a lot of ours. But in this case, we have to have people that are capable of communicating well as well. They got to fill the role of the advisor and the technician. And so we've been successful looking at other industries like HVAC and plumbing and electrical. They already have the communication skills. They're already used to going to someone's home. They're already used to a lot of those things. And we just have to teach them the technical aspects. Well, they're already in tune with a lot of technical aspects because of the industry that they're in. It's just now the technical aspects of the automobile. So it ties in a lot more seamless than you would think from the outside looking in.
You think that as well, Troy?
Yeah, no, definitely. You look at other industries. I think COVID, we learned a lot during that time from a convenience side. And I even look at industries like Domino's Pizza. And I'm not a huge Domino Pizza fan, but for my kids, if they want to order pizza, they can see when it's going in the oven, when it's coming out, when it's in a vehicle, when it's getting to the house. And these are all what the next generation and others are looking for. So the convenience side of it, for sure.
And Troy, would you say scaling is probably one of the more important things that dealers are focusing on now as they get into mobile service and growing their fleets?
Yeah, so scaling and showing them the path to profitability. It's not an overnight. It's there is a capital investment that has to happen when you build out a van, and then you start to identify what's your strategy. And if it's like we're going to go after recalls or go after fleet and then go after customers, then that's what we're going to look at. So,
Absolutely. Well, Ed, as customer expectations evolve, what do you see as the next phase of mobile service, and how should dealerships or service providers be preparing today?
Well, the key is getting started. And if you get started, you will run into some friction. But ultimately, we want to enhance the ownership experience. And when we enhance the ownership experience, then we win over loyalty. We can win over the loyalty element. We all win. But getting started, finding out what those friction points are, a lot of times without it getting in our head that, well, we can't do that because of this. We can't do that because of that. I assure you the friction that you're thinking of is not the friction that you'll have once you get started. Some things will evolve easier than you thought. But getting started and then finding what those friction points are and asking partners to come in and help you with that and show you the roadmap to profitability, it's there. And our customers are already asking for it.
And Cory, dealerships, they're looking to service providers like Reynolds and Reynolds to really help them out when they're considering new solutions like this.
Yeah, being able to have the information, the details, right, and being able to have it tie in seamlessly in many cases really makes the difference, right? So you don't have the duplicated effort of trying to enter information between platforms. Provides really world-class solutions for our customers and ultimately the dealership's customers.
What a great partnership. Folks up here today, Ed Roberts at Bozard, Cory at Reynolds and Reynolds, Troy at Spiffy. Troy, if our audience wants to learn more about Spiffy and what you can do for them, how do they?
Yeah, just reach out. You'll find me on LinkedIn. With the help of you and your team, we're out there a lot. Great partners like Ed, and we have a great relationship with Reynolds from an integration standpoint. So find me on LinkedIn and reach out.
All right. It is still the dawn of mobile service, everybody, and remote services. I'm Ted Ings here with Sarah Vantine. We're here in Dallas at the Reynolds Amplify event with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We will be right back.
We want to and continue to become that epicenter for automotive education, training, thought leadership, and certainly placement of aspiring students for this industry. But it really is our silent kickoff party, as you're going to hear more and more about Northwood University's Center for Automotive and Mobility Studies. It's a remarkable testament to the power of relationships and moreover friendships. And today we've got remarkable panelists discussing all arrays of the automotive retail and aftermarket sectors.
When the next generation millennials and Gen Zs are entering the workforce, they want to know more about career development, professional development. Where do I go from here?
Stay curious. Our industry is changing so fast, and I know that the technology that's out there is going to change the way we look at the world very, very soon.
I think when we look at each other for solutions, you get incremental growth, but when you look outside the industry and look at what the big aggregators are doing, you can get exponential growth.
You can leave here and you can get taught all this great stuff by the school, but what's going to separate you guys is the first link in the chain. It's your willingness to activate it.
Hop into the automobile, we're taking the show on the road with the myKaarma mobile service panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's Monday, must be Mobile Monday. This is the myKaarma mobile service panel. And with us are the esteemed legends that are on this panel today who really got us all started with remote services. Ed Roberts and Jeremy Stevens are with us. They're with Bozard Ford Lincoln in beautiful St. Augustine, Florida. Jim Sabino on Route 17 in Paramus, New Jersey with the All-American Ford Group. Thanks for being here. Matt Bateman, our great friend from myKaarma, who's hosting the panel. Matt, thanks for all you do for the industry. Mark Mickens is with us from ES3, real pioneer in the mobile part of our industry. So, Mark, thank you for all you do. And with us first time on this panel, but not first time on the roundtable, is Nolan Armpriester. He is with the Kinley Automotive Group. And Nolan, you have taken the industry by storm. Welcome, and give us a little background on your story, if you don't mind, Nolan.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Director of Operations for Kinley Automotive Group. We started mobile service about 5 years ago. We've grown it from one van to 33 vehicles running mobile service across 3 shifts. We're kind of gravitating towards 2 shifts right now, but the additional shifts really allowed us to move into the fleet space and attract that business by being able to work on their vehicles outside of normal hours, eliminating downtime, and it's been huge for us. We are a volume store, obviously, with fleet, so just keeping it going. We're hoping to keep growing, and we're just excited to be in the mobile space right now.
Nolan, if you don't mind, I know you've told me before about how many mobile repair orders last year.
Last year, out of our main store, we did 24,000 and 11,000 out of our sister stores, a total of about 35,000 for the year.
Now, Nolan, when we first met back in May, I had Jim Sabino fact check you. I said, Jim, look it up with Ford, and let's see where Nolan sits on the rankings. Jim, what did you find at the time? Do you remember what we talked about?
Yeah, I sure do. And yes, and you know, he did all this under the cover of darkness. He really did. He came out and he was maneuvering and making, you know, he was going into different states, into New York, he's into Virginia, he's into DC. You know, he's based in Pennsylvania, and he is absolutely, you know, the #1 dealer in the country as far as mobile service jobs performed. They did that basically from what he's saying, on those offering the 3 shifts and servicing the fleets when their trucks are down, you know, early mornings and then into the evenings. So incredible job that he did basically behind the curtain. And now, you know, now he came out, he revealed himself, and and we're all glad to meet him. You know, I mean, it's he's got a great story, and it's, you know, for those of us that really buy into the mobile service experience, he's a true, you know, he's a leader like the rest of the guys on this panel are. He really is. It's great to know him.
And Nolan, why did you find it easier to go in through the commercial side, if you don't mind?
I just felt like we were filling that need, right? We were providing that solution, because just eliminating the downtime, being the person to be there every night, we try to stay proactive. So we're looking over vehicles, we're performing DOT inspections every single night for these fleets, and we're letting them know ahead of time what needs to be done, so they're not being flagged by ownership at that point. And that's been huge for us.
Ed, I had a similar phone call with you. You must remember the phone call last May, Ed, that you and I had.
Absolutely, but I tie it back to the haircut. It's got something to do with the haircut to get you there. I'm not doing it. I'm not getting a haircut.
Ed and Jeremy, bring us up to speed on Bozard Ford and Lincoln and what you're doing there.
So this year we've been, our story's a little bit different than Nolan. So our main priority was to relieve our main shop capacity. So we attacked the retail side of it heavily. And I believe we were a couple weeks behind getting to the main shop, but now that we're working efficiency models with the mobile and relieve that shop capacity, we have same day or next day availability now. So we have moved the needle tremendously on the retail side.
And Jim, you and I have discussed the commercial side. That is quite a big segment of what you do there at All American too.
Correct. And the commercial and fleets are a huge opportunity to do mobile service business. There is definitely a need there. And we're giving them basically a taste of their own medicine because, they go out and serve their customers. So we're giving them the same service that they provide to their customers. We make it convenient. We make it easy. We remove a lot of the pain points, as Ed always likes to say. And, it's downtime is critical when it comes to those fleets. It really is. Time is money. And they appreciate and they very much gravitate to the mobile service experience.
Mark Mickens, you're a former Ford dealer and Mercedes and mobile experience on both, as well as outside that in the industry. Mark, talk to us about what you're working on right now.
I'm pretty excited to hear all the the flexibility and why everybody does mobile for different reasons. We've really stepped up our game on our mobile program, our training system, to really go out and talk exactly what these gentlemen are talking about. There's different ways of getting into mobile service and different reasons for it. Sometimes it's capacity, which is a great reason to do it. It's one of the reasons why I originally did it. But I've seen traveled the country now, been in over 100 mobile installs with our team now, and everybody has a different reason for doing it, and everybody has a different way they want to grow. I mean, some of our original clients have stayed the same. It's fitting their needs. They're taking care of their customers, and some of our installs have now grown to be. We have a Mercedes-Benz dealer we work with that's in 48 states now, doing airbag recalls and things, across the country. So that's what we've really stepped up our game on the training side to really tell ownership and groups that, listen, there's different reasons for you to get into it. It's got to fit your need, and it's also got to serve the customers the way they want to be served. So it's really something in it for everybody. To hear the stories going back and forth here, I'm smiling because it's exactly what we're encountering when we go out and try to help people. The question is always, why mobile service? Well, there's different reasons for mobile service for dealers now, and they're starting to realize that.
And Mark, everybody on this panel jumped in. They didn't do it in a small way. They all went in a big way because they saw the opportunity. Speak to us about that, because you saw it really early at the Mercedes-Benz over on Route 17 and Premise.
I mean, I always warn anybody that we install or educate. They buy one van, and I'm on to the second van before we leave. And they look at you, and I'm saying, listen, just plan. And we give them a plan to look and know when the time's going to be for the second van and the third van, because it's going to happen. Once you start going and doing it, and you find more business and you find a niche in your market, it's just going to grow. Customer wants it. Fleets obviously want it. Right? It's the number one thing if you want to try to attract a fleet is go where they are on their time and their terms, and you'll have customers forever. And that's the growth is enormous once you get going in it. And we figured it out right away. My issue originally was capacity. I had no place to go. And if we were ever going to grow our business, if we were ever going to serve our customers that we weren't serving well, we had to go out and do what we were doing. And it just, took on a life of its own for our store. But now in the training side of it, we see it grow with our clients where, we start out here and then the next time we go and visit, it's here already. So I always warn people, get ready for number 2.
Matt Bateman, the next frontier is here, and it's mobile and it's remote services.
It's amazing. I keep hearing Nolan talking about 24,000 ROs at that store. That's like just opening up multiple additional service departments there out of the same building. That's just incredible. I'm curious, Nolan, how you handle that volume just from a scheduling and logistics perspective. Have you put people on it? Are you running systems? How do you keep all of that going on top of the day job at the dealership for your in-store services?
What I did was I structured the department just like any brick and mortar service department. So, we do have a director that oversees all the operations within that department, but I have managers that manage the 3 separate arms, because we have a regular mobile service arm that goes out and does B2C, retail, as well as recalls. And then we have what we call our inspect team. They mainly focus on heavy duty DOT inspections, and then our repair team that follows them up. So we typically have managers that oversee each branch and then coordinators under them, but it's an undertaking. I mean, there's no question. There's days it goes sideways. There's days it goes great. But you know, it's a challenge for sure, but it's definitely the way the industry is going. So, you know, it's get on board now or be left behind.
Absolutely.
Nolan, you once said to me that you see the future of what we do in automotive retail as being outside that brick and mortar, outside the building. Speak to us about that, because I thought that was fascinating. You mentioned that at the World Trade Center.
I just think that that's the way the world's gone, right? Everybody craves convenience. Everybody wants something brought to them. You know, you got Uber Eats, DoorDash, you know, there's just all these very convenient things, Instacart. Why aren't we in that space, right? We make it so inconvenient for customers. We've gotten great at making customers do business on our terms. So I think we just got to pivot. And I think, you know, as our customer demographic gets younger and younger, you're going to see less people come into our stores. The opportunity is really going to be on the road and outside our walls and just doing business on their terms. I don't think dealerships go away, but I think you see heavy duty repair work in shops. I think you see a lot of maintenance work and lighter duty stuff being done on the road in customers' driveways.
Ed Roberts, do you concur? What do you say?
Well, yeah, it's taking the friction out. It's as our customers, the more and more our customers experience it, the more and more they want it. And we have to be prepared for that, because if we don't continue to prepare for it, it'll flip to where our customers have experienced it and that's what they want, but then they can't get it. So the opportunity is in front of us to introduce it to as many customers as possible, but then continue to layer in the structure to where we can keep up with it. Because as Nolan will tell you, even in the fleet customers, retail customers, it doesn't matter. Once they experience it once, it's all they want. And the worst thing we can do is let them experience it once and then tell them we're not available next time around.
Jeremy, the last time you were on the show, you were inside the mobile service van, I believe, with another gentleman, and you had a mechanism set up right behind you, okay, so that mobile service, if you would, could be done and everything transmitted. Speak to us about that, because we had so many people contact us about that and what you were doing.
Yeah, so it's trying new things, because in Florida, the cell service is not that great out there. So we're using different hotspots and just thinking outside the box and figure out what works, what doesn't, and be willing to just adapt with it. And kind of going back from, you know, following Ed, what he said, our biggest challenge or opportunity, how you look at it, is the technicians have bypassed the service advisor, and the customer wants the technician to go back. Once they build that relationship up, the challenge now is, how do I get that technician back to that customer every single time without interfering with the routes? And what's cool about it is we're hearing about it every day now. It's like, hey, why did this guy come to my house? I wanted Patrick. I wanted Kyle. And now it's that. And now the technicians are saying it. It's like, hey, I saw Ted yesterday. He's doing great. He's thinking about buying a car. And it's like the technician knows everything, the dog's name, everything about this customer. And it's pretty cool when the technicians say, hey, I love this customer. You know, they gave me ice cream. You know, they gave me water. It's like they're always wanting to show off their car collection or their motorcycles and stuff like that. So it's cool to bring that old school vibe back, where the technicians are excited that they know the customer and they get to go back to their house.
Jim Sabino, I see your vehicles here on the road in New Jersey. One passed me by just the other day. So I know you're in neighborhoods. You're everywhere here in New Jersey now. I'm not sure what the fleet is up to, but I know it's growing.
It is, Ted. And, you know, we categorize our customers as, you know, retail customers and fleet customers. So different trucks will do different jobs depending on the scheduling and how the day maps out. But yes, we take care of a lot of our retail customers, and it's a big hit, as Jeremy's saying. It's a very personal face-to-face interaction with our technician and the customer, and it goes really well. They ask questions. they kind of do a multi-point, and sometimes the customer's right there and they bring the dog out and they want to have a little chat. Other times they're like, hey, I'm working from home, I'm on a Zoom call, I'm here, I'm there, the key's in the mailbox, just put the key back in the mailbox when you're done, and we're good. So, communication is key. Mobile service coordinator within the dealership kind of sets the scheduling, does the routing, and then has all the interaction with the customer through text messaging and email. It works really well. It does. And, obviously we continue to scale. As we all know, the need is there. The consumer is receiving this at a very high level. They want once they get in the system, in the cycle, they want it again and again. Like Jeremy was saying, they want specifically that technician to come back because they had a great experience when they worked on their car, whether it was a quick recall or a works package or whatever, or replacing a battery, whatever it is. They were very happy and pleased because they were polite, they were clean. And there is, and like you said, they get gratuity, they get snacks, they get all kinds of things. It's really cool. It's a great experience. And then, the high level, high volume fleet customers, really just say, hey, when can you do it? And what time are you going to be here? I got 6 vehicles. They're all out of service and they're waiting on you. Boom. So you send the truck out and you knock out all 6, and those 6 are back on the road for that fleet. So that's where the magic happens there. It's a customer retention tool, it's a customer satisfaction tool, and it's a revenue driver. And you can, as we all know, you can expand your capacity without brick and mortar. So that's really is the big sweet spot where people need to understand that. Where Nolan, 24,000 additional repair orders were written without adding bays in a kind of traditional brick and mortar situation. And the same thing at Beaux-Arts, where they're doing, I believe, approximately 100 mobile ROs, 110 or so a day on average. Is that correct, guys?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So just think about how many bays you would need in a building to write another 100 ROs per day. So it really is. It's exciting. And as Nolan was saying, it's a need, right? Uber Eats, DoorDash, it's the convenience level that really is the attraction to the consumer, the end user of receiving this mobile service.
Jim, I'm curious, do you still get a lot of dealerships reaching out to you, reaching out to Jim Sabino for information on mobile service and questions for you?
Yeah. They do. And you know what, when different things air, like when this airs and stuff, and the emails go high and the LinkedIn pings go up and stuff, and dealers, they want to know, and they have questions. They go, hey, how does this pencil out, right? It's a term that we used to use a lot. Does it pencil out, the drive time and the scheduling, and what do you do if somebody calls out sick, and what do you do? So you need all those plans. Like you can't go in blinded. You have to have a plan. You have to know how to react. Like Nolan was saying, sometimes it goes sideways. Sometimes it goes really well. When you're running that amount of vans, and the same thing, with down in Florida, when that amount of vans, when a couple of guys are on vacation or out sick, there's always a plan B. You need it because you don't want to disappoint the customer that you set up and they're expecting you to show up to perform the service.
Matt, this is not the only thing that myKaarma does, but I got to say, it's a great segue in, because it is the future and so much is happening. And Matt, you're squarely in the middle of technology, and none of this is going to happen without advanced technology that's going to continue to improve.
Yeah, Ted, absolutely. Jeremy and Jim both said something that is really critical that we've observed, right? Especially in mobile service, these customers are talking to the techs directly. They are building a relationship with the tech directly. Nolan's shaking his head, and Mark is too. And we've observed this, right? So the advisor has a really important job in the dealership. But one area we've realized is oftentimes the information gets filtered through the advisor to the technician, and critical information doesn't necessarily make it. That customer wanted to tell you in detail what's going on with the car, and we end up with a squeak on the back left side, right? And the technician is going, whether in the shop or showing up in a driveway or an office, going, well, what is this about? And maybe they get a chance to talk to the customer. Maybe the keys are in the mailbox, as I think Jim said. We've just rolled out last month a new tool called Service Pre-Diag. And once that appointment is booked, we send a link to the customer, and we let them have a conversation with our AI agent. And what's really cool about it is it's been completely trained on all of our data to ask the right questions around what's wrong with the vehicle. So you ask it, hey, my car's making a noise, and it knows to ask the right question. Is it on startup? Is it when it's warm? Is it when you're making turns? Oh, it's when I'm making turns. Does it happen when you hit the brake? Yeah, it happens when I hit the brake. What else is going on? It walks the customer through those questions. And we see customers get engaged with this. They're answering 8, 9 questions because they want to give the info. Here's what we're doing with it. We're taking that and we're summarizing it directly into our inspection tool. So it goes directly to the technician and they get to see a full summary of everything. Plus, if they want, they can go in and see the verbatim transcript of everything happening there. And so we're actually seeing 20% increases in RO dollars when people use this tool. We're seeing 30, 40 minutes lower time on diagnostic because the technician is getting exactly what they need from the customer with the right prompts and the right level of detail. So it's perfectly designed for mobile server, especially if you're heading out. You want to know exactly what you're heading out for that repair or what's going on, but it works in the entire shop. So that's what we're working on in technology right now, Ted. It's just cool to see, Jeremy and Jim and others say, yeah, they're talking to the techs directly. And we're like, yep, we see the same thing. How can we facilitate that and make it even better?
Matt, what's it called again? Give us the name of that application.
Service Pre-Diag. And we just went live with it last month. We got dozens of customers that, okay, we're ready, we're good, we got it out to them. It's really cool. We'd love to show it to more dealers. It's a really, really neat piece of technology.
And available now at myKaarma.
It's available. It's live right now.
To your right is Mark Mickens, probably no bigger advocate than myKaarma I've ever met than Mark. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's for my personal life. You got it for my personal life, so if I can talk into it, communicate to my wife and kids.
So Jeremy, I'll tell you this just as a funny thing. When we were testing the software, I kept trying to throw it off of its game. I'd say, well, hey, this is going on in my personal life, or I'm really hungry, and it always drives it back. It goes, I'm so sorry to hear you haven't had lunch yet. Let's figure out what's going on with that window regulator. It's incredible. It keeps them on task. So nope, it won't help you in your personal life. This one's purely for the techs.
Cats are years ago, Matt. Let's face it.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is the best service advisor you could get.
Absolutely, and it's not just the service advisor. I mean, we don't need valets because there is no valet service to do. There's just so many elements that comes along with it. And as this continues to evolve with what Matt and myKaarma are doing, we will set appointments, and the technician will fill so many of those pieces. And the dealers out there think, well, how can we make this work? We don't know how we can afford it. Well, as all those things come together and it gets encompassed into one-stop shop through that technician, it really highlights how it can be affordable for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Sabino, this is another groundbreaking event in retail automotive.
It sure is. And the more technology advances, it's incredible on the amount of tools and that we have available to us. And like Matt was just saying, it's something that's a great feature that can just help enhance the customer experience, getting a better deep dive into the description so the technician doesn't waste time and maybe go a little sideways in his he or she diagnosis, and kind of goes right pinpointing it based on that IA drilling down and drilling down and drilling down. The AI drilling it down, and it really is. It's exciting to be a part of, and just think fast forward 3, 4, 5 years from now, where we're going to be then, where we are now today. It's incredible how quick it advances.
So Jim, are we beyond proof of concept now for remote services and mobile service? What do you say?
I'm pretty sure that's safe to say we are way beyond proof of concept. And it's the people that really buy into it and believe in it are the ones that really make it happen. And as I said, when I first met you and everyone else, and I was kind of on the fence, and two of the guys sitting on this panel right now are the reasons why I dove into the pool. I said they're onto something, and I know Mark 30 years, but and he was just what I saw. He was building vans himself. There was no upfit. He was his own upfitter. He was doing things on himself. He was just getting it done and making it happen. And then I'm like, before I really knew Ed, I'm like, this guy's onto something. He really is. And look at it now. So it works. Believe in it, and it works.
Mark?
I'm in the why business now, right? Because when we are working with dealers, the question's always why. Why would I do that? What and we get reams of data. The manufacturers we work with are great. We get survey information, we get reams of data, and I'm going to give you one statistic why you should do it if you're a dealer, because the last study that we got said 90% of the customers that had a mobile service done were likely to have the next one done. Okay. 90%. So if somebody ever asks me why you should go into the mobile service business, that's the reason why. Because you can't say that in the shop. It's not 90% coming back to your shop anywhere, any manufacturer in the country. Okay.
That's three times the national average.
Correct. So when people are saying 90% of your customers do you go out and do the first mobile service to are likely to use you again for that same service, that's why you need the second truck, right? To accommodate all that. So from a statistical standpoint, it's just really starting to pile up. The last big study that we looked at said the number one reason that people used your dealership for service was, convenience of making an appointment and respect for their time. Those are two big things. Mobile service checks both those boxes. Those were the top answers. Wasn't price, wasn't anything. Those were the top two answers. Respect for their time, right? People want their time. It means a lot to them now. So the business has changed a lot. And this is a big part of it. It's not a small part. This used to be supplementary to somebody's business. It's not anymore. It's got to be a very main focal point of your business, as far as I'm concerned.
Nolan, over in Reading, Pennsylvania, does this continue to grow? Does it continue to gain traction and steam as we move ahead?
It never stops growing. That's the awesome thing about a remote operation is, you can scale it to whatever you want. And I think that's the real opportunity within mobile is there are no borders, there are no boundaries. If you're willing to go get the work and the billable hours are there, then go get it. And I think, to Mark's point, it is not a supplemental department. It is its own department, right? And it has to be treated that way. It has to be separated on the financial statement. It should be looked at as its own department. That way you can measure it and grow it properly. But I definitely think that the opportunities are everywhere. It's just being willing to go out and get them at this point.
And Jeremy, if I can give you a shout out, congratulations to you because you have now put together a group and that group is focused on mobile service. Nolan mentioned the financial statements and you've actually made a diligent effort to get our industry better on that. If you want to take a few moments and talk about that, but I think it's fascinating, Jeremy Stevens, what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I'd love to. Thank you. Because there's a lot of chatter about it and honestly, not one person has all the answers. Just as this panel was, there's a fleet way of doing it and a retail. And right now we're, when you look at a 20 group, if it's used as a tool, it's an awesome platform because you don't know what you don't know. And this is why I'm so excited. We got a good, and Nolan's a part of this group, and I'm really excited to pick his brain on the fleet side because we're adjusting ours to fleet now because our retail has grown so much. Now we're tapping into the fleet side, but it's nice to know where everybody's at because I know that we're not doing everything right. And there's some stuff we're doing very well, but it's nice to get in a room just full of people that's just solely focused on mobile service and what does it look like? Because my numbers may be different than Nolan's or Jim's, and it's like, well, what are you doing in that category? Because I'm missing something. And I need some help with it. And it's going to be pretty cool to have a group of people around that to help each other grow to the next level. So super excited about being a part of this.
And Jeremy, are you still taking applications? Can people still reach out to you for that to get involved?
Yeah, we got room for maybe one or two more.
Matt, look where all this is going. Okay. I mean, it started out all things fixed operations with myKaarma, and now it's going and going and going. It's not just the video checking in the vehicle or the tech checking in on the video. Matt, it's everything.
It's the whole thing. It's a whole solution, and you've got to be where your customers want you to be. Mark's talking about this 90% return rate, and I'll tell you, The other day, I left my house and I saw two on my street, two mobile dog wash vans, two different companies washing one of my dogs on my street and another dog on the other side of the street. And I was like, of course, right? Once you've had that luxury of someone coming to your house for that service, you're never going back from that. Well, 90% of the time you're not going back. So, it's every part of our lives. We're busy. Come service my car, come wash my dog, come bring me my groceries. I'm never looking back once I've had that level of experience and service from a dealership.
Ed and Jeremy, I heard you say that we can learn a lot from these other industries that are in the mobile facet. If you want to elaborate on that, also helping us with our HR as well at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. The home service business has it figured out. So I spent the last 3 or 4 months just studying what they do, what software they use, how do they, and they have this down into a process. How you knock on the door where you're not creepy and you're not overbearing, and it goes into the details of that stuff. And these home service businesses have been doing it from the beginning. And we have learned a lot, and we've adapted a lot of our stuff to this just so we can be more effective. Even it goes to the extreme of where you park your van at. So when the customer opens the door, they see your van as a backdrop. Just little stuff that you don't think of, the total package on that. So we're kind of using a lot of the ways they do things on their side and adapted it to the automotive side.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, congratulations, everybody on the panel today. Great job with remote services and mobile service. I can't wait to hear what's next. Ed Roberts, Jeremy Stevens at Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine. Jim Sabino, the king of the North. Winter's coming, all right? And we're going to have a lot of new stories to share. Nolan Armpriester in Reading, Pennsylvania. Thank you for all you do and for coming out and sharing with us what's happening and opening our eyes to the additional big opportunities. Thank you, Nolan.
Thank you.
Mark Mickens, what can I say? All right, the best in the business. So very steady hand. And Matt Bateman, myKaarma, okay, in the middle of it all. So what a great place to be, Matt.
It's an exciting time. I love this meeting. Every time it's just more vans out there, more services, more and more and more. It's incredible.
And Matt, it's all these retail leaders talking about it, right? And that's what gets I think everyone wants to tune in and hear what they have to say, because I want to hear what Jeremy's got to say this month, right? Haven't heard from him yet in a while. So, Matt, if our audience wants to learn more about myKaarma, what's the best way for us to do that?
Yeah, just go to myKaarma.com, reach out, click the big book a demo button. We'll take you through all the stuff, give you a view of all the new things I talked about, service pre-diag, even talk to you about some of the other tools that are coming down the road. But yeah, come visit us, myKaarma.com. We'd love to have a conversation with you. I'm excited to work with you guys.
Matt, thank you for hosting. So appreciate it. Thanks. Everybody, the myKaarma mobile service panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Introducing Service Pre-Diag, a new AI innovation from myKaarma. Tom's got a problem with his AC, but he's only told the service department, "My AC won't blow." That's not much to go on. Luckily, this dealership has myKaarma's Service Pre-Diag. Automated conversational AI engages Tom in a guided interview via text or voice before he brings the car in.
My AC won't blow. There's no air.
I'm sorry to hear that, Tom. Let's gather some details to help our technicians. Is the car making any unusual sound? For example, a rattle, squeak, or something else?
At the same time, he can also request additional service. 20% of Service Pre-Diag users do just that. Then, all of Tom's concerns and the full AI customer interview are summarized right in the RO, including any media he shared. With that information, techs and advisors have a head start, starting work faster with more accurate diagnostics, saving an average of 42 minutes per RO. That means hours saved every day, higher RO throughput, and a jump in revenue. myKaarma's Service Pre-Diag, the first in a suite of AI innovations that make a real difference in your bottom line. Get a demo now.
Sing Geronimo. Our next speaker is Jeremy Stevens with his Mobile Service 20 group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Jeremy Stevens, our good friend from Bozart Ford Lincoln, has recently come up with a new Mastermind 20 group specifically for the mobile audience, mobile service audience. Jeremy, welcome back, and tell us what's happening and what you're working on.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me. We started this path almost 2 years now at Bozart Ford, doing mobile service, and what I'm finding out is there's a lot of interest in it, and then there's also that questionable what's going on with it. Is there a future in it? And a lot of how you do this and how you do that. And Ted, I'll be honest with you, I don't have all the answers. I know what not to do a lot of times, and I started thinking, talking to other dealerships across the country, and everybody feels the same way. It's like I feel like I'm doing good, but I have no idea. So it kind of just got me thinking. It's like, it'd be pretty cool if we can get a group of like-minded people that are interested in growing mobile, because I know I'm not doing something right, but I know the guy next to me could be doing something that I didn't even think about. And what better way of growing mobile service than getting everybody in the room, the top minds that want to see it succeed and want to grow. So I'm really excited about seeing where this is going to go.
Great idea. I know this month is your official launch, and you've already got a tremendous number of people involved. Congratulations to you. Jeremy, why now? Why the focus on this right now with mobile service?
Well, it's kind of what the customer wants now. We have proved that the customer really doesn't like going to the dealership. And when I just got a message right before we got on about, a customer reached back out and just thanking the mobile tech for what they're doing, because they actually had a baby last night. And so they're not at home, and the technician say, that's okay, I'll just go to the hospital and do it. So now he's blowing everybody up, says, hey, you will not believe what Bozart Mobile Service just did. Yeah. And when you see that part, what sets you apart from every other dealership? And it's that customer service, bringing service to wherever they want it at. And now I think a lot of people, especially this year, Ted, you can really see a lot of people are starting to talk to mobile, starting to get some legs under it. And a lot of people are getting involved in it. And it's pretty cool to see it come around.
I agree. I think it's just the beginning, Jeremy. And you are spearheading this. So tell me a little bit more. Okay. What is the benefit of joining? You're getting these managers and dealers together. You're going to share information. What are you going to share? What do they get out of it? And I realize this is going to probably evolve over the next few months and years.
Yes, I think it is going to evolve. But the advantage is just being in the same room with guys that are doing it pretty good. We have some guys that they do better than I do in mobile service. So I'm curious to see what they're doing. And then it's also that accountability level too, where it's like, hey, I want to do this. And then the next meeting you go to, it's like, hey, did you have any trouble with that? Or just having everybody's phone number that says, hey, I'm struggling with this. Has anybody seen this before? Where you have that direct connection with people on that. And Ted, I believe it's going to just turn into another community for us to help each other out. Because I still run across new stuff that I'm not real sure how to overcome. We just go out there and see what happens. But now with this group of people, we've experienced a lot of stuff. So we want to share that information and just, help other people grow their mobile business.
And who better to do it than you? Okay.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, and isn't this exciting? I mean, this has got to be the best part, doing something that's bold and it's an initiative. And Jeremy, the whole industry is watching you.
Yeah, that makes me nervous because and I feel like we're just getting started. We grew a lot the first year because I needed to make as many mistakes as possible so I can figure out how to do certain things. And we did. And now it has turned around. I tell people we passed our last year's numbers back in May. And that's how much more effective we are. And we used to have a backlog going into the main shop, and now we can do same day or next day service in any department at the dealership. And now, we got someone assigned in parts to comb through all the special order parts. And it's just crazy how we went from doing 25 ROs. Now, yesterday we did 92. And it's like, man, this thing has some legs under it. And and I feel like we're just getting started with it. That's the cool thing, because once you get rolling, then everybody else comes through it, and it brings the market there. And then all of a sudden, new tools, new software, all this stuff gets better when people start jumping on board.
And Jeremy, you're there at Bozard. When you first came, I know you came knowing you'd be involved, I believe, with this mobile or remote services. But did you have any idea that 2 years later, you'd have 40 some units on the road and be talking about tens of thousands of mobile ROs every year?
No, it's like I wanted it to happen. You had that vision and stuff, and then to see it come together. And our record was 109 in one day. And our dealership don't focus on fleet. Fleet's only 35% of my business, and that's what we're focusing this year. And that's why there's some guys in this mastermind group that's going to help me with my fleet.
Yep.
Because I got some guys that are doing it much better than me. And I was like, okay, so you got a couple of different shifts. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out how this works.
Jeremy, you're also going to be, in addition to running this 20 group, if you will, you're going to be a coach. You're going to be able to work with a lot of these folks one-on-one and help them through some of these solutions. Tell us about that, because no one's ever done that on the mobile service side.
Yeah, so we had our first introduction meeting, and we have such a range of people on that, and everybody's in a different spot. So the goal was like, let's just meet twice a month. But then I was like, you know what? Let me just do some coaching individual with them, because that's what I really like, is helping that individual. So a little bit of both sides of it, and it's already happening where I had a dealership reach out, and they're running into some weather issues, and he just needed to pick someone's brain on that part of it, and to have that direct connection, and I could tell them what my experience was, and I could tell them 30 other dealerships' experiences, because it's like we had this little network of, where we're bouncing off ideas and stuff like that.
You got a lot of people excited, and there's a lot more to come. How often did you say will the group be meeting? What does it look like, as we enter the fall here in 2025?
So we're meeting the first Thursday of the month. And the idea was, because I want to treat it like a mastermind group where you're gathering the best minds in it, but also let's look at a scoreboard and let's agree on what we need to measure. And we don't know, because when I went around the room the first time, everybody measures a little bit differently. Yeah. So we're going to have, a little measurement. So it doesn't matter if you have 2 vans or if you got 40 vans, it's going to be similar to a 20 group where we can actually see how we can help one another and grow where they need to be at.
What if it's not a Ford dealer, not a Mercedes dealer? What if it's another OEM? Does it matter what OEM?
It doesn't matter. We got some Chrysler Dodge people in this group, Ford, Chevrolet. We got a little mixture of everything, and that's the cool part of it too.
And you also are very familiar with what manufacturers are looking for on the financial statement and how to read that and how to stay up on that. It's amazing how this is all evolving. Mobile service is changing the rules of the whole game. If you run a dealership, you got to be aware of that, and you got to be aware of what to look for as well in the in black and white.
Yep, exactly. Because a lot of dealerships are just running out of physical space, and they need just a little edge, and that's what mobile service will give you, is not only a little edge, but it'll actually, it'll take off. We do a lot of. Most time we'll end up with 75, 80 appointments a day. But then with our fleet guys, they'll push us over the 90 mark. Because once you get to a fleet one, you don't know how many they have. They said they have 3, but next thing you know, you've done 10 of them, which is great. That's what we're looking for.
What if I'm a dealer or dealership watching that invested in the van and have not been able to make it work yet? Okay, because there were a lot of dealers who couldn't figure it out early on. Is this something that's going to help them, get acclimated into mobile and hear what their peers are doing and not doing?
Yes, yes, it will, because it'll kind of force you into the lane when you got some people that are doing it, and that's where I'm talking to a lot of guys before they join the group, because I need to make sure not only they're committed, but can they track it separately from the main shop. There's some qualifications that we got to have just so we're kind of singing out the same book, basically, because I don't want somebody who's like, yeah, I just do a recall here and there. It's like, you know what, this may not be for you. But if you want it to be better and you don't know how to get it up and running, then yes, this is the good spot for you.
All right. So we're looking for dealers and managers who are committed, about to be committed to mobile service, to making it work, looking for an edge, looking what their peers are doing, who maybe want to share some of the things they've done as well. It's fascinating because I think we're learning every month different things that different dealers are doing. I hadn't thought of that. What a good idea. Yeah. And, that's all going to come under your domain here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And on the previous panel, I was taking notes because it's like, Nolan said something. I was like, oh crap, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, he's done. And by the way, he came out of nowhere, right?
He did. Wow. Man, and he runs a phenomenal operation too. And he's the one I want to learn from. He has got his processes and stuff down pretty tight. So I'm looking forward to spending some time with him.
I bet you're going to find other Nolans out there who have been flying under the radar, not talking about it, but getting this up and running. And you're going to be able to work with them as well and bring them to the surface.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool because I know everybody does a little something different. And that's what I found out in the previous meeting of this group. I was like, oh man, this is going to be interesting.
So Jeremy Stevens has launched the Mobile Service Mastermind 20 group. If you are interested in learning more, Jeremy, what's the best way to reach out to you, for our audience to come to you and find out how they can get involved in a big way with mobile?
Yeah, I'm active on LinkedIn or Facebook. So the best way to do is direct message me and then I'll get back with you and we'll set up a time for a phone call and we'll sit there and chat.
All right. Congratulations, my friend. And
thank you, Ted.
I look forward to having you back and learning, later this year and into next year, what you're working on now and what's next.
That's right. It's always what's next, how we can improve.
All right. Mobile Service, everybody. Mobile Service Mastermind 20 group. Jeremy Stevens, he's the man. He's retail. He heads up the remote services operation at Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine. A lot of visitors come down and see that in action. 40 plus mobile vans on the road. What an amazing team they've got there of techs, service advisors, all on the mobile side, including that communications center. So reach out to Jeremy. And Jeremy, congratulations on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable for all you do for our industry.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate you having me.
Appreciate you being here. Jeremy Stevens, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Go.
Hey, how would you like to pay? Card, cash, or check?
I will do a card.
Okay, thank you very much. And will you sign right here?
Sure.
Okay, have a great day.
Great, thank you.
Introducing Dealer Pay Moves, Dealer Pay's new mobile application for dealerships on the move. It's really great because all you have to do is search for your repair orders. It's then going to search whichever DMS that the dealership is connected to. As you can see, it's going to pull up that customer record in that open repair order. I'm simply going to select it. Now you've got all your customer details here, including the surcharge amount if it were to be applied with a credit card. I've got options to pay by credit debit. I can key enter the transaction. I can use a paper check or even report cash. I can even add transactions in here so I can do some real-time voids and refunds. Dealer Pay Moves is a great solution for your dealership to stay relevant and mobile.
Welcome to the golden age of fixed ops. We're all dolled up for the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s second swing event.
Up next is Steve Thompson from Integrity Cost Consulting.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have a very special conversation with Steve Thompson. And Ted, I'm looking forward to what we're going to discuss today.
Sarah, I am as well. A long time in coming. Steve Thompson, he's the president of Integrity Cost Consulting. Steve, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Yes, thank you so much. I've been looking forward to this for a while.
It was great to see you in New York. You came to our World Trade Center event. And I know you have been busy finding efficiencies for dealers for a long time. Right. So appreciate you being here. And Sarah and I, we have some questions we want to ask you about a lot of the work you do for dealers.
Sounds good.
So Steve, to jump right into it, who is Integrity Cost Consulting?
Yeah, great question. So Integrity Cost Consulting, we're a group of experts in cost verification and recovery. We have decades of experience in 4 core expense areas: utilities, telecom, industrial laundry, and waste disposal. So there's about 24 of us in total right now. And there's anywhere from, we have subject matter experts in each of those 4 core areas of expense. Every one of those auditors and experts, they have at least 20 years experience in that industry. So they know what questions to ask, where to look, and maybe what's more important is what's possible, because a lot of organizations don't know what's possible. It's kind of like your insurance. It's like, you don't know, it's a big ticket item, big expense, but until you work with a broker or an insurance expert, you really don't know what you don't know until you talk to them. And that's kind of what we're doing. Our goal when we work with a client is to ensure that they're being charged accurately by their vendors and paying the least amount possible. And we do that with our subject matter expertise, our decades of experience, our proprietary software. So we have software that basically looks at invoices, compares them to the contracts to ensure that they're being charged accurately based on the contracted terms. And then we have a vast benchmarking database. So we know what someone in Syracuse, New York is supposed to pay for certain things versus someone in San Diego, California. We know that pretty quick. And we come back to, I also want to mention, we work on a performance basis, an objective basis. We're unbiased. We don't work for vendors. We work for our clients, and our goals are aligned with our clients. They don't want to spend more than they need to. And that's what our goal is, to make sure that they're being cost efficient and not being overcharged.
So in those 4 areas you mentioned, Steve, potentially there's a lot of savings out there that you're an expert at looking for and looking at and can help dealers with their business.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, and these are not, I'm going to throw some percentages, and this is, some people might say this is ridiculous, but it's what we found. On average, for industrial laundry, about 37% savings, plus refunds. You can also get refunds for I'd like to say over 95% of these invoices contain errors and or overcharges.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And then trash and recycling, not as many errors, but just the rates that organizations and dealers are paying, over probably 33% higher than they should on average.
Wow.
Yeah. So those 2 categories, the waste and the industrial laundry, those are significant opportunities for dealerships to improve their bottom line, improve their profit.
So let's talk a little bit about how you help dealers. You come in, you know what to look for. Okay. You're an expert at that. And are there any other things that raise red flags along the way that you may not have come in looking for that you inadvertently find?
I think one of the issues that we find almost every time is that, especially if someone has multiple locations, they're supposed to have a master service agreement with their vendor. It's supposed to cover all of the locations. Rarely do we find where every location is being charged the same price. so that's like a uniform. That's a universal problem, and we correct that. We're not only looking for errors and overcharges, but we also look for ways to optimize their service levels, especially like for waste disposal. Let's say their waste is being picked up 4 times per week. Maybe it should only be 3 times, or should be 2 times, right? So we're trying to optimize service levels and optimize their costs at the same time. And one thing I did forget to mention is so we do all this work up front, find the errors, overcharges, procure new contracts, implement any changes that the dealership would want us to do. But then we also monitor their charges going forward. So we're going to ensure that they're being charged accurately and cost efficiently going forward. And also we do that so we can validate the savings that we said that they'd expect. So that monitoring piece, that last piece is pretty important because a lot of organizations get into that trouble because no one is monitoring these expenses, right? They're signing the agreement, setting it and forgetting it type thing.
And Steve, you also, I would imagine, help the dealer get credited for the omissions that you find.
100%. Yes. Yeah. So I'd probably say in 40% of our engagements, there's going to be a refund. Not all the time, but it's possible. It's very possible, especially in industrial laundry. There's a high likelihood of refunds. But if you look at just an overall financial benefit to the organization, I'd say over 95% of the time we'll find something to improve, find ways to improve their profit.
Steve, this is really fascinating. And I'm just thinking about some of the dealerships, across the country that Ted and I have visited. And some of these operations, hundreds of employees, plus all of the different services that have to go into making every single day possible for their customers. This is a lot of work. So I'm curious, tell us how, you got started with integrity cost consulting and your background specifically.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Sarah. So basically, I have an accounting background. Went to school, have an accounting degree, and my first job was a cost analyst for a paper manufacturer in North Carolina. And what I try to do is justify my salary every year, and I try to find savings to justify my salary. So this is back in 1992, so the salary wasn't very high, right? But anyways, it's all relative. So I would try to. I just looked at the phone bill. And I said, if I can find, $30,000 in savings in the phone bill, is like, okay, I justify my existence for at least 1 year. And so as I started looking at these things for my employer, these expenses, trying to find savings, I realized, and I thought I was pretty resourceful. It's like, if there's an error, if there's overcharge, I'll find it, right? But I quickly found out I was not an expert in phone bills, right? At the time, right? I was an expert in, costing out production runs and that sort of thing, but I was not an expert in some of these expense areas, these service-based expenses. And so throughout my career, I ran into this gentleman who owned an invoice auditing business. And after I met with him, I just realized wow, there's just so many opportunities for cost reduction and for cost to get out of control in these areas, utilities, telecom, waste, industrial laundry. You really have to understand the cost drivers and the variables that go into what makes the vendor charge what they do. Right? There's just so many different factors. And like you said, sir, this takes a lot of time, but over 10 years or whatever that I've been in business, we have a process in place where we need very minimal information from the dealership. We just need like the last month's invoices and their contracts. And then we do all the work in the background and come back to them and show them where their cost leaks are, cash flow leaks are. And then we just fix them.
So that leads to my next question, because dealers are busy. They're juggling a lot of things. What kind of effort is required to help them work with you?
Yeah. I guess I kind of jumped in there. So yeah, pretty much, like I said, we need a very, minimal amount of effort. I'm hoping that, depending on the size of the organization and how well their documents are organized, if they're centralized or whatever, we're hoping they can spend maybe 2 hours at the most to get us what we need to perform our analysis and come back with our recommendations. So we just need the most recent month's invoices and the contracts associated with those invoices, if there are any. And then we pretty much do everything in the background. And then, and they're not, and I should say this too, when we come back to them with our recommendations, they don't have to authorize us to do that. They can say no, but it's very rare that someone would say no, because there's no change to operations. There's no change to vendors. They're just going to pay less.
Steve, I imagine you mentioned, 4 key places that you really help dealerships and fixed operations. But I imagine, could you share with us maybe a story or a time with a dealership where, this has happened recently and what the result was?
Yeah. So just recently, we started working with a client, and they signed an agreement with their vendor, as an industrial laundry vendor, in January of this year, 2025. We engaged with them in June of 2025. So 6 months in, and the vendor already started billing them different than what was in the contract.
Wow.
They were supposed to have price protection for 12 months. And in 6 months, they already had a 7% increase. So, and that was mind blowing to the dealership, because it's like, how can this be? We just signed it, right?
Yeah.
So, and then in addition to that, there were items that they were being invoiced for that weren't even in the contract. So we call them non-negotiated items. And the problem with those are, if they're not in a contract, they can charge whatever they want.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's no contract. Because I run into dealerships. This dealership says, "Oh no, we don't want a contract. We don't need one." It's like, you actually do want one, because that's how you're protected from price increases and all these extra items being charged on your invoices. They're constantly trying to add items to your bill, right? The more items they can drop off to you at your location, the more they can charge you. So someone has to be paying attention, and we can help them do that, because it does take a lot of time. And it's a weekly invoice too in industrial laundry. It's a weekly invoice, and they, you think you miss 1 or 2 months, you're 8 weeks behind, right? And monitoring these invoices, but we can do that pretty seamlessly. We have new software where we can pretty much scan their invoices and make sure that they're being charged accurately.
It's incredible stuff, Ted. I'm thinking of so many different ways. I mean, this optimizes a lot and it makes the controller very happy, it sounds like, too.
Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't cost them anything, right? There's no financial risk to them except for the 2 hours. The 2 hours up front. They need to have, someone needs to spend 2 hours to get us what we need. But other than that, it's pretty seamless to them. And while they're working on other priorities and trying to increase their revenue, we're working in the background trying to reduce their costs.
And you do this remotely primarily, Steve?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Our auditors are pretty much all over the country too. They're not, they're scattered.
So for our audience, our dealers watching today, based on your experience in automotive, Steve, what percentage of business do you think are being billed in error or overcharged right now for service-based expenses, like you're talking about industrial laundry, waste disposal, and so on?
Yeah. I can confidently say over 95%.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's been the average for the last 11 years. Okay. And I don't expect, I mean, it's just what we found. And I honestly believe, billions of dollars are being wasted across the country on these expenses every year. People, organizations just don't know. They don't know what to ask, what's possible, like I said earlier. And so unless you have the benchmarking data, software to monitor these things, the costs will get out of control.
Sarah, he's like a detective. He knows what to look for.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. And Steve, I mean, this is really incredible pieces for a dealership. And I think, in a day where every cent on the balance sheet matters, this is a way to recoup some of the expenses that they may not even realize they have.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a great way for them to add money to their bottom line at, increase profit pretty seamlessly with, someone else doing the work for them.
All right. Steve, for our audience watching today who has questions, specific to their situation and may want to reach out to you, find out more about you, what's the best way for them to take the next step, Steve?
Yeah, the best way they can find out more information at integritycostconsulting.com, or they can call or text me, 315-935-9379, right at the bottom of the screen there. You reach out, I'll get back to you within 24 hours. If not right away, depends.
Yep, he's quick. I know that.
Yeah.
All right.
No, but I look forward to hearing from people.
You can see the information at the bottom of the ticker, I was going to say, Sarah.
Okay.
Yes. And so if anyone wants more information about Integrity Cost Consulting, please reach out to Steve directly. He also has his cell. You can call or text him. It's on the ticker below, and email him as well.
And pretty good odds he's going to find something. All right. So
I think so.
All right. A very worthwhile phone call or email. Steve Thompson, Integrity Cost Consulting. Thank you for all you do for the industry. Sarah, I'd like to invite Steve back, and let's maybe at the next event talk about some of the things he's found for Fixed Ops Roundtable dealers and get some of them involved in the conversation as well with their peers.
That'd be great.
Everybody, Steve Thompson, Integrity Cost Consulting, with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The Fixed Ops landscape is changing, and lucky for you, the Fixed Ops Roundtable is always moving forward. Savvy marketing is no longer for the front of the house. I'm Sarah Vantine, and it's time to get creative and take a seat at the roundtable. Discover new, innovative ways to market your dealership by becoming a Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partner. Start your modern age of marketing at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
The business model of Automotive Warranty Network has always been to provide the very best service we can to automotive dealerships. We believe very much in partnerships, so we partner with dealerships to help them process their warranty repair orders the best they can, but also stay compliant with a manufacturer policy and procedure.
Dealerships, some of them don't understand the importance of the supporting documentation. The repairs are performed, manufacturer is going to come in and audit them. That supporting documentation needs to stand up in an audit. If not, those monies will be charged back to the dealership. So important thing that our team provides the dealerships is the information where the supporting documentation does not support the repairs performed, where they could lose those monies in an audit.
Audits are not scary. Audits are actually fantastic learning experiences. I'm a big proponent for audits. I am not perfect. I do not think anybody is perfect. AI isn't even perfect. It is such a learning experience, and manufacturers are looking for things differently every year, and it keeps us on our toes. Then I know that I could take that information that I gather and provide it to my other dealerships and say, hey, we need to stay on top of these things.
We offer full warranty administration services from beginning to end, from reviewing technician comments and punch times, looking up and applying labor operations and times in the DMS, and transmitting to the manufacturer for payment. We then follow up on claims daily and account for any differences in payment.
SWAT stands for Specialized Warranty Assistance Team. We provide coverage for admins who could be taking vacation, if there's family medical leave, bereavement, sick time. So we provide coverage so that there's no hiccup between the admin being out and the dealer having their work processed.
We developed an application called CARS, which stands for Claim Accountability and Reporting System, which is a reporting tool that we use to help dealerships improve in their processes. So it's a tool that we use to identify how frequently compliance issues are happening in a dealership. And we can tell dealerships how frequently those problems are happening, which of their staff members is happening with. And then we also offer training to help educate those particular staff members on the types of issues that they're having and help them improve.
I think the biggest thing I love about this company is the owners. David and Jamie, they care about us. They encourage us to do training. They encourage us to make sure that we're master certified in our car lines.
When I started with AWN, we had 30 employees and about 167 clients. Currently, year to date, we're at 1,500 clients and 340 employees and growing. It's pretty amazing. The people that are with us, our clients, we love them.
It's a pretty amazing place to be right now.
Take a moment now to pull out your gadgets, gizmos, and cellular devices to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Sean Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to gun for the 5 speakers or panelists that are the bee's knees. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Don't get caught counting your marbles. Win from within with our next panel filmed live at the Amplify event in Dallas, Texas.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Angie Piscato, joined by Katrina Ness. And we have quite the panel here today, Katrina.
We do. This is our Win from Within panel. We have Marco Zwanenburg, Maureen Martin, Dave Bates, and Ed Roberts, all who are very familiar faces to our community here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So it's great to have you all joining us today.
Great to be here.
Glad to be here.
Absolutely. So, with this topic of culture, Ed, will you kick us off, with what you think are the key ingredients to building a win from within culture?
Well, we all have to move people around in different spots and whatever else. And if we run an ad every time we need somebody, then we're not necessarily giving our people a chance to grow.
Yeah.
And ultimately, when people come into our stores, they come into our store for the position that we're hiring for, not necessarily the position that they're looking for.
Yeah.
And so we have to create platforms for them to be able to develop and grow into the role that they want to be in. And we do that, and we tag it with that, just that tagline, win from within, that you can learn the role that you're looking for, you're chasing after, while you're here doing the role we hired you for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And having a culture and a company that pushes you up and grows you from within. Dave, I know that you've been at Reynolds for quite some time. You are a long-time commitment employee there. So tell us about, your growth process and winning from within and how Reynolds has pushed that culture up with you.
Well, I think the thing is, we are a promote from within company. So we don't bring talent in at executive levels or management levels. We bring them in entry level and let them learn and grow. Like Ed talked about, you give them opportunities to advance. And I think the key is they have to feel appreciated. They have to feel like there's going to be opportunity for growth. And you got to give them chances to grow, just different roles, different functions. And that's worked well for us. We look at it as if we take care of our employees, we take care of our customers, the business takes care of itself.
Absolutely. And talking to so many different employees and people here at the Amplify event with Reynolds and Reynolds, you hear that so often. There's a lot of people that have been with Reynolds for so long. So your employee retention is off the charts.
We typically, if we can get people for 5 years, we have them for life.
Wow.
It's one of those things that first 5 years, they're feeling things out. They might get an offer for more money with a grass greener kind of place. But if they're there for 5 years, they like the culture, they like the opportunities, and they get chances to grow and advance.
Absolutely. And it's all about individuals balancing, what they prioritize and what they see the most valuable. Maureen, what about you? What do you see as a key ingredient for building a winning culture?
Building upon what Ed and Dave said is, I'm going to start it we talk a lot about reducing friction points for our customers, but at Dynatron, one of the biggest things for us is removing those friction points for the employees. And that really starts with hiring and understanding our company culture and understanding our core values. And we have to make sure a person's a fit for our core values first, so that they can then serve our dealer and our other vendor partners in what we do. So when you look at that, I think it really parlays whether you're a dealership, if you are supporting the dealership world, industry leaders. And so for us, that's made a really huge difference. And then we do EOS, which is really involving every department and how do we resolve issues? We do it collaboratively. And that's one of our core culture. So.
Wow, this is amazing. You guys all have such wonderful cultures at your organizations. Marco, what about yourself? How do you see What key ingredients are so important from building a culture that you win from within, truly in?
Well, it's like you said, you win from within. It starts from within.
Yeah.
You have to be willing to be a part of a winning culture. You have to be willing to grow that culture. You have to be willing to reach out a hand to someone that is not quite in that culture, but shows that they want to be in there. You have to find people that are fit for the role of culture. You can train for any kind of position in the dealership, but that culture, that fit has to be there, like you said. It has to be there. So to me, culture it's like an energy that you have within, an energy that you radiate, an energy that attracts others and that grows others and retains others. But once you have that energy in place, people come walking in looking for a job, they immediately feel that. They pick up on that energy and they want to be part of a winning team. Best team on the planet, so to speak.
Exactly. What about a culture where they give technicians a pizza party and call it a day?
Well, those are definitely the places that need culture, because that is not culture. It may work for a bunch of frat boys, but for true seasoned people, and not just for technicians, parts people, advisors, etc. It's more of an insult than a price. Unless, and I have to say this, unless it's really good pizza. Really good pizza. Then we'll take it.
On that topic of technician development, that is a big part of the culture within the dealership, especially pertaining to fixed ops. So, Maureen, I know you have been involved in technician development in your previous role, and Marco, you as well. I'm curious to hear your perspective on what's important in developing technicians now, going through processes, maybe apprenticeship programs.
Ladies first.
Okay. Well, I think one of the things is we're offering as an industry now opportunity. We were talking, Mark and I talked a lot about this of, mainline technicians that are doing like heavy work, but now the mobile service provides us to bring in technicians that we never had in our business before. We have growth paths of development. So if we start with the culture and we look at what are their gifts and how do we fit it into what we're doing. I know we work with over 4,300 dealers, the ones that are really getting involved at the high school, at the college level. And one best practice that I was so impressed with is I think technicians more than anything want to be heard. They want to understand that they are such an important part of the fixed operations. And so I have one executive manager of a group, and what he does is he does a roundtable with technicians, but they actually take minutes and they talk about all the things, and then the action items are the first thing that are read out at the next meeting. And he has said that the whole culture of his technician group, of all the dealerships, has changed so much.
That's great. Marco, do you have anything to add?
Absolutely. I think that to grow technicians from within, you have to, and I've mentioned this before, you have to match the apprentice with the mentor.
Mm-hmm.
Not every technician is ready and willing and able to teach.
Yeah.
They may have the knowledge, but they may not be able to teach that. And you could cause friction. That friction at that point will cause the apprentice to go like, this is not for me. So it really is a people job.
Yeah.
It really is. You have to be able to, as the mentor, take your information, transfer it to the new kid, and for the new kid to feel comfortable and safe with the mentor, that they're willing to make mistakes.
Yeah.
Because that's how you're going to learn.
Yeah.
You learn from your mistakes, so I need to go make some more so I can learn some more.
That's such an excellent point.
Definitely. And then, Ed, from your perspective, how do you create alignment between different departments in the dealership and leadership around shared goals and make sure that everyone is on the same page into performing in a winning culture?
So we talk about that a lot. There's a lot of times we seek conformity rather than alignment. And you have to get alignment to get everyone pushing in the same direction and to keep those silos broken down. And that is selling the vision. It's creating the vision and then selling the vision. And then as you sell the vision, you have to make sure that you get buy-in of that vision. You got to make sure they understand that they can be a contributing member to that. And when you do those things, it comes together and it operates as one machine rather than separate silos. But it's not accepting conformity and seeking alignment.
Wow. And then Dave, from your perspective, throughout the different departments that Reynolds has, how do you guys share common goals? What have you implemented within your organization?
to keep people in the office, to create a culture where people want to go into work and enjoy what they do?
Well, I think part of it, and it really does start at the top,
Yeah.
having a clear message from your leadership about what you're trying to accomplish as a business. And, Chris Walsh frequently says, our reason of being is to help dealers be more successful. And that's a very clear message that's easy to follow. And yeah, you do have different departments with different goals and objectives. But as you start talking about workflows, as you start looking at workflows and who hands off to somebody else and how it affects them, and you have those conversations at, kind of throughout the organization, then you get buy-in to, all right, we're all trying to win the game, if you will. And so if we don't play together, if we don't understand what other people's roles are and what the things are we need to work together on, you're not going to win. But I think we've had a pretty simple message about what we're trying to accomplish, and then how do we work through the workflow.
Wow. Well, thank you all for joining us on this Win From Within panel and talking about culture, not only within the retail space, but also in the automotive space. So for those of you online, stay tuned because we have a lot more to come.
Hey Vince, sorry to keep you waiting. Not a problem, Tim. Can you believe how busy our shop is today? I know. It's amazing how much business.
What Tim doesn't realize is that his service department could be a lot more efficient. For example, Frank tossed away some technician recommendations because he thinks they're too costly. And look at Mike. He just upset this customer by misquoting repairs. Even his lead advisor let this customer leave without recording any recommended or declined services. On top of all that, I see data reentry and techs leaving their base. I can help Tim stop losing money with better processes. Tim, I've got a lot of great ideas I want to share with you. Let's go to your office and talk about those.
Come on in.
Perfect.
When I first started here as a service advisor, our process for upsells was pretty much old school. The work order was written up, the technician would do the report, our multi-point inspection was still carbon copies. When the technician had recommendations, they wrote it on the back of the hard copy. The parts departments would do a parts request for the technician. The technician then would walk over to the advisor and let the advisor know if parts are available. Everything was handwritten. Not much of a process. Advanced Service has built communication with technician, advisor, and parts, and it's actually made our departments work better together. Advanced Service has had a huge impact on our hours per RO. In February, we were averaging about 1.5 to 1.6. From April to December of last year, we averaged about 2.5 hours per RO. We have taken over 300 or 400 more ROs per month. Our gross per RO has increased to over $200. So we can definitely tell the Advanced Service is working for our store. I really feel that Advanced Service is the best tool you can use to make sure your shop is efficient. If you're struggling with people walking around the shop, the technician hanging out in the parts department, the advisor not at their desk, phones not being answered, Advanced Service will eliminate those issues you're having. If you're trying to find something that's going to help your shop be more efficient, it's Advanced Service.
Blink and you'll miss it. It's Blink AI up next.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Mass, joined by Ted Ings, and we are here in Houston, Texas at Mike Calvert Toyota. right now. We have an incredible panel. We have Ashley Norton and Dave Perry from Blink AI. And of course, we have Matt Winston from Mike Calvert Toyota, who's the Fixed Operations Director. So thank you all for joining us today.
Sure, good here. And Matt, thank you so much for having us in. Yeah. What a great time to talk about telematics, okay? And to have here with us Dave Perry and Ashley Norton from Blink AI. First of all, congratulations on all the success you're having with the telematics. Thank you, Jed. Thank you. All right, Dave, walk us through a little bit on telematics. What is it? How does it work? And why is it so important right now for dealers to be focused on that?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question, Ted. Well, virtually all cars, I mean, I think it's 95% of cars are connected cars, so they're providing all sort of telematic information up into the cloud, to the OEM, and ultimately to the dealer. And if you think about it, these are cars that are screaming for service. They're telling you, the dealership, that, hey, we need service, get us in. The difficult part is that what we call the last mile, which is, now who's going to reach out to all these people? In many cases, a high volume dealership like Mike Calvert here, they'll get 5,000 or 10,000 alerts on a monthly basis. That's a lot of manpower to try to do that outreach for a busy BDC. And so we've automated that entire process. So we reach out to the customers who have alert, very sophisticated ways that we do it. So we minimize the engagement with the customer, so it makes it very simple, but we make it actionable. It's not just alerting them that their car needs service, but it gives them a way to book a service instantaneously and drive them in. So that's why we're so excited about it. And from the reaction from the dealers are very excited about it as well, Ted.
I've heard you use that term, the last mile, as well.
Yes, we've used that term many times because the OEMs created all of the alerts and they're going somewhere, but nobody solved for that kind of what they calls the last mile, which is the actual communication with the customer to get them back into the dealership and increase their retention numbers and increase their service visits.
Matt, how important is this to dealers like you right now this time?
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely gives me peace of mind knowing that every customer I have in my Service Connect is getting an alert, is getting contacted in one way, shape, or form. So the fact that this goes out to every customer, gives them a link to schedule an appointment, so it takes that human element out of it. It's a game changer.
Yeah. So Ashley, what would you like to see more from partners in this space? Not in terms of features, but in terms of solving real pain points. What would you like to see more from them?
Yeah, I think when we look at our partners, our dealer partners, our similar vendor partners, I just want to see us all work together more, right? Work harder for each other and with each other, where all of these systems are not so siloed, all the data is not so segmented, where we can actually drive real impact for the dealership.
Yeah, of course. Dave, what about you?
Well, I'll just follow on to what Ashley said there. There's a lot of walled gardens in this space here. There's a lot of data pockets between the DMS and the OEM and so forth like that. And it's to the industry's benefit to break down some of those walls, create some standards. And we're very early into the process, but it's for the benefit of the entire industry, but especially for the customer to be able to connect all this data together.
Absolutely. And then Matt, from the retail perspective, what do you hope to see from these partners in terms of solving these real pain points and getting more from that?
Yeah, I'd have to agree that the integration pain points of, having tools, being able to pull data but not be able to push data, is kind of frustrating on our point. So, it doesn't remove the human aspect of it completely, but the customer's getting outreach with someone who still has to go in and manually adjust the alerts on what we're doing. So the integration standpoint would be most helpful.
Absolutely.
Ashley, when you and I were in New York recently at the World Trade Center, Brian Benstock was our keynote speaker and did a fantastic job, obviously. And he talked about the importance of, when we talk about automation or AI, it's not man versus machine. It's going to be man with machine, okay? So talk a little bit about that, how automation is going to play a part in bridging the gap between the vehicle, the customer, and ultimately the service side as well.
Yeah, we always say automate what can be automated, right? Take some of that human manual labor that we can adjust and give them something more high value to work on if they can automate the communications between the OEM, the customer, and ultimately the dealership.
Dave, you're really going to make the dealer's job a lot easier because this data is available, and now you're going to put it into play where they're going to have usable and actionable information that can help the customer.
Absolutely, because when that customer books, not only are they booking a time and a place to bring their car in to get it serviced, but we also provide that information back into the appointment for the dealer to say, okay, we know what car's coming, we know what that alert is, we can prepare for it. It involves some part you could check in advance that part is available before you actually bring the customer into the drive. But also when you're reaching out to people in any sort of automated way, there's a certain portion that just won't convert. And so we'll take it through a few attempts on the automation standpoint, but then we'll escalate that to the BDC to make sure that every customer is reached out to.
So Matt, your dealership, we saw here today, does a great job with greeting the customer out of their car. The advisor walking around the car, looking at the customer with their needs, at the primary concern, documenting things. I would imagine having this data is now going to make that, over time, even more efficient because the advisor will have access to all this information that we didn't have before.
Yeah, I mean, AI seems to be everywhere nowadays, so, having those tools that help, save everybody time, be able to utilize them, is going to be a game changer.
Dave, it seems that time is becoming the most valuable commodity, okay?
Yes.
For all human beings.
Yes.
We've said in the past, a customer might not do some work or repair because of price, but really time is the big issue, and this is a huge time saver for everybody.
It is a huge time saver, but time can be measured in a couple of ways. And part of it too is any latency. So once that alert goes off, if you don't contact that customer for 3 or 4 days, one, they may have had a good opportunity to take it to some other service organization first or ignore it. I mean, imagine if you got a teenage, kid driving your car around, you may never hear about that alert. And so it gets the owner the alert, it allows them to be able to book that appointment very quickly. So to the degree that we can be real time in reaching out to that customer literally moments after the alert occurs, it's also satisfying to the customer if they know that, this is just an engine, oil change slide versus something that may be safety involved that you want them to be aware of. And so we can provide a lot of information too.
And Matt, myKaarma Toyota, Fixed Ops Roundtable certified dealer, thank you so much for doing that. You're actually involved with Blink AI as well.
Yeah.
In doing all this.
So we signed up about a month ago, and I'm really excited to see 90 days worth of data. But I think we had 114 converted appointments, and a ton of alerts that went out that got answered. So again, like I said in the beginning, it gives me complete peace of mind knowing that every customer is getting contacted.
Right. On behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Dave, thank you for being a big part of what we do, and you're a Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partner. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And let me say thanks to Matt too, because it's dealers like you that we work with, that we learn. I mean, we got all of our great ideas from our dealers, and so working with you, we learn things every day that we can go back and put into our products. So thank you, Matt.
Well, thank you.
Everybody, if you haven't heard the name yet, it's Blink AI. Blink AI, they're all over social media, and they're taking the world by storm with the new Telematica product. It's available now. It's here at myKaarma Toyota in Houston, Texas. On behalf of the Roundtable, everybody, thank you for all you do for the industry. Katrina and I will be right back.
The fastest pit change in a Formula One race took 1.80 seconds. At Blink AI, we say challenge accepted as we take your dealership from zero to hero with our platform that's purpose-built to shift the customer experience into high gear. Unlike solutions that promise efficiency with AI chatbots, Blink AI turns your dealership operation into a profit powerhouse. With Blink AI, you get scheduling solutions that work together to increase your bottom line. It's about turning interactions into actions that drive dealership success. We're talking about intelligent phone automation and seamless scheduling that increases appointments without increased overhead, and workflow automation that eliminates service bottlenecks and boosts staff productivity, and a customer campaign solution that proactively engages customers and increases CSI scores. Blink AI, your dealership's #1 pit crew.
Hear it from the top dogs at Rohrman Automotive Group, one of the best dealer groups to work for.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we are at Schaumburg Honda, part of the Rohrman Automotive Group. And Ted, we have an exciting panel with us today.
That's right. Gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind, introduce yourselves and tell us what you do here.
My name is Nick Ruffalo, Fixed Operations Director, and I've been with the organization since 2000.
My name is Matt Ashford. I'm the General Manager at Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, and I've been with the group for 29 years.
My name is Dave Sue, the Assistant Service Director and also the BDC Director. Been with the group for 7 years.
Matt, I'd like to come to you first. What makes Rohrman Automotive one of the best places to work in the industry?
Yeah, this year, 7 of our stores earned the distinction of being top 150 dealerships to work at in the entire United States. And that is the feather in the cap that we were really looking for. We have been striving to change our culture, our profession, everything, and that is voted by your employees. So to receive that distinction is truly an honor. And I think where that truly starts is caring about your employee. I think in a lot of places, you're just a number. And I feel like you can get lost. You go to a job and nobody says hello, or nobody asks how your day went and is actually interested in that. And I think that as a management team, I think that when you show that you care, that is the critical difference. And I also think that there's some structure there to that caring. We have a program called Restore as part of the Rohrman Automotive Group that actually will pay the employee or help the employee out through a financially difficult time with a non-payable with a loan that does not need to be paid back. There's no loan; it's just a gift. Oh. So if they've had a serious medical event or they couldn't make their rent payment or whatever it may be, there are ways that we help them financially outside of simply giving them a paycheck. And I think that is, when you start looking under the hood, I think that the Restore program is at the top of actually caring about our employees.
Wow, that speaks volumes. It is a business of people, Nick.
Yes, it is.
We talked about that before. Nick, how do you attract top performers? And more importantly, even how do you keep them here?
So, to kind of piggyback what Matt was just going on to or explaining, I think the Rohrman name now is attracting top performing employees. And as we interview with them and explain what the Rohrman group now has to offer outside of, what it used to be like, that right there, that's a big move for us, getting in, especially when we're interviewing such an advisor or another manager and explaining that we have an emerging leaders program and our Rohrman Restore program and so forth. So an employee feels a little more sense of comfort and when they're coming into a more of a family organized company, with a corporate structure at the same token. So retaining them is, it's easier when you have that to show new people coming in.
Oh, that's where I'm very good.
Dave, what does it look like for someone who is just starting with the organization today, and what does that career ladder develop?
So this is something I'm actually very passionate about. Like, that's something that makes myself in the tick. We love that. We all actually started out from a porter, and ever since then we climbed the ladders to advisors, actually a loaner person, an advisor, a director, manager. So I mean, it's endless, right? So right now, I love to grow people from the bottom up. So when they come in as a porter, we see talent in them. We put them on the right seat on the bus. Currently, we are developing some of our BDC staff to be trained as an advisor. So a little career path, right? And you never know, they can move on to management. We can talk a little bit more about the Emerging Leaders Program a little bit later on that we have. But it makes me really, really happy to see people succeed in our group.
Nick, how important is having that career path for your employees?
That's probably one of the most important part, knowing, I've been in the business my entire adulthood life and seeing that there's that structure, that career path knowing that I have somewhere to aim for, some sort of direction, or call it the GPS of my career path, right? And we guide the employees to go there. So having that readily available and showing our technicians and how we support them, even we have to travel them outside of, Illinois or Wisconsin or Indiana, go get their certifications done. And when we promote that, go get your ASC certificates, we'll pay you for that. We're big on the education. And a lot of times you have other maybe dealership or auto groups or, automotive businesses out there, stores that don't help with that. And, that's fundamentally when you're in that career path and you're investing into tools and so on and so forth, to have the dealership or dealer group support you in that is a warm kind of fuzzy feeling there. So
That's what changes it from a job to a career.
100% it does.
100%.
Yep.
I like that. Matt, how do you make sure your employees, and you've got a lot of employees here, not just here at Honda, but throughout the organization.
Sure.
How do you make them feel valued every single day? Because it seems obvious that you do.
Yeah, at its core, that is our most important thing that we can do, is make sure that our employees do feel valued. I think that you have to have management willing to go sit down with them, shoulder to shoulder, to work with them. I think each level of management has to be willing to go shoulder to shoulder. Omar is not afraid, service director, or David's not afraid to sit down right next to a BDC agent and make that phone call with them. Nick's not afraid to sit down with his service directors and look at the numbers and dial right in. I'm not afraid to sit down with my manager shoulder to shoulder, or a salesperson, and make a deal. So I think that when you are there, present, and willing to go shoulder to shoulder and not just point at where to go. I think we spoke to that in a different segment of hospitality. Where's the bathrooms? They're over there. Where's the water? It's over there. I think the same thing happens with, like, well, how do I do this? Oh, you do this, and telling them, or you could show them. And I think when you're shoulder to shoulder, that's when the employee feels that they're cared about. And I think if you can do that on a daily basis, you'll have a winning operation.
And Nick, our industry has changed over the years. It wasn't that long ago that, working in a dealership, even on the sales side, meant working half a day, which was, from early in the morning, 9 o'clock until 9 at night. But that's changed now. You're now also focused on, employees that they have a life, within and outside the dealership.
100%. And, the Rohrmans, they're big on that culture and family values. And we promote that back down to, our subordinates underneath. So from management down, and you don't have to be here 47, 50, 60, 70 hours a week. Come in, do your job at its fullest. Give us 120% for your 8-hour shift, and then go home and enjoy your time with your family or with your friends. You know what I'm saying? You work for a living, and, go enjoy that. You don't have to live at the dealership or live at work. So I think we promote that big time. Yes.
And if I could, just one more question on your technicians in the organization.
Yeah.
I know you got a lot of technicians throughout the organization. Tell us about that. We've talked about career path, but also, making sure that they're fulfilled, that they're, working those hours, but doing the maximum and then some, during that time.
As far as the technicians go, we support our techs big time. Our technicians, that's the bread and butter to our service departments. No, if a technician knows that we're there to support them from early stages on, so we do we help with toolboxes and getting them set up at early on. They come in and they do their job, and they're getting their certifications. They have a career path laid out from 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, so on and so forth. When they're done and they met those expectations, the box is theirs, and so is the tools. I don't need it back. That's their next stepping stone into their career path, and then just staying engaged with them. We have recognition programs that are out there for our technicians, for our advisors, so they know that we're watching, know that they're monitoring. The automotive business is competitive. There's a lot of competitive people there in the organization. Everybody wants to strive to be on the top, but showing where they rank is even better. So we also have that little creative competition going too.
Yeah, one of the things that I always laughed about, when I became the general manager, and after just a few months, one of the most wise things that was said to me is said, Matt, you're easier to replace than a master tech. So it's easier to replace a general manager than a master tech, and I took that to heart. I make sure that I shake the hands of my master techs every day because they're so important to the viability, to the success of my service department, and they get overlooked so often.
Yes.
And they're truly the superheroes of the dealership. And I learned that at a very early stage, and I have not forgotten it.
Love it. And finally, Dave, you've brought together the shop and the BDC. You've given them the tools to make sure that we've got the technicians and we've got the business for them to work on. Talk to us a little bit about that, because it's unique in the focus that you give them the support.
Right. You know, a lot of what we do is the same as what we do with the advisors, right? We support them in doing reviews with them every day to see what they're struggling with and to kind of coach them into how to deal with different situations. I mean, that's the biggest part that we try to help them with. And, you know, and sometimes you got to let them run too.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to leave them alone so they can make the mistakes and, you know, don't beat on them just because they made a mistake, right? Just encourage them. Hey, next time, let's try it this way. And it's as simple as that sometimes.
Sarah, we can see why this is one of the best auto groups to work for.
Yes, we can, Ted. And we have a lot more going on today that I'm looking forward to.
Yep. Sarah Vantine are here. We're in Schaumburg Honda, part of the Rohrman Automotive Group. With the leaders of the organization, we'll be meeting with the people doing the unsung work behind the scenes. Sarah and I will be right
World's
back.
largest Honda store.
Woo!
Yes.
Unlock the industry's most comprehensive service technology platform. Xtime delivers a simple, fully transparent digital experience for both consumers and dealers. Get approvals on additional service recommendations in as fast as 7 minutes and earn 46% more dollars per repair order with Xtime. Dealerships and OEMs have long relied on Xtime's leading position in service scheduling, multi-point inspections, service marketing, and the consumer check-in experience. Drive revenue and profitability with our proven service technology that enhances the service experience from start to finish. Gain consumer confidence and elevate the staff experience with solutions that drive convenience and speed. Set the tone for the ultimate service experience with Xtime Schedule. Maximize your team's productivity and keep customers coming back with convenient online scheduling features and robust shop capacity management with Schedule. Grow fixed operations with every appointment using Xtime Engage, creating superior personalized experiences for your customers. Boost efficiency and profit with seamless check-ins, convenient status updates, and fast checkouts. And avoid frustrating bottlenecks with connected data from back-office processes to fixed ops. Improve your service department throughput and yield with Xtime Inspect, a fully integrated digital multi-point inspection tool. Obtain faster ASR approvals and higher profits, increasing RO value, instilling confidence in customers, and improving staff productivity with enhanced time-saving technician processes. Generate the demand you need at the right time from the right audience with Xtime Invite. Maximize revenue potential with multi-channel marketing capabilities through AI and service automations that drive performance marketing, precision targeting, and personalized outreach. A more profitable service experience requires a better service platform. Xtime gives you the comprehensive tools you need to enhance every communication touchpoint, resulting in satisfied customers and dealership staff to ensure ROI and increase likelihood of repeat business. Xtime is a part of a powerful ecosystem of retail solutions from Cox Automotive. Power on Retail 360.
Don't let no one snoop on your private information. Learn how to keep the peepers away at Privacy for Cars.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we're going to be talking about turning privacy into a dealership marketing advantage. Most car dealers see vehicle privacy as just another rule they have to follow, but Waverly Bird and Mary Marwig from Privacy for Cars are here to show us that the vehicle privacy is a new opportunity for dealerships since more and more customers are actively asking for privacy in their cars. And they're going to explain with us today how smart dealers are turning car data deletion services into their marketing advantage, Ted.
All right. So Waverly, welcome back. And Mary, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me today.
Thanks, Ted. All right. So Mary, start us off. Tell us about Privacy for Cars.
For sure. So let me start with the problem that we solve. So have you ever sat in a trade-in or a loaner car or even a rental car and you turn it on and then someone else's contacts, text messages, and their call logs, maybe even their payment details, their credit card pops up? I think this is an experience that pretty much everyone's had at this point. And what we do is we give dealerships the tools and the processes to properly delete prior driver's data off of cars. And then in addition to that, we provide the marketing support so that dealers can turn data deletion services into a new selling point for their customers.
Exactly. So think about everything that makes your car convenient. Things like having your prior call logs, your text messages, your home address, your navigation history, garage door codes, and really so much more. Now, having this information plugged into your car makes it so incredibly convenient when you're in control of the car, but it does create a security risk when you're not. So that's why dealers are offering this data deletion service to their customers.
I think we can all relate. All right. So Mary, what's changed? Why now? Why is this important now?
Yeah, that's a good question. And to piggyback on what Waverly just said, having all of these connected features in your car, having your personal data in your car is so convenient when you're in control of that car. But the moment you are not, it becomes a security risk. So dealers that leave customer personal data in the car, it's not just a poor customer experience for them. It's actually a personal risk for the customers themselves. I mean, Ted, Sarah, we hear every week there's some kind of data breach happening, and nobody wants to have the next data breach be from their car, which is why customers are now asking for this and why they are also willing to pay to have their personal data removed from cars.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, customer demand for this is up. In fact, SBD Automotive did a recent study that showed that 39% of buyers said that car privacy is more important than brand, body style, or even infotainment features. So this is a big change from zero just a few years ago.
This is incredible, Mary. So tell us, how does this data deletion service all work?
Yeah, so it's basically when a car comes into your dealership, whether it's a trade-in car, a lease return, or even a loaner, all your staff needs to do is grab their phone, open up their dealership's version of the Privacy for Cars app, and then do 3 simple things. First, they need to scan the VIN of the car with the app. Second, they'll pick the exact system for that car that is shown to them on the app. And then third, once they do that, they'll follow the VIN-specific step-by-step instructions to delete the data off of that car. And then once they're done doing those steps, we will issue a certificate of deletion, which is that third-party documentation that your customers are looking for to prove that the work was done and done properly.
Exactly, Mary. We make data deletion super simple. The staff can clear a car on average in about 90 seconds in most cases, following our very specific VIN processes. And typically we see the reconditioning staff do this work, but anyone from the showroom floor to the body shop can use our app to process vehicles quickly and most importantly, accurately. So they'll scan the car, select the system, simply follow the steps, and then we'll issue that certificate of deletion that is so important to the marketing of all of this.
So as a follow-up for both of you, Mary, you first, don't dealerships already have a process for deleting the data?
Well, some might have a process, but my question back to them would be, how confident are you in that process? Because there is no credit given for a half-done deletion. You either do it or you don't. So it's got to be 100% right or it's not done. And that's why it's really important to have the VIN-specific exact deletion procedures for that specific car so that you're doing the deletion process right. Do you want to know, Ted and Sarah, what the number one thing is that dealers who have their own process often forget to delete out of the car?
Yes.
I will tell you, but at the very end of the show, as an incentive for folks to stay tuned. So ask me again at the end of this recording.
So, Ted and Sarah, here's a challenge, right? So, in most cases, in-house processes are inconsistent, they're untrackable, and they offer no proof of completion. If it's not measurable, it's not really a process. And we all know that what gets measured gets done. So, Privacy for Cars, we provide a repeatable, audible process that tracks and that takes an average again of 90 seconds or less per vehicle. We offer 99.9% accuracy of our process. We back it with a $1 million warranty. And that way you're not just saying take our word for it. And then we generate that certificate to show who cleared the data, when, and from what exact vehicle. This means that dealerships can prove they've done the work, they can instill that all-important customer trust, and they can protect their reputation, all while improving their operational efficiency.
Yeah, and to piggyback on Waverly, what you're saying, the question is, don't dealerships have a process like this in place? And yes, some of them may have a manual process, but in most cases, that manual process has proven ineffective. For example, the unfortunate reality is that today, 4 out of 5 pre-owned cars for sale are resold with the prior customer's personal information still on it. 4 out of 5 cars are resold with the prior customer's data on it. That is a big miss. So why is that happening? Part of the reason is because data deletion methods differ across all different types of makes, models, years, infotainment systems, what have you. There is no one size fits all, Ted and Sarah. There is no Control-Alt-Delete button on a car like a computer. So that's why it's super important to get the VIN-specific data deletion method so that your staff can actually do all of the proper steps and make sure they don't miss anything. And then when we're marketing that, which is what the point of this talk is about, you cannot charge a customer or market a service if you are not confident in it. If your process is inconsistent, you cannot charge and market for that. So that is why it is so important to make sure you're doing this process right, and why customers of Privacy for Cars have that confidence and that certificate of deletion to prove that they've done the data deletion well and correctly.
And Mary, you mentioned that dealers are using privacy as a marketing differentiator also. Can you give us some real examples of how they're going about doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. I love to love on our customers, so I'm so excited that you asked this. Okay, first I want to talk about Premier Honda. They are located in one of my favorite cities, New Orleans. So if you go on their website, which is Premier Honda, so Premier Honda, you can go there and look right on their homepage. They have this huge web banner that says, trading or selling your car? Don't trade away your personal data too. Come in for our data deletion service with certificate proof. Your privacy matters to us. So I really love that they are putting this right front and center. When a customer comes to their website, they can see this differentiator right on the homepage. But we also have customers that are showcasing privacy on their websites in other ways. So Waverly, do you want to talk about how other dealers are using it?
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, Classic Chevrolet, the world's largest Chevy dealership located right here in my home state of Texas, they put our VIN-specific certificates of deletion badges right on their pre-owned inventory listing pages on their website. Now, this way, customers can see that the cars for sale have been cleared. They're putting these badges up. Putting these badges up is 100% an automated process. It's kind of magical. So when your staff finishes clearing that car, we automatically send a signal to your website to display that VIN-specific web badge linked to the data deletion certificate on the vehicle detail page, which makes it super simple. So again, if you go to Classic Chevrolet's website, you go to their pre-owned inventory, you'll find an auto-cleared badge, and when you click on it, you'll see exactly what we're talking about, that VIN-specific certificate of data deletion. So again, really having the certificate of deletion visible on a dealer's website is a real big differentiator. So when buyers comparison shop, they see the data deletion web certificates and they think, wow, other dealerships I'm shopping at don't offer this. So seeing that deletion certificate right on their website does separate them apart and provides that differentiation that we're talking about.
Yeah, and I want to share one more story too. It's not just about showing it on your website, it's also incorporating privacy into your brand's customer promise. So one of my favorite examples is a customer, Pine Belt Automotive in New Jersey, where they have trained their showroom staff and their shop staff on vehicle privacy and how to have these great conversations. And we have heard from our customer that they have so many customers come back into the store and say, thank you for your due diligence, because I had no idea how much personal data was left in my car. And for the dealerships that don't do this, they're putting me at risk. So offering data deletion services to customers is a benefit that's tangible, it's real, and it's an actual benefit to the customer. It's not just like a talking point, but something they can really see, feel, and feel thankful for. So that's why it's important for dealers to offer this as a brand differentiator, because not all dealerships are doing it.
And so when we onboard a new customer or a new dealership, we offer all sorts of support to help our dealers market this, including, staff training on how to talk about privacy, how to use the app, although it's very easy and super intuitive. We have custom brochures. We can do roll-up banners. We've got web support. Everything from those 100% automated vehicle detail page badges to custom website banners. I mean, you name it, right? But last but not least, we'll put your dealership on our list of Privacy Care Dealerships page. So when hundreds of thousands of people come to Privacy of Your Car's vehicleprivacyreport.com looking for help with their car's privacy, and they want to trade in or buy a car, they can easily find you as their local Privacy Care dealer. Again, the idea is to really make privacy part of the customer promise. That's what's going to build trust and set you apart from the competition.
Okay, it makes a lot of sense. Easy to understand. Follow-up, Waverly. How are dealerships pricing this and when they're using it as part of a marketing campaign?
Yeah, great question, Ted. Some dealerships actually offer it for free just to capture more trades.
Sure.
Think of it like a tire rotation or a free multi-point inspection. It really just gets people in the door. Then you have others that do charge a fee during trade-ins, during lease returns, and reconditioning. And for total losses for those that have a body shop, they're still seeing anywhere between 4 to 10x ROI when they do charge for the service. And then not to mention on the service loaners, we do see stores charging a nominal fee of anywhere between maybe $5 or $10 for those vehicles as well. It really just depends on each individual dealership.
And I want to just add to that, when you are marketing this, remember, it's not a data deletion service and you're just charging people to press a few buttons in the car. What you're doing is you're safeguarding customers' personal data, backing it with certificate, and that's what really resonates with your customers. So it's a service that they want that provides them extra peace of mind.
Well, and Mary, that actually brings up another point for a lot of dealerships. So, a lot of stores have, a fixed operations department or some kind of fleet, involved with servicing and maintaining vehicles. So, is this just a retail only strategy for like used cars, or does it also apply in fixed ops and fleet?
Yeah, great question, Sarah. It actually absolutely applies in both, right? In fixed ops, we're seeing stores promote the data deletion for service loaners and for total loss vehicles for those, again, that have body shops. For the fleet, especially when you think about rental vehicles or courtesy vehicles, it's just an absolute no-brainer. Those vehicles swap hands constantly, day in and day out, right? So it's not just retail trade-ins. This can be really a cross-departmental profit center for the organization.
Okay, makes sense. All right,
Guys, I did forget, Mary, we're nearing the end. So come back to what we talked about earlier. Tell Sarah and I, what is the number one thing that dealers often forget to delete?
So thanks for everyone for staying tuned in. The number one thing that dealers that don't have a process in place, don't use privacy for cars, often forget to delete is the garage door code opener. This is so often overlooked. And I really want you to think about this, Ted and Sarah. Imagine somebody's got access to that car. They didn't delete any of the data off of it. They just type in go home. Now you're driving to somebody's house and you can pop open someone's garage. So just imagine the surprise that something like that would cause. And let's definitely not have that happen. So let's offer data deletion services that include the garage door opener.
All right, that's a big one. All right, so if our audience watching today, you've got dealers, general managers, reconditioning, used car managers, fixed ops directors. If they're interested in privacy for cars and how this would work for their dealership or their rooftops, what should they do next?
Simply contact me directly, Ted, at waverly@privacyforcars.com. Or we can get a dealership set up in little as just one business day, so it happens very quick. Or if they want to learn more, they can simply visit privacyforcars.com/dealers. But as a final reminder, Ted and Sarah, I wanted to make 3 really big points, which is number one, privacy for cars is a process that takes on average 90 seconds in most cases, as I mentioned. It's 99% accuracy and is backed by that $1 million warranty. And again, it gives your dealership that third-party validation. Our certificates of deletion really instill that customer trust and enables the dealerships to really market our service.
Right. And then as soon as you're done giving Waverly a call, put your marketing team in touch with me and we will take it from there.
All right. Sarah, great message here. And Sarah, really relevant for what's going on right now in the industry.
It is, Ted. Privacy is an important component for not just the dealership, but their customers as well. So a very timely topic and very important.
All right. Waverly and Mary, a lot more to come. I'd like to invite you back, okay? And come back and see us on our next show. And let's talk a little bit more how this is working for customers, consumers, dealers, and fascinating stuff. And you're the only ones in this realm. So congratulations to you on identifying it, and much success to both of you. Waverly Bird, everybody, and Mary Marwig there with Privacy for Cars. Visit them on the web, privacyforcars.com/dealers. You see Waverly's email down below in the ticker. Reach out to Waverly and Mary for more information. On behalf of the Roundtable, Waverly and Mary, thank you for all you do for the industry.
Thank you, Ted and Sarah.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate your time.
Privacy for Cars, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We had a customer who had an Audi for about 8 years, and it was their pride and joy. After much consideration, they decided it was time to replace that with a new one. It wasn't until about 2 weeks later when we called her that her plates were in that she realized, oh no, I left all my addresses and all my information in the car. At which point we easily diffused her by letting her know we partner with Privacy for Cars, and her data was gone from that car before it even saw the inside of our service shop.
These dames are the feather in the cap of the Snell Motor Company. It's the Women in Retail panel.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Jean Ings, and we are here in Dallas, Texas at the Snell Motor Company. Jean, it has been an incredible day so far, and we have a really powerful women's panel right here sitting with us. So I'm hoping that, starting down by Jean, if you guys would like to introduce yourselves and tell us who you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Anna Trevino, also go by Gallegos. I'm a service advisor here, and I've been here for 10 years.
I'm Kaylee Filio. I'm the Sales and Marketing Director for PartsEdge.
I'm Rebecca DeLeon. I oversee the talent acquisition for Snell Motor Companies.
I'm Maureen Martin. I'm the Vice President of Strategic Alliances for Dynatron Software.
My name is Jackie Rosales. I am the internal advisor over at Snell Collision Center.
I'm Marie Whitmore. I've been in the business 26 years. I'm a service advisor here at Snell JLR Dallas.
Amazing. Now, ladies, we all know that you all play such an important role in the automotive industry. And I'm interested to hear a little bit about your stories about, have you ever been underestimated in your role? And if you could tell us a little bit about how it played out. Maureen, I'm going to jump to you first.
Okay. Well, I had the privilege to start in the automotive industry 38 years ago with Ford Motor Company, my first 11 years. So at the time, there really weren't any women that were working in the automotive space, particularly at one of the OEMs. And so I had the privilege to be, kind of leading edge. Probably most unique opportunity during that time was I was responsible for the Hawaiian Islands. And so I had parts, service, I had sales, I worked with 3 regional offices. And so I've always felt it's very important, not necessarily underestimate, but it was really about understanding that we bring a different perspective. We're just as passionate about the industry. And how do we get more women to come into it? I've also had the opportunity to really do some women organizations about recruiting and retention in the automotive industry. And so I feel it's really important that we continue to give back and we bring more women into it because a diverse thought leadership really makes a big difference.
Absolutely. Kaylee, what about yourself? In your space in the automotive industry and your career path and growth, have you ever felt underestimated or anything like that? And how did it play out?
I've been in the industry about 12 years and it's shifted a lot. And I remember, fortunately, I have great founders and bosses that I work for that's always let me test things out and just explore and really, make a brand for our company. But I would come across some parts managers that would not take me seriously. So and I would go back and just, dig deeper and really try to understand because I haven't been in that role and really put myself in their shoes so that I can better support them and figure out ways to be there for them. So that's really, and it's shifted, that was, when I first started. And I think I've changed a lot and grown a lot too. And it boiled down to confidence and really going, through those practices to practice confidence. I don't think it's not totally a natural thing. It's something you have to be conscious of and, own it. So.
Rebecca, what about yourself? Being here at Snell, we've heard that they have an amazing culture, so that might not be the case at all for here. But even in your past, have you had any experiences in this male-dominated industry where you felt underrepresented or underappreciated?
Yeah, absolutely. Similar to Kaylee, I think I've had the luxury of having some great leadership under my belt. And so I do have that privilege of having men in the industry that do advocate for me and what I stand for. So 16 years in, and my first venture into really going into the dealership world was in the San Antonio market. And so I had a fixed ops director who would just not give me the time of day. And I told my boss, I was like, Steve, I'm not going back to that dealership. And so he never let me kind of let go of that account. And so really, that's where I defined my grit. I had to be consistent. And I think my success is a lot to do with the men that supported us as well.
Absolutely. Do you feel the culture that has been built here at Snell has played a different role in shaping a lot of these women on the panel that are sitting with us here today?
I think so. So my biggest, tool is to be able to talk to our leadership team and go, hey, these women bring a different perspective. They bring some empathy to the industry that we so rarely get. And so they have really taken on the listening ears and being able to advocate for the ladies that we do have on the team. Yeah.
Well, speaking of leadership, that actually rolls really well into our next question. How do we move from just representation to actual influence in leadership roles? I know we talked a little bit about grit. We talked a little bit about building confidence. What does that look like for you in your roles? Anna, do we want to start with you?
Sure. I want to say, you're saying grit. I agree with that. Also, I want to say nurturing too. I think that brings a different perspective. I know as a mom too, and being in this industry, I do understand like empathy and sympathy with people in the situations. You just never know what kind of relationship or where they're at this moment. So it's just about kind of talking to them, understanding where they're at, and just nurturing that relationship so that you can just identify their needs and expectations.
You know, Anna had talked a little bit about, I had seen her train a lot of the newer advisors coming in the door. And so I go, why? Why do you do that? Or how do you get them to really buy into your process, right? Because she is so soft-spoken. And as an advisor, I'm like, oh my goodness, how do you combat that? And so her why is, I want to know what their why is too. And so then I shift my training to adapt to what their interests are. And so correlate it to that. And I think she has a really good niche for that. So good for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Marie, what about yourself? How do you turn, just being women representation into actually, influence and leadership?
An old service director said a phrase, you can't demand respect, you have to command it with your actions, with your words. So I try to do as I say. I try to set the standard and lead. And obviously it's also taking in what everyone is saying and not saying no or not, but actually listening and trying to adapt, trying to make things work. So I try to lead by example, and I try to listen to what people are telling me and not turn a blind ear to it or a deaf ear to it, and actually learn from it and try to grow from that.
Absolutely. Jackie, what about yourself? How do you turn just female representation into actual leadership and empower within yourself?
I think that representation is the first step. It just means that the door is open.
Yeah.
But when you give a woman the resources, the authority, and the trust, that's when we switch from not just representing, but also making decisions that shape the business. And I think that, when you're in that, once you're in that position, then, the business or the things that happen around you, just you tend to see the way that people react to you, and I think at that point you've gone from representation but now moving into influence.
Absolutely.
I totally agree. Wow. Now, ladies, we're gonna do this next question in a bit of a speed round. We talked about how automotive is often a male-dominated space, but for yourselves, how do you navigate that space in retail automotive without losing yourself? Rebecca, do you want to start us off with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I have learned to be soft when I need to be soft, and I have learned to be stern when I need to be stern. I definitely make my voice heard, and in the most respectful manner. Some would call us abrasive or very forward-thinking, right? But when they would categorize, the gentleman in the industry as, hey, a leader, and so I have tried to define that line and hold strong and steady to what I believe without being emotional. And so emotional versus passionate is something that I try to tread lightly, right? Because I can become very passionate, which can come off as emotional. So
Anna, what about yourself? You were talking about the nurturing aspect of you being a mother. How do you navigate the retail automotive world without losing yourself? Maybe from that aspect.
I would probably say I agree with you about being emotional versus passionate. I want to say, like, sometimes whenever you have that strong sentiment towards someone or you want to share an idea, I do feel like, at least in this industry at Snell Motor Company, I do feel like everything is very open discussion, that we're able to talk about it, that we're able to move forward, and they're open to our ideas. I feel like it has shaped, being a mom and then also being a service advisor and being a leader has shaped me to allow me, I guess, them to embrace any decisions or any, thoughts that I have. So without resistance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kaylee, do you have anything to add about navigating the automotive space without losing yourself?
Oh, yeah, that's such a great question, and I can completely relate to becoming a mom and managing your career and not losing. I think that's the whole thing, is having a career and being a mom. That's how you don't lose yourself. And you have that balance. And some days you feel like you fail completely at being a mom, and some days you fail completely at being in your role. So it's like, I don't even think it's called balance. It's like harmony. They say, like, it's okay. Some days that are like that. But that's how I think you can maintain and not lose yourself and be who you are and be a mom and have a career. So I feel like I'm rambling. But
Does anyone have any last final thoughts to add on the topic of?
The only thing I would add is that, I have the privilege, I have triplets that just graduated from college, and as an executive in the automotive industry, I can tell you that the men appreciate just as much as the women what it's like to be a parent in today's world. And when we approach it from that perspective, I know that we can bring so many more talented people into our industry. A lot of people just don't look at automotive the way that we do. And I had an executive at Ford, Jim O'Connor, who always taught me, if you really want to understand the automotive industry, go to a dealership, have them take you under their wing. They'll teach you the business, because in some form or fashion, all of us support the retail network. We do it from software company, from the fixed operation side. But when we look at it, look at your male counterparts as being, it's about our skills and our gifts, and we all bring something unique to the table.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for joining us today on this very powerful women's panel. It's great to see so many inspiring leaders sitting next to us in this industry. And then for those of you continuing to stay tuned online, we have a lot more to come and so many more panels to push out. So thank you for joining us.
Birds of a feather stick together. Hear from our parts and tech panel from our Amplify pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Teddings. We are at the Reynolds and Reynolds Amplify Summit here in Dallas, Texas. And today, Ted, we have some very special guests with us.
That's right. We've met some colleagues and friends. For those in the audience who don't know, just if you don't mind introducing yourself, starting with Ed, tell us who you are and what you do, and we'll go right down the line.
I'm Ed Roberts, COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln.
I'm Kaylee Filio, Sales and Marketing Director at Parts Edge.
I'm Marcos Zwanenburg, Technician at Naples Luxury Imports.
Everyone, welcome to the panel today. Kaylee, just to kick things off, Ted and I have been hearing a lot in the industry around parts, but the conversation has really been pivoting into how dealerships can be more efficient with their inventory and reach more customers. What are you seeing?
Exactly that. I feel like, being in my role, I've seen such a shift in the conversation of dealers really just treating their parts departments like a true profit center that it really is. And that boils down to being efficient. And I feel like naturally the parts department and parts people are very efficient and methodical people. And I think that's so that's what I'm seeing.
Ed, you see a lot of focus now on parts. Parts is getting some love.
Well, parts is the key ingredient to generating hours, and that's what we do in the service department. And unfortunately, the parts department's been the forgotten department for way too long. But now that fixed ops is getting some attention, we're looking at all the areas of inefficiencies to make them more efficient. And parts was just a key opportunity to allow us to create some efficiencies and keep things flowing so we can generate flat rate hours.
Marco, your thoughts?
As a dealership technician, I have nowhere else to go to but our parts department. So I cannot fix cars and turn the hours without the parts department. So the combination of parts and technicians is an essential component in efficiency and in customer satisfaction and in retention. So thank you for all you do.
Ed, what is it Tully says? Parts sells hours, I believe is the phrase.
Parts sells hours. And when we can, obviously we need to keep our guys efficient out in the shop as well. That's their lifeline. And when we can bring parts out to them. So we partner with Reynolds and Relo and deliver those parts out to them just to enhance that level of efficiency. But you guys have really brought to the forefront of how much opportunity is in the parts department. We greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just the simple act of delivering parts to technicians. I feel like that's such an important part of it, and I think a tech also appreciates that, you know, you're helping them achieve more and be more efficient. There's just, you know, when you talk about selling hours, it's like that parts is the source of that. It's the you need the parts. If you have to have so many carryovers because you don't have the parts, it's not efficient. So
Kelly, you've been a part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable at Parts Edge for such a long time. This is the first time I've had a chance to meet you in person.
it's crazy.
Okay, so
I just can't believe it's like time flies.
for our audience, tell us a little bit about Parts Edge and some of the things that you do for dealers around the country.
Yeah, that's, you know, we focus on really being efficient with what you're stocking, supporting parts managers in their day to day, because a lot of the times I know in my conversations, they're just fighting an uphill battle. They're dealing with manufacturer programs, sourcing parts, making sure that investment is churning for the dealer. So that's really what we focus on, is really being efficient and supporting parts managers.
Marco, how important is that to have somebody helping the parts department become more efficient and looking over and helping them, ultimately helping the techs out in the field?
It's absolutely essential. One of the main components that we struggle with sometimes is communication. As far as parts available or parts not available. Luckily, I am blessed with really good parts people at my dealership that know what nuts and bolts go with what repair. Others may not really know this. So having this communication and having a helping hand, like Kaylee said, everything that comes through an OEM, we all know, is not always the easiest and straightforward. So if you have someone there helping and assisting in keeping everything flowing the way it should, we're just making for a well-oiled machine that does nothing but, you know, get us all tired and go home rich. So,
Rich
yep.
and tired.
Rich and tired, that's what we need. Sell the hours, rich and tired. But I cannot do it without parts. And, you know, parts has the shop as their biggest customer. So we really need to go hand in hand on this and help each other out. And I think we're really seeing the turn in the industry right now.
So there's a lot of analytics in the parts department as well that allows us to understand the right inventory to have. Well, if we treat the parts department like our used car department, they're both assets that belong to the store. We don't floor plan any of those. We own those things. And so we have to have true turns, and we got to make sure that we have the right inventory in stock and using data to help us with that, to make sure that we're turning inventory at the right time and we're keeping the right things in parts. That's the key.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how efficient you are delivering it out if you don't have it in stock.
Well, Ted, we've seen a lot of technology in the parts department here. I mean, the Relo robot has been roaming around, delivering parts and working on some of those pieces. But Ed, I want to go back into the mobile element too, to just draw attention to that. How much is the parts department going to impact your mobile service operations?
Well, each mobile van is almost like a mini warehouse in itself, because we have to have inventory on those vans as well. So it isn't just the warehouse. We have to treat each one of those as their own parts bin, as their own inventory system. And so it does add some complexities to it. And that's when we need to use things to help us be more efficient.
And I remember just the point that you made about the used car inventory and how it's comparable to parts. I'm constantly bringing that up and putting into perspective too. When you look at how many carts that the part number population, there's thousands and thousands of parts, and then there's hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes millions of dollars invested in the inventory. So it's so important to be efficient and knowing what you should be stocking, and you only make most of your profit off a small percentage of your inventory in reality.
Everybody, lightning round in the time we have left. If you would, in 30 seconds, here we are, you know, coming towards the last part of the year. If there was something that you're looking forward to going into the new year, based on the technologies, innovations, maybe things that you're working on, what would it be? What could you share with the audience? I'll start with that and we'll go right down the line.
Anything that makes them more efficient. Really, the Relo has been a huge part in our store. And just because we have Relo doesn't mean that we can't make it better. So it's constantly looking at everything we do and finding new efficiencies to make things flow.
I'd say about the same, you know, really adopting AI and where there's bottlenecks in process and making it more efficient and harnessing that to just be better and serve our customers better.
Real-time data for technicians. If a complex job comes up, which parts are available, which parts are not, and when will they be available? So we can plan our days and keep our days rolling efficiently, stay in the bay, and keep working.
All right. What a great team up here today, Sarah, and what a great conversation we're having.
Great conversation, Ted, and lots more to come here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable and at Amplify.
I'm Ted Ings. I'm here with Sarah Vantine, with Ed Roberts, Kaylee Filio, Marco Zwanenburg. We're in Dallas at the Reynolds Amplify event, the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Sarah and I are going to be right back.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. Parts Edge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. Parts Edge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. Parts Edge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. Parts Edge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with Parts Edge. Call us today to find out what Parts Edge can do for you.
Get the play-by-play with the Fixed Ops Efficiency Playbook up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the Fixed Ops Efficiency Playbook. This is the big podcast from Revolution Parts. Want to introduce our all-star players who are with us today, beginning with Tully Williams, Fixed Ops Director out at the Nilo Company in Sacramento, California. Brian Kramer, Vice President at Cars Commerce, who's with us here today. David Spizak from Disruptive Growth Solutions. Welcome, gentlemen. And of course, from Revolution Parts, want to welcome Amanda Poe. Thank you all for being with us today. And let's get right into it. Tully, if it's okay, I'm going to come over to you first. Tully, let's talk about finding efficiencies, particularly in the dealership and fixed ops. What are some of the biggest gaps or opportunities that you see right now in fixed ops, and how are they impacting profitability?
I look at, is your focus on the right thing? And as it says, my focus is on selling hours in the fixed ops department. But selling hours includes parts and service. And have your teams together on that sole purpose will increase your profits, because that is the ultimate focus. Is your parts department know the importance of the tech efficiency and making sure that we are staffed properly? Are you looking at ratios of technicians to parts people, technicians to its service advisors? Are you staffed well enough? You say, well, Tully, you don't want to hire too many people. Yes, I do, if I have a delay at the parts counter. Am I having a parts counter? My goal is to board all those up and have the parts counter on a roving desk that's in the shop at the technician's stalls and talking to them about what they need. Think about, how do you drive efficiency in your store? And it starts with parts. Without parts, we can't sell hours. So is your parts department on board? Talking about who's paying for the freight can never come out of a person's mouth. The issue is how fast can I get that part to that parts person and get that to the technician? That's the key issue. Efficiencies of getting parts department, giving parts to our technicians is key, number one.
David, you work with a lot of stores, not just here in the U.S., but globally. What are you seeing out there in terms of efficiencies?
Well, I think that we're
at a bit of a tipping point, honestly, because the world is moving faster and faster. If you guys notice in this industry, every quarter, innovation is speeding up. It's accelerating. It's almost at a breakneck pace. And there still are many, many dealers. I would venture to say the majority of dealers out there are still operating their stores. I see groups, Ted, that own 10, 15, 20, 25 stores that still operate like they were that mom and pop with one store. I see it all the time. I see dealerships that are operating like it's 2019, right? Prince, right? We're going to party like it's 1999. We don't want to party like it's 2019. Everybody, it's 2025. It's time to innovate. You can't have technology be the only innovation in the house. You must have innovative leadership. You must have innovative compensation plans. You must have innovative sales process. And yes, you must have innovation in your parts department, right? Because your parts department is a critical link to your team in the service department's ability to move cars. We think all the time about throughput and throughput efficiencies, right, Tully? I got to get that car in and car out. Think about this. The average hours per RO might be 2.3 out there in the industry, something like that. But the average RO is open 3 days plus. That is the antithesis of efficiency. Now, why is that? Is it because we don't have proper access to the right parts on time? Is it because we don't have people properly motivated? We don't have our compensation plans updated? There's a host of things, Ted, but it's time, bottom line, for us to start rethinking, and we can't abdicate our need to innovate to just the technology in the store.
David, great point. And that leadership mindset, typically and historically, we have not looked to parts for that in the past.
No, it's interesting. I think we touched on this a little bit at your spectacular event in New York, and thank you again for pulling that off, making that happen. Anytime we could put parts and service into the forefront of the minds of dealers and their personnel, we are doing a massive service to this industry, because it is and will continue to be for the foreseeable future, I believe, the most critical part of our retail automotive industry. I know everybody wants to talk about selling cars. I'm all about selling cars. That's how I came into the business. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to moving forward, you're going to see parts and service continue to play a greater and greater role in terms of retention, in terms of culture, and in terms of, selling cars. So it's critically important.
Amen, David.
Brian Kramer, your thoughts on finding efficiencies?
Don't hate me, Brian.
Well, actually, I'll take what David just said a step further, because I couldn't agree with you more. You're talking about selling cars. One of the things that I see the most committed errors the most when somebody's appraising vehicles is estimating what the parts reconditioning is going to be. They're overestimating or underestimating, and both of them are just as criminal, because they either don't take in the trade or they end up wholesaling it because they overestimated they're underestimated what the parts was going to be, and now they have to get rid of the vehicle versus just being precise on it like we are with every other part of the business. But I think that it's tough to be able to get people to change when they've done things a certain way for so long, or to get them to trust. So I think that it's extremely important that, to go back to what Tully was saying, that the leader establishes clarity as to what it is that we're trying to achieve. Because everybody, in my personal experience, when I tried to get innovation going, they would resist and they would push back because I didn't show them what was in it for them and how much it was affecting them, not just them, but their technicians, and what the off-the-shelf fill rate was, and how much it was affecting my loaner car cycle time, and all these other downstream things. Because most people are myopic naturally because they only have visibility into their little lens and their ecosystem. But when you start showing everybody the cascading effect across the org and to start to quantify that, I think that's the key to really initiate change, because a lot of times leaders don't tell them why they're changing. They're just telling, we're changing this, and without giving them the why behind it. And I think that's critical.
Brian, David made a statement in New York, and I'm going to paraphrase. He didn't say it exactly this way, but he said the days of dealers no longer being concerned about innovation and forward thinking, those days are over, Brian. And from this point forward, dealers have to be concerned about what's next and playing a big role in that.
And I think, to what David was just saying about technology, it's not just about technology, and it's not just about AI and all those sorts of things. something that I saw recently, and I experienced it. I had the opportunity to to oversee the largest wholesale parts operation earlier on in my career with a publicly traded company for a brief stint. But what I realized when I left that company and I tried to compete with them is that they were doing more business, and they were actually doing more business at a higher wholesale profit margin than I was trying to approach all these body shops. And I kept on asking them, I'm like, well, I'm going to give you a better deal. Why wouldn't you go through us? And they said, because I know I can depend on that dealer. They do what they say they're going to do. They're consistent, and I can always count on them when I need to. And the parts show up when they say they're going to, and they don't overpromise and they don't underdeliver. And I think that everybody always wants to get in this price battle. Well, wholesale, there's not enough margin in it, and you can't make money in doing that. And what Tully said earlier about, let's quit asking about the freight, let's quit asking about all those things and just be there for the customer. I think that's the kind of innovation that needs to occur, not just the technology, but actually innovating a customer-centric process from wholesale and retail parts.
Amanda, this is very refreshing, and a lot of the new thinking that's coming into the industry. And I heard some of that from your co-founder CEO recently when I had a chance to speak with him, and the thinking that's gone into Revolution Parts as well.
Absolutely. Ibrahim he's a revolutionary, and there's a reason why he named us Revolution Parts. And I love what Brian just said, where you have to rethink the way that you're approaching things. And something that I hear so often in my business is we don't want to do wholesale because the profit margins are too low. We don't want to do e-commerce because the profit margins are too low. If you look only at profit margins and you don't look at customer retention, you don't look at customer satisfaction, you don't look at bringing them back over and over and over again, you only look at those profit margins, sure, it's going to seem scary. But the other thing that I think people fail to consider is when it comes to wholesale and e-commerce and all of these different selling channels, you're not losing money by not making as much profit. You're gaining sales you never would have had otherwise. So sure, on wholesale, you make 10% less than you do when somebody comes into the counter, but that's money you never would have seen in the first place. And so embracing those new technologies and those new way of doing things, that's where I see the future of the parts department going.
You
David,
know,
go ahead.
I'd like to jump in if it's okay on what Amanda just said. And, anybody that knows me knows I'm a fan of counterintuitive thinking. I'm a fan of the non-obvious, right? Wait, if you're doing the obvious, if you're doing what everybody else is doing, you are by definition average, normal, standard. And there's no glory in that. Nobody's buying a book from anybody who was the greatest average performer ever, greatest conformist ever. Nobody cares. Right. So you have to be willing. Here's another one, right? 10 types of innovation. So 10 types of innovation, right? If this would be a very thin book, if it was just innovation technology. So you have to have innovative thinking. I want everybody to think about this. Amanda, I would take issue with you saying it's only 10% difference. It could be far greater than that. I mean, I could have a 35 to 45% parts margin, and I could only have a 10 or 15%. I don't care. We're getting lost in the weeds. We're getting hung up on the obvious, right? I could think of a couple companies that have seemed to have struggled into being okay in okay shape. One's Amazon and one's Walmart. Both of them are low-cost providers. Both of them operate on razor-thin margins, and they're not the only ones. So I think that we have to be able to see the forest through the trees, as Brian said. We oftentimes are too myopic, and we look for the obvious. We'll just look at right here. Here's the thing, everybody. I think you need to consider. So I look around. We measure market share ad nauseum in new cars. We don't do it anywhere to that degree in used. We don't do it at all in our parts department. And I want you, have you ever gone out and looked at all the zip codes in your market and found every independent, every collision center? Have you measured your market share? Are you looking at how much your customer is spending on average, how much those zip codes generate on average? Are you trending that to see if you're growing that business or not? Okay, that's one thing. Two, you got to consider the fact that those people, every single one you do business with, is a potential network for referrals for new cars and new car business, right? A collision center is going to deal with people that might be looking for a new car. They're going to deal with insurance companies every day that know people that their car's not going to be in the collision center because it was totaled. They need a new car. I think you have to be able to really be that Wayne Gretzky that sees where the puck is going. And to me, if you're in a local market, everyone, are you getting out of your parts department, going to see them? and being able to earn their business. I did this recently, and I'll end on this. Small dealership, very small, okay? And they were not getting anywhere near the wholesale penetration or parts gross that I felt was that they were capable of. So I said, go out there, take a Starbucks gift card, go out, hang out with them. Here's $25, Starbucks gift card. I would love to know what I can do to better serve your business. Faster, simpler, easier, right? And he found out from not one, but multiple collision centers that what they thought, the reason they weren't doing business, Ted and Amanda, was because the return policy was it was not favorable to them. Their terms for payment, they felt, were very different, much tougher, much more strict or limited than anybody else they did business with. So he didn't know, he had no idea. He fixed that. Now he has all of their business. So guys, if you go out there, there's a huge market. And that market, you're not going to just get those parts that you wouldn't have had before, those sales you wouldn't have had before in the gross. But trust me, those people that own those shops, they drive your cars. They're people that work for them, drive your cars. And yep, their customers do too.
Tully, aren't these some of the reasons why you're in the e-commerce business? Some of the things that David just called out here?
100%. I mean, the goal is that we want all the channels. And I loved how David said, get out of the weeds. Don't worry about the gross profit. As I said, I don't care about the money. I care about what you're after. I'm after selling hours. I got to have parts to sell hours. I want to own the wholesale market. I don't care about the money at that point. Am I doing the job right? Am I getting parts department to give the parts to the wholesale? Well, who does not want to own every body shop? Because our ultimate goal in business is retention. I don't care about selling cars. I don't care about anything else. I just want, if I have you as a customer, I never want to let you go. And at the Nilo company, we're great that we have multiple brands. I want to keep you in the Nilo family for life. And the more I'm out there talking to people, that's how it works, right? If I have the wholesale business, when they need a car, when they need a car service, they're going to come to us. If your reputation out there is you're going to do a great job and be honesty and integrity, you are going to win every battle. But here's the deal. It starts with everybody believing in that. So the culture at your store has to be in that. Instead of being, well, that's going to cost you $50 in freight. What do you want to do? That word can never come out of your mouth, ever. And the goal is that is everybody in your store prepared for that? Here's another thing I like to look at e-commerce is that I believe that the parts department inventory needs to grow. It doesn't need to grow old. And every channel that I have in selling wholesale parts, and I'm online and selling those parts, helps me drive my inventory. And guess what the manufacturer wants us to sell? They only want to sell two things. They want to sell cars and they want to sell parts. They don't care about labor and they don't really care about used cars. But if they care about those things, so now if I'm moving parts constantly through all the channels that I have, I can make more money. That's the ultimate goal. But here's the deal, is I'm moving my parts, I'm keeping my parts inventory clean and efficient, which means that in turn drives my shop to even more efficiencies because now I have a bigger breadth of parts where I can sell more hours faster. And like David said, 3 hours, 3 days doesn't work for us. We've got to get people in and out in a day or two. Loaner cars are the devil. And if we have the parts, we stop the devil.
Brian, this is refreshing thinking on the fixed and parts side.
Yes, but I would say that there's something else that every dealer needs to be thinking about in a much bigger way. So the more data that you have around what parts you're selling, not selling, what the obsolescence, your off-the-shelf fill rate, all of those things, that's going to power the AI models of the future. And if you're not maximizing that, then you don't know what's selling. And more important than that, people are going to be searching for these parts using AI-based search. And they're already doing it now with ChatGPT and Google Gemini and things like that. So I would say that right now is like an Oklahoma land data grab in automotive retail. And whoever is getting the most data, these dealers that are already doing wholesale parts and that are really just in the parts game, they're only going to get amplified. So if you're not in this game, it's going to be too late 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Data is the crude oil, the currency of the future, or of the now. And if dealers aren't playing in this and they don't have a link on their website to be able to retail parts, and they don't have the ability to be able to perform e-commerce, then they're going to be out of the game, and they won't show up at all in a year and a half, 2 years. They will be irrelevant when it comes to this, when it comes to online search and frequency and relevance, because Google and Bing and all these things are not going to be the way people search in the future. It's already changed. You get 200 million users on ChatGPT. It's already changed. So you have to do this in order to become relevant. And the data, to me, trumps the cost of the freight. You just let the freight go. It's not. It's an irrelevant comment right now, because right now you have to get the data. Yeah.
Brian, this AI conversation around parts, this is where it's at, because this is the game changer. And you're right, it's happening now. And our friend Brian told us about this a few weeks ago. But it's true. And ChatGPT, the whole game is changing. This whole search engine is changing.
Websites are going to be changing. The way that people search, obviously we own Dealer Inspired websites, and we're looking at all these different models because we've got to change and disrupt ourselves, because the way that people start searching through AI is taking them directly to site links. And if you don't have site links that show up in terms of relevance, that are sticky, not just to Google and not just to search engines, but also to ChatGPT, to Google Gemini, to Grok, if you're not thinking about that and how that's going to be appealing to those AI search engines, I mean, that's where everybody needs to be thinking about immediately. And then more importantly, and to touch on what everybody on this panel has been saying, you've got to have the infrastructure, the process, and the people that can execute on it. And that's typically where I see it fall down, is that they have this grandiose idea. They're going to do all these things on the website, and I'm going to market all these things. And then when push comes to shove, the pay plans aren't aligned, the people aren't aligned, the staffing's not aligned, the resources weren't committed, because it took a 90-day lag time before we actually saw the results. And then we didn't want to plant the flag on that. So I think that everybody needs to be aligned. It's a total dealership initiative, and it's well worth it for everybody, including the customer.
Ted, let me butt in here for just a second on what Brian just said, because I think half the people that are watching this webinar right now probably just started Googling terms like site links and ChatGPT, and probably are a little lost on all of the importance of being online. But he said that it's really important to find the right people and to find the right tools and find the right technology. And I would add to that and say it's also really important to find the right partner, because not every parts expert is an expert in the industry. Not every fixed ops expert is an expert in the internet. And sometimes you have to find the right partner. And I love to say that because I love to be that partner. But as as everybody saw in New York City, when Ibrahim, our CEO, came and spoke on Revolution Parts, we didn't power $4.5 billion in part sales last year with over 2,500 dealers for no reason. We like to be that partner. And if you heard him say that, and you heard site links, and you heard AI tools, and your eyes rolled back in your head, a conversation with a partner that can help you with those things is absolutely essential to the dealership success.
I think it's also important to dovetail for everybody listening, whether you're in parts or whether you're in the service department, or whether you're, frankly, hopefully you're from the front end and you have a greater and greater interest on what's going on back here in the parts and service department. If you're not, I tell dealers all the time, we're at a point in time to where this is not the time to be thinking about fixed ops, to be thinking about parts. This is not the time to be focused on it. This is the time to master it. Anything less than that is going to cost you business. I want you to consider the fact of what Amanda just said, 2,500 dealers. And if you think about that, that's roughly 1 out of every 6 dealers, 1 out of every 7. And they did $4 billion in part sales. Can you imagine if one of those is your competitor and you decided to not stick your toes in the water? You're now on the outside looking in. Let me tell you something. Google obviously was the monster, the first monster in search. But you would go to Google to go find something, and they would say, "Oh, here's the product." Amazon then said, well, what if we create a search bar that doesn't show you the product, but brings the product to you? And now you've got ChatGPT is now becoming, to Brian's point, it is the new search. Why would you think that Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google, just think about those 5 names, that all 5 of them are going all in on AI, right? The reason is simple, is if they don't, they're going to become a dinosaur. And whether you're the smartest dinosaur is immaterial. You're still a dinosaur. So if you don't understand it, that's not an excuse. You got to find somebody who does understand that. And Amanda, your point is a brilliant one. If you don't understand it, you don't know how to get from where you are to mastery, that's okay. Simply find somebody who can. It's like the great story about Ford, right? When he was on trial, where people said that he did not have the intellect to run his company. And he said, hey, famously, he said in court, I've got a desk that has buttons. Anything I don't know, I push a button and somebody smarter than me walks in the room and handles it for me. We have that better, more than we've ever had it before. So go find a great partner like a Revolution in Parts that has the ability to go do what you want to do rather than just staying on the sidelines.
Tully, a while back, you addressed compensation as a way to address efficiencies at the dealership. You did some unique things by taking the dealership out of these silos, referring to parts and service. Talk to us about that, if you don't mind.
Well, parts and service managers need to be paid the same, 100%. There is no difference between the two. There can never be the fight between. If you pay your service manager on service gross and your parts manager on parts gross, you're a moron, because all they do is fight all the time. The goal is that you're paying them on fixed ops, because that's what it really is. It should not be called parts and service departments. It should be called fixed ops department. And they're there together working to sell hours, which in turns drives revenue. So when the service and parts managers are together, they work better. Now, after said that, the focus here at the Nilo company is to what? To sell hours. And selling hours sells parts. So now the goal is that we have a forecast that we have for everybody at our store. Now think about this. Your parts department is going to be paid on the hours forecast, the back counter, because they are the ones that are helping driving our efficiencies. They're not paid on gross. They're not paid on anything else. They're paid on what they help produce, which is selling the hour. So now they're paid on the hours forecast. Now freight becomes irrelevant because that drives the efficiency down. How do we get parts counter people not to be at the counter on a stool, but in the shop roving around on a counter with their screens and at their computers? Because it helps drive efficiencies. And that's what they're paid on. Service advisors are paid on their personal hours forecast. Everybody at the store is paid the same way. That's what drives the success of a store and drives what your focus is. And at the Nilo company, our focus is to drive hours, because that drives all of the revenues that we want.
Brian Kramer, over the years, you and I have seen a lot of resistance in retail to new thinking, new tools. Employees are used to doing it the same old way. How do we handle resistance now, today, 2025, when it comes to these new tools that are entering in fixed operations?
Well, I'll give you one anecdote just to piggyback on what Tully just said. Okay. I think that, I'm in all these dealerships and everybody's always debating about, well, my service is charging me too much. I can't acquire used cars because I can't get it through the shop and all these different things. I would say, now this is going to be pretty controversial, but I would say that the dealer should do the opposite. And they should never discount labor. They should never discount parts. I actually think that if you're trying to salvage lower cost, and I'm talking out of warranty, less expensive vehicles that are non-OEM, I actually think that you should increase the margin. And I think you should increase the margin on non-OEM parts or their equivalent of an AC Delco or something like that, right? Because I don't think that enough people do that. Now it's more work for the parts, parts department to go off of the normal system that they're using and get those parts. So it's a little bit more work. So they should make a little bit more money, but the cost of sale goes down. So the margin has nothing to do with it. And most of that profit, when they pay, whatever, $1,400 to $2,000 an RO, the percentage that's actually going to the dealership is not as much as every variable person thinks. So they really need to educate. Well, the parts department, fixed ops department needs to do a better job of educating the variable department, and the variable department needs to do a better job of understanding it. But when I was in retail running stores, I would just say, look, here's the average dollar amount that we're paying per car. Here's the average margin. You tell me where how much more we can squeeze out of that. If this is the NCM benchmark and this is this, and then they come to self-guided discovery to realize that it's not them, it's the fact that there was evaporation in the process when they appraised the car, and they misappraised it because they underestimated what the recon was going to be, the parts pricing, because they don't have the technology and the tools. So I think there has to be some sort of feedback loop where you're holding those people accountable, the appraisers, the parts department, everybody involved, so that you know exactly where the spillage is and exactly where the gross profit leakage is, and then just fix it. Because everybody wants to go like this all the time,
Right.
instead of just identifying where the learning gaps are and let the egos go away. And that's really how change happens, so that everybody can make more money.
So can I piggyback on that, Brian? Is that I 100% agree. And when I brought the used car managers and the fixed ops departments together, I paid the used car manager on the recon gross profit. And I'm telling you, I'm not saying to over recon a car. I'm just saying stop and think for a minute, because the store makes more money in recon, like you're saying, than they do on the front end of the car. Think about that first. We want to make sure that we're giving quality used cars to our customers, because we're in the repeat and referral business. And to take some of that stigma away, it really helps. So that's called out of the box thinking. Help your managers together, work together, and pay plans make that happen.
David, let me come to you on the efficiencies and on the resistance to these new tools.
The resistance sounds like a Star Wars theme, doesn't it?
It does.
You must fight the resistance.
Well, the resistance has always been there, and it's up to us to find a better way. And whether it's one of these tools we're talking about now or something that's coming down the pike in the near future, how do we overcome that?
Well, there've been some great ideas already served up, but I'll throw a couple of others out there. I find it interesting that the difference between a leader and a manager, there's a number of them, but one of them that definitely stands out is when you think about a leader, they are a one of one, right? They're visionary. They welcome change. They embrace change. They don't resist change. They get raving fans, right? They don't have employees. They have fans. They take great pride in developing themselves and developing others. Managers tend to be copies of the managers that they grew up underneath. And I think we need to pay special attention to this, because when you have managers that resist change, you got to figure out why that is. Secondly, you got to understand that whatever their belief system is, it's being disseminated down to the troops, right? So speed of the troops, speed of the leader. Another part of this, to me, that I think is incredibly important is I think that we overvalue experience in our industry and we undervalue emotional quotient. If you think about the people on this panel, if you think about every dealer you've seen at a 20 group, every great leader of every great company out there, they have massive amounts of EQ, right? And what is EQ? It's drive, it's work ethic, it's esprit de corps, it's the ability to have critical thinking. It's somebody who is willing to take the time to develop themselves. And you think about your people that you hire purely based on experience. That's all you get, right? And think about it. Whether I've got experience as an advisor, Tully, think about this. Do you have experience, David? Yeah, I've been an advisor for 10 years. I've been average for 10 years. Yeah, when can I start? Do you want me in your building? I don't want that person in my building, right? What if I got a parts department person in wholesale that doesn't believe in wholesale? That's a problem, right? So I think that it's really important that we take a step back and we do a better job of attracting, recruiting, and developing the right people who have the right stuff, those X factors, and stop relying. Don't take the sucker bet on a hack that I'm going to hire somebody because they've got 10 years of experience, because now I don't have to get off my butt to go train them, right? Or I don't want to spend the money to develop them. If you want to grow, you have to grow, right? If you want more out of your people, you've got to demand more out of you. And so I think it's critically important. A couple other just side points because of what Brian brought up. And I love this conversation, but we've known for years that inventory dictates search in used cars. Is that not right, Brian? Inventory dictates
100%.
Okay, please, everybody, take a lesson from this. This is the same for parts. Inventory dictates search. So one of the superpowers to me of a Revolution Parts is I've got that inventory, right? That ability, and that's going to dictate search. If they can't find you, if they don't know who you are, how are you going to do
You
business
don't
with them?
exist.
You don't exist. You're going to become more and more invisible as time goes on. So I think that that's critically important. Here's something else. Anything that you're willing to accept, you perpetuate. You're guilty. You're culpable. You're part of the problem. So if you have somebody that resists change and they're allowed to be in your system, in your organization, you better know that they're having a negative impact on your culture. And if they're negatively impacting your culture, they're negatively impacting indirectly your net profit. So make sure that you know who your people are. Do an assessment. Reach out to me if you want, and I'll be happy to take you through how to assess. I will show you exactly who you've got and who the lead. And one more thing. Some of the greatest leaders in organizations, they're not managers. And some of the weakest are managers. Think about that for a moment. So anyways, I think this is critically important. I think that we have to compensate our people correctly. I love what you're doing, Tully. I love your non-traditional thinking, because what that's doing, everything that you guys are talking about, Brian, is it's eliminating and bringing down the silos between parts, service, new, used. The used car manager doesn't care what service makes. The service manager doesn't care what the used car. Guys, do you see a problem here? I see a problem. We're supposed to be one organization, one vision, all running in the same direction. But most stores have compensation plans that actually don't even make that possible.
David, if I can follow up, one more question, if I could, talking about the growth that we're all discussing here. How do you prioritize that growth without sacrificing efficiency? You know, we're talking about adding on an additional sales channel, let's say e-commerce, or increasing profits, boosting ROI, trying new marketing avenues, AI, without overworking employees, or let's say having to even hire and bring new people in.
It's a great question, Ted. And, this is the new golden age. It's the golden age of AI, but make no mistake, there's going to become a bigger and bigger separation between the median or average and the dominators. You watch, it's going to start going like this. And the reason is
it's happening now.
Those who are dominating, they're not embracing AI. They're not. They already have. Okay. If you haven't by now, you're not a year behind, you're 5 years behind, you're 10 years behind. So the reality is if they're learning, in parts, in CRM, in used car acquisitions, in DMS systems, in every area of our business, BDC, AI is not coming, it's here. And if you are going up against those organizations, what they're doing, Ted, is they're leveraging that hyper intelligence. They're leveraging AI to be able to allow their people to deliver a superior client experience. How? Because they have something that everybody wants. They have more time. Because the AI, those right solutions and the right partners like Amanda's talking about, it allows their employees, and think about this, this is all tied together. If you have the right employees with high EQ and they are enabled, superpowered now by more efficient, proficient because of AI, they have more time to be able to exert their superpower, which is their personality, which is their fact that they care about your clients, they care about your organization, they care about doing a great job. They're not inundated or buried in data. They're not buried in processes that are inefficient. So I think what's possible is, in what's happening right now, is organizations are going out and finding hyper intelligent, hyper committed partners. The age of the vendor is dead. The age of the product is dead. You need partners and you need solutions. And then when you have both of those and you combine them with a great leader, great culture, and AI, you have an organization that is going to dominate for years to come. And you could spend less money in marketing and less money in staffing doing it.
Everybody, we've only got a few minutes left. We have a couple questions that have come in from the audience. I'd like to go to Tully first. And Tully, just take about a minute, if you would, on this question. I want to get to one or two others as well. Tully, what's one process change that you've made at the Nilo company that's been the biggest difference in your fixed ops and in your efficiency?
I'm going to go back to the sole focus of what we're here for. First is retention, but really it's all about selling the hours. So the parts department, the service department, everybody is on the same page, and we're all focusing on the same thing. Look at your pay plans. Like David said, some pay plans go against each other. That is just wrong. Our goal is to make sure that you have a single-minded focus at your store and monitor it. And two, is your pay plans actually go with that pay plan, with that function that you want to do. It's a must.
Brian, question for you from a parts manager. He says, I typically track many metrics in the course of my average day. What do you recommend we track to make sure that we're actually getting ROI from new tools, Brian Kramer?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, obviously, you're going to track CP parts percentage, gross profit percentage, or internal profit percentage. But if it's me, you're going to track the off-the-shelf fill rate. You're going to track your buckets on what your obsolescence is, and hopefully nothing over 180 days old. And then as you're doing your parts pad variance, hopefully that's less than 3%. But I think at the end of the day, Tully's done a really good job of really articulating the simplicity. When you focus on the hours, all of those things will follow suit and they take care of themselves. If you're talking, but the one thing that I will add into this that is not typically looked at, and I think that this is the biggest, no pun intended, Amanda, but every evolution starts with a revolution. But the revolution that needs to occur is that there needs to be, I know you say you don't want to add headcount, but either the marketing director or a lot of stores have AI champions now. Everybody needs to start measuring. This is what we did in the dealership, that wholesale operation I was talking about earlier. Are we getting more views per day? You track, your website views overall for the dealership, and are we getting more VDPs per vehicle? And are we getting more VDPs for this? What's your top VDP by part number? Are people looking for maintenance items? Are they looking for brakes? Are they looking for tires? Are you getting more website visits on your parts tab, your service appointment tab? Now that I'm in this website business, I'm out of retail. I can't tell you the importance and the impact. Like if I was to go back into retail tomorrow, I would be focused first on my website performance, on the fixed ops tab and the parts tab, and what am I doing? How many people are going to my tires page and bouncing? What's the amount of traffic that's going there, that's converting and going through that whole funnel? The way we look at sales, we need to look at fixed ops. To me, that's the blue ocean that's limitless right now. Until everybody figures this out. But I don't think there's enough people playing in it. I would be living in it.
David, one more question if we have time for you. This came up a little bit earlier in our conversation. Handling team members who resist new technology, that resistance question. David Spizak.
Well, this may not be popular. And I will preface this by saying, if I'm known for a couple things, one of them is I'm a data fanatic. I've been a data fanatic. I've studied more data than anybody I know for the last 40 years. But the other thing is that everything I do is based on people. My team here, my team at my software companies, and my team at the dealership, I went 20 years without losing an associate. My turnover was under 3%. 353 employees. And that was a team effort to make that happen. That you can't get to that point when you have dissension. You can't get to that point when you have toxicity. You can't get to that point when you don't have believers. And so one of the things you have to do, I think, that in many stores that we're too afraid of the associates. I think we're so afraid to upset the apple cart and lose even a bottom performer, a C player, a D player, because we know how hard it is. We know how onerous the process is to go find somebody. But I'm telling you, once you get an A player in your building, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Think about in your career, every time you hire somebody who is brilliant at what they do, they don't just elevate your results, they elevate the culture. They make everybody else around them. They create passive competition. They make people work harder, right? And yes, they make you look like the smartest person in the room. So I think one of the things, the first thing that we have to do, again, is you have to be able to know who's on your team and who's not. There's only two reasons any human can't achieve anything. It's a lack of will or it's a lack of ability. Tully, if I have somebody with a lack of ability, what do we do with them? We coach them. If they have a lack of ability, Brian, we train them.
Correct.
But if they have a lack of will, I'm going to
That's
take you
tougher
to
to
my
fix.
outside office, bro. I'm going to take you in my outside office out back. We're going to have a serious conversation. I need to understand why you have this disconnect, why you're
And their
not.
limiting beliefs are contagious.
And if we can't solve that, you can't do what you do here. I'm sorry. I'm going to become the biggest and best headhunter agency in my area for my competition. And I'm going to give you every single person in my store that doesn't belong in my store, right? I will literally serve them up to you because I've got to get them out of that environment. I'm doing a disservice to every one of the great people in my organization if I allow one bad, toxic human being to exist. Now, if there is resistance because they've had PTSD, because we haven't done a good job, like Brian said, of telling them why we're doing something, if we haven't brought them into the equation, into the process, that's a different story. That's on us. But most of the time, that's not the case. Last thing, please, everybody, stop treating your dealership like a chia pet, where you can go find a solution and just add water, and all of a sudden that whole Richard Simmons hair, Donald Trump hair is going to grow out of your chia pet. Doesn't work that way. You need to be massively engaged. You need to show leadership. And when you bring on a great new solution, you need to be in the front and telling everybody about it. One last thing, please, let's have your parts manager start showing up in sales meetings. You could be doing so much more in accessory sales and sales in general if you get your parts managers to regularly show up. If you have a weekly, have them show up. Have them talk about the newest accessory. Have them create a one sheet to make it easy for your people to, hey, here's the 10 top things your people are buying on Rogues or on Honda Pilots or whatever, to where here's the labor, here's the parts. Here's, I could get you in at this time. Here's the money. And by the way, they can finance it in their deal. If you do that, magic things will happen. And so we need to get our parts people into the room in sales. We need to get our sales guys out into the service department. And we got to eliminate these silos. That will help to reduce the resistance.
I have one last thing for our audience watching today. If you would visit revolutionparts.com/toolkit. We're putting it on the screen. You can go ahead and you can download and get a copy of the latest toolkit from Revolution Parts. Again, revolutionparts.com/toolkit. I want to thank the panel with us today. Tully Williams from the Nilo Company out on the West Coast. You got some company on the West Coast now, Tully. David Spizak from Disruptive Growth Solutions. Great to have you, David and Tully.
Always a pleasure.
Brian Kramer. Wow. Just wow from Cars Commerce. Thank you. And just great input from everybody. Amanda Poe, on behalf of Revolution Parts, thank you so much for all that you do for the industry. Everybody, we'll be back again. A lot more information from Revolution Parts. Again, download the toolkit. I'm Ted Ings, and thank you for your time with us today.
Thanks, Ted.
Thanks, Ted.
You might have noticed that Ted and I are on the move, and that's because we are now hosting Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up events. We are on our way to a dealership near you with spontaneous events in amazing dealership spaces to highlight the people in retail service, parts, and dealerships worldwide. Stay up to date where we're headed next by following the Fixed Ops Roundtable on social media.
Don't take the bounce yet. We've got the technician panel with Maureen Martin from Dynatron Software.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Maureen Martin, Vice President of Strategic Alliances for Dynatron Software. We are here in Dallas, Texas at the Amplify Reynolds and Reynolds event, and we get to talk about one of our favorite subjects, technicians.
That's right, Maureen. Technicians are at the top. By the way, congratulations to the gentleman up here on all the success that you're having in our industry right now. And Maureen, to all the work, great work that Donatron is doing with Techs.
Thank you. They are such an integral part of what we do in fixed operations, so we love it. My favorite thing to do is walk through the shop. You learn everything you need to know in a dealership.
Well, if you don't mind, introduce yourselves, gentlemen, and tell us who you are and what you do.
Marco Zwanenburg, technician, Naples Luxury Imports in beautiful Naples, Florida.
Curtis Gardner at Audi North Houston. I'm a Master Guild technician there, and I've been there for about 9 years.
Curtis, you're doing a lot in our industry on social media, using video. I see all types of video, and I know you've incorporated video into your approach with the customers as well to inform them on the status of their car. Tell us about that and maybe some of the success that you're having with that.
Yeah, I think social media offers some pretty interesting outlooks into the shop. So salespeople have been using social media to gather customers and promote themselves in the dealership they work for. And I think technicians are slowly building into that the same way, being able to show themselves what they're doing in the shop and attract customers to come in and ask for them and come to their specific dealership.
Wow. Marco, your thoughts on that?
I think it's been way overdue. For the longest time, technicians have been behind closed doors. We were the unseen bunch of the dealership. And as we've all noticed, we technicians are being brought more and more to the forefront because, let's face it, at the end of the day, it's the technicians that carry the store. So I think it's a great tool for retention, both customers and technicians. And it's a great tool to build brand and trust into the dealership. So the personalization that we're having here can definitely not be overlooked, and you have to adopt this technology or you'll be left behind.
You know, I'd love to hear from the customer perspective. How are they responding to the videos? And how do you feel that that's also improved that relationship with the consumer, seeing us as the experts in repairing their vehicles?
I've had some great response from customers that love the video inspections. There's a few of them out there that don't want anything to do with it. But I think overall, hear great stories through the grapevine from the management or the advisors. That's customer, I love your video, or they'll even come out to the shop. I've met several customers through my videos.
It's great.
Marco?
It's absolutely fantastic, the results that you get from the customer. Seeing is believing, and believing is selling. So if you're able to show the customer what is wrong instead of a phone call, a text, actually show them. Sometimes will help showing a non-worn part, or you talk about brakes or air filters, etc. So you really build that trust. And I think the trust is something that's been lacking in fixed ops for a long time. Sales has always been more about having it right in front of you, as where with fixed ops, it's more of a, you can't really see what we're trying to do, what we're trying to sell. So if you can show the diagnosis, if you can show the failed part to a customer, it builds an instant trust, and that will carry so far. So it's been a fantastic tool.
I always love to hear a little bit about the origin story. So how did you get into being a technician, in kind of a little bit about your career development?
Well, I started doing oil changes. I tried some schooling, tried some college for about a semester. I quickly learned it wasn't for me to sit at a table or sit at a desk and just learn. So I used to always do Legos, and what's closest to that for a profession is putting cars back together. So I did oil changes, went to school, and I've been doing it for 15 years since.
Love it.
I actually was in an automotive technical college in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, and I wanted to be a designer, believe it or not. But those schools were not available because the Netherlands does not build cars. We just work on them. So it became too expensive for me to actually attend a design school. So I wanted to drop out. My dad said, listen, it's like you're in your third year, you got one more year to go, get this degree, you got something to fall back on. And I kind of just rolled into it. And this was in 1996. So I've been doing this for well over 30 years, including the times that I spent working throughout summers and weekends on cars. And I just stuck with what I know.
And Marco, you're also, in addition to being maybe the most famous technician in America, you're also, although he's giving a run for the money, you're also working with dealers. Okay, talk to us about that and helping them improve their processes and things they're doing back in the store.
Well, Ted, as you know, like I've always been a big fan of culture. Culture is definitely it, and I think there's such a huge gap between management, because most of management actually comes from the variable side. So being able to translate what technicians, because let's face it, we're not the greatest communicators, be able to translate that and find awareness for both sides, for technicians to understand the management part of it and for management to understand the technician part of it. So coaching technicians into being more vocal in a correct way and managing, helping managers understand technicians and just bring the two together. And it ends up that most of the time there's an aha moment. It clicks for both ends and it just becomes a synergy that we're having now instead of technicians finding management, management finding technicians. It's this synergy through culture, which is so important.
So looking at both your backgrounds and your passion to get more young people to come in, both men and women as technicians, if you were talking to dealers out there that are saying, how do I get, how do we attract them? What do you think are maybe one or two things that dealerships could do to help bring more technicians? And of course, I'd love to hear a little bit about for women that are coming in. We have some great women technicians as part of our Dynatron family. So I'd love to hear just maybe some words that we could share.
First.
Transparency, I think, is the first thing. Is technicians want to get paid. Flat rate and commission is based off of pay. We're not able to decide the way we get paid, so we need to maximize it. And having a clear structure of how that works, how we can hit the metrics that the dealership wants us to hit, and how we can go above those if we want. And keeping that clear, keeping it transparent, it helps technicians understand that aha moment that Marco mentioned is, we don't know all the ins and outs of the way the service department works, but maybe if we did, we would stop knocking on the door trying to get the few extra dollars that we're asking for. So I think just sharing the information and being as transparent as possible really helps technicians buy in. As far as new technicians, the same thing. We're just moving into a new period where there's a little bit of conflict between technicians and management, and I think the best way is just trust and transparency from within.
Mark, how about you?
I think that a great way to get women more involved in the industry is work closely together with veterans programs. We have hired a few female veterans.
Love that.
Oh yes, we had a Maureen spent 5 years working in helicopters, and she effortlessly transitioned into the shop and has been doing great. So, but it comes to retaining technicians and attracting technicians, it does not take long for a technician like hers, right? If you're looking for another job, to walk into a work floor, and we can feel the tension, we can feel the issues. So I think one of the biggest things you can do as a dealership, set your entire management team in front of a mirror. Because that is where a lot of the problems lay. Not saying that management is the bad thing in the industry and that's why we have all these problems, but it starts from the top. We got to foster that culture from the top on down and reach out to your local veterans organizations. They are a great source of great people.
Well, not only are we giving back to those who serve our country, which is such a privilege for all of us. I love that. That is probably one of the first times I have had the chance to work in other roles within dealerships with the veteran organizations. We have some passion of that at Dynatron, so I love it. I hadn't really thought about it from a technician because they're working on vehicles and, Humvees and helicopters.
Yep.
I love it. Fantastic.
Great information, everybody. Thank you so much for all you do for the industry. Greetings. I'm here with Maureen Martin from Dynatron Software. On behalf of the Fix Ops Roundtable, we'll be right back.
We're tuning into the 20s with the Fix Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s Second Swing event. Make sure to vote for the Sean Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of our show. Lace up your dancing shoes because we'll be back for another romp tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. Ta-ta for now.